Good morning. Good morning. Well, we're getting ready to start, and so I'm kicking it off here on difficult research this morning. We're on our second week of trial testimony, and I am so glad that Mad Donut, Medea Think, Cheyenne Peanut, Lamicia, KJ, Zero, NFL, F Mom, NFL, and many more are here with us, and I'm so glad because we're getting ready to face the music, or else Chad's getting ready to face the music. KJ says she's sitting on her front porch drinking coffee, and the morning is gorgeous. It will be in and out. Got to finish some yard work. I get you, KJ. I worked in my yard all weekend, I think, and I do one thing for a while and I do something else. I have battery operated yard tools, so I would mow grass and then I would charge batteries. I have a blower and a weed eater. Anyways, I would rotate. Thank you, KJ. Thrift store blouse. Anyway, so I would rotate and do one thing to another. I'm even still getting leaves out. We got too many trees, but my neighbor, I have a new neighbor, and she's she got all her leaves out, and I wanted to match up next to her. So let's see. Let's do it like this. So usually does this a while before they actually start. So I wanted to we'll get that up and watch it together. Anyway, it was a lot of yard work and there's still more to go. I swear this house has as much yard as it does house. And I have a beautiful brick patio in the back, but honest to God, it's just got a lot of work. It needs to be, what do you call it? Power wash, but I don't have a power washer. So if I can just get it clean as I can get it. Donna, how are your parents feeling this week? Well, my mother lives with me. She's 90-year-old and I take care of her. My dad passed away. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to remember how long it's been, about 12 years ago. Anyway, my mom's here with me and she's not feeling too sporty, but she came into the kitchen this morning and wanted to help do some things. So we got some cabbage and cornbread on for lunch. And so she's working on that. Ooh, strawberry shortcake and coffee for breakfast sounds wonderful. Mad done it. I went down to the Walmart and they had no strawberries because I was going to get some. My mom has an angel food cake and she fixes. It's a good dessert for diabetics too. Let's see. So there were some things going on up here. Let me see. Krisha will be here just in a moment. We had her last night and she was honest with us. It's very emotional for her. She can't hardly, I guess it would be like having a bunch of crying babies and no arms to take care of them.
Consideration. I'll go ahead and call the case. I just want to let everybody know. All right. We're on the record on CR 22211623 State versus Chad Guy Daybell. Mr. Daybell's here present, represented by counsel Mr. Pryor. The prosecution's here as well. Prior to bringing the jurors in and the public into the courtroom this morning, we had a request over the weekend for a exigent hearing this morning. In order to not keep jurors held longer than necessary, we're conducting this hearing first before the public's allowed into the courtroom, but the court is live streaming the hearing for that public access. So just to clarify one point, as the trial goes along, I don't mind doing exigent hearings. These things come up and we'll do them. However, there still needs to be, whenever possible, a motion filed so it can be lodged in the case, even if it's just a quick one-page motion notifying the parties in the court of what the topic will be. So we did this based off an email received, but it's a request from the defense to reconsider a ruling that was made last week on evidence as it related to the defense request to bring in testimony or evidence relating to Joe Ryan. The court made a ruling last week that it was inadmissible as being irrelevant, and Mr. Pryor, I understand you wanted to get a further either clarification or another opportunity to argue that point. Is that something you want to argue this morning?
Judge, I would like to argue it. Judge, would the court prefer I go to the podium or can I argue from here?
I think it's best if you just stay at council table, so
Okay.
the microphone will pick that up.
And may I, Judge, proceed?
Yes.
Judge, it's really a two-prong argument. One, I wanted to make a record of the fact that the court had ruled that the evidence relating to Joseph Ryan and that Alex Cox had committed an aggravated assault felony on Joseph Ryan, and that Mr. Ryan feared for his life. That was in 2007. Judge, I have a probable cause affidavit from that particular jurisdiction relaying the facts of that particular incident. I would point out, Judge, that part of our argument is that Alex Cox's modus operandi was to protect Lori Vallow whenever there was any sort of discernible threat towards her or any kind of threat towards her. Alex Cox would come to the rescue and engage in this kind of conduct. As an example, Judge, this is our position is that's exactly what happened with Charles Vallow. That's exactly what happened with Brandon Boudreaux. And those occurred in, I believe, 2019. Approximately 12 years earlier in 2007, the same modus operandi. And the difficulty, Judge, and the relevance in my mind is that we are looking at a third husband. The third husband, this was just not some random act. This was a third husband of Lori Vallow who was subjected and put in a position of fear. And then the fourth husband from the defense, and I think the state would agree, Alex Cox perpetrated a murder upon the fourth husband, Charles Vallow. And the modus operandi, Judge, and that's where I think this comes in, is that Alex Cox is a protector of Lori Vallow. And I realized that the state had got a transcript of my opening statement. I didn't recall seeing a motion or an order requesting that they be allowed to do that. But lo and behold, I was provided a transcript of my opening statement, and I did adhere to that, Judge. And I don't think it was something that I have to file a 404B to ask permission to do that. Quite to the contrary, 404B requires a prosecuting attorney to file motions, and it's at the end of 404B that's required. The state does, or the defense does not have the burden to do that. And in my mind, this was relevant, and it was relevant to Alex Cox's behavior, modus operandi, in how he took care of, and he was the protector, or whatever adjective you want to use, of Lori Vallow. So at this point, Judge, I just wanted to make a record that that's what my position is.
All right. I'll hear any argument from the state on whether or not the court's previous ruling excluding that evidence should stand or be reconsidered.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state agrees with the court's previous ruling. We don't think that this set of facts meets the 401 test that of relevancy. It has no tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence in this case. Reason for that is that this is so attenuated by time. I believe this was a 2007 incident dealing with an individual who, other than being the father of one of the victims in this case, has no other connection to this defendant. So you have this very long section of time in between that creates this attenuation. We think there's going to be a foundational issue as well. I don't think a PC affidavit in and of itself comes in. We believe that's hearsay. There needs to be a declarant to talk about it. And so based on those two, based on that, and on just there's a case, Pomrenke versus State, 169 Idaho 474, and I think it applies here. The holding there is that proffered evidence is irrelevant if it tends to disprove or disprove effect of consequence only through speculative inferences. And I think that's where this is speculative inferences, that because Alex Cox may or may not have done something to Joe Ryan back in 2007, that he is somehow that somehow removes this defendant's guilt in this case. So we do not think it passes the 401 test. And again, we think there's a foundational issue. So we'd ask the court to just affirm its previous ruling.
And Judge, if I could respond just
Yes.
ever so briefly. Judge, there is no time limit on bringing up these allegations that I'm aware of that limits these allegations or says they're not relevant because they occurred a certain number of years ago. This is a co-conspirator. And that's what's very important here. That's what's extremely important. Is part of the case that the prosecutor has to show is that Mr. Daybell, Chad, engaged in a conspiracy with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, and then other unknown or unnamed co-conspirators. However, if Alex Cox took it upon himself to engage in conduct at the bequest of Lori Vallow, or not at the bequest of Lori Vallow, to protect her or to inflict harm on another person, it's not a leap to say at this point, Alex Cox previously acted on his own. Alex Cox acted on his own with Charles Vallow. Alex Cox acted on his own with Brandon Boudreaux. And if the state has to prove that Chad Daybell was involved in a conspiracy with Tammy Daybell, JJ Vallow, and Tylee, it's absolutely relevant that Alex Cox, in his previous behavior, his modus operandi was to act on his own and to lash out and do things on his own. I couldn't think of something that's more relevant in this regard. And I just felt very strongly, Judge, that the court had not thought this through. Now, I understand we're all under the gun, and I agree there's been a number of motions filed, and we are scrambling, and that's not unusual given these circumstances. And the court had to make a decision very quickly and was under the gun. But I just felt that I wanted to give the court an opportunity to hear out my argument and put it on the record so the court could look at this and say, okay, this is how I feel about this. And that was really the purpose of this, Judge. And if the court needs me to file a motion, Judge, to reconsider, I can do a one-page motion to reconsider just so we have a clear record of this, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. On that last point, I won't, on this issue, require a motion to be filed, knowing that it's on the record now, brought up, and will be noted in the court minutes as a motion heard this morning. So the court has reviewed the defense request that information relating to this 2007 incident be brought into this case. It gets into 404B type issues. I don't know that it actually is 404B, which, as pointed out by the defense here, really has some notice requirements and things that seem to be exclusive to requirements of what a prosecutor needs to do under 404B. The notice provision does specifically indicate what a prosecutor is required to do in order to provide notice. So there is one, and noting subsection 2, in a criminal case, the prosecutor must, and then it's got an A and B on notice. So without determining here, because I don't think it's necessary, whether or not the defense would be required to provide the same reasonable type of notice as a prosecutor. The real issue at stake is whether or not, in this case, this 2007 incident has enough relationship to the charges at hand to become relevant or admissible evidence under Rule 401. The court would note that there is a conspiracy charged in multiple counts here involving Alex Cox, and the dates that are alleged in the indictment or alleging a conspiracy that occurred on or between October 26, 2018 and the year 2020. So the earliest date the state is alleging is 2018. This would be an incident that was approximately 11 years before, I should say, to clarify, Mr. Pryor, but 11 years beforehand. And I do have to look at how attenuated that is from the facts here. While there may be some relevance, the real question is under 403, is this relevance that is more probative than unfairly prejudicial? The state's raised questions on foundation. How does evidence come in of this event that happened now 17 years ago? Who would lay the foundation to really get any of that evidence in if it starts coming in and the state wants to challenge the defense theory? Also, while Alex Cox is a named co-conspirator, Joe Ryan's not listed as a victim in the case. And the court just finds that under looking at 403 balancing test and Rule 401, I'm going to maintain the ruling that this is simply too far outside of the scope of the charges, too far outside of the scope of the alleged conspiracy, would be more prejudicial than probative, and without adequate time or even possibly way to establish a foundation to allow a response from the state would be unfairly prejudicial as well. So having considered that, then the court is going to maintain that previous ruling that the incidents alleged as they relate to Joe Ryan and Alex Cox will be inadmissible during the trial. And that will be the court's ruling. So Mr. Pryor, I'll ask you to refrain from further references to that based on this evidentiary ruling. Any questions on that, Mr. Pryor?
No, Judge.
All right, any questions from the state?
No.
Okay, thanks, counsel. We'll go off the record here momentarily then. While everybody gets ready, I'll step off the bench. We'll let the public come in and we will let the jurors in. I'll let everyone know we do have all 18 jurors return today. They've each signed their affirmation, so they are good to go to hear evidence this morning. And as soon as the public's seated, let me know and we'll come back on and get started with evidence. Let me just ask the state, who's the witness that's going to be coming up today first?
The first will be Vince Kayakamanu.
Okay.
All rise.
Honorable Stephen W. Boyce.
Thank you. Please be seated. Good morning. We're on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing with evidence today. The court would note I heard a motion argued this morning without the public in the courtroom, but that was an open hearing that was live streamed on an evidentiary issue. I understand at this time the state's ready to proceed with its case in chief and call a next witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I will note the state is here present as well as the defendant and counsel for the defendant, Mr. Pryor. Is the defense ready to proceed with evidence? Very well. Please instruct the bailiffs then to have the jurors brought in.
All right. The jury is present and valid.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we are back on the record on case CR 22211623. The jurors have all returned. The court has confirmed each of them also signed their declaration and acknowledgement that they followed the court's admonishment to not investigate or look into the case over the break. So thank you very much, each of you, for following that instruction during that long weekend break. The state is continuing with its case in chief and presenting evidence. I'll note the defendant and counsel are present as well as the prosecution for the state. And I'll also note this hearing is being live streamed today. As I mentioned last week, if we do run into any technical issues with that live stream feed, we'll instruct tech to try to let us know how quickly that may be fixed, but would likely proceed with the trial if we do run into any issue causing a delay with that. So at this time, then, I understand the state has a next witness to call. Is the state ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is the defense ready to proceed? All right. Then the state may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Vince Kayakamanu.
We swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
All right. Officer Kayakamanu, as you're answering questions, please make verbal responses for the record. Mr. Wood, you can inquire.
Thank you. Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Vincent Keone Kaikamanu. Last is K-A-A-I-A.
Officer, I'm sorry. Could you talk a little more loudly right into your mic? I think we're barely picking that up.
Is that better?
Is that loud enough? Is it quiet? If you'll give us just a sec, we'll make sure that microphone's adequate.
You want me to start spelling the last name, see if that picks up?
I think the longer one will work better. Shannon.
Make a lot of noise. Can you shut it off?
Can you say something into that? Just to test?
Yes.
I think that's definitely better. Thanks for that. Mr. Wood, go ahead and just restart if you would, please. Thank you.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Vincent Keone Kaikamanu. Last is K-A-A-I-A-K-A-M-A-N-U.
Thank you. What is your occupation?
I am currently the Chief Deputy of Madison County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been in that position?
I started with Madison January of this year.
So 2024.
Correct.
What was your occupation before you took on that position?
I worked with Fremont County Sheriff's Office,
How long were you with Fremont County Sheriff's Office?
approximately 18 years.
Have you ever worked for any other law enforcement office?
I have not.
Are you post certified?
Yes.
With the title Chief Deputy, is there a specific title we should refer to you as? Or
That's fine.
have you been involved in the investigation regarding Chad Daybell, Tammy Daybell, Tylee Ryan, and JJ Vallow?
I have.
In your current occupation as Chief Deputy of the Madison County Sheriff's Department, is it part of your responsibilities to oversee the jail?
Yes.
So they report to you.
The captain does. Yes.
As part of your responsibilities in overseeing the jail, do you have an understanding of the jail intelmate or the phone call system?
Yes, I do.
What is that system and how does it work?
The Telmate system is a phone system that the inmates while in jail can make phone calls or FaceTime visits with their family, friends outside of the jail.
And how long have you overseen this at the Madison County Jail?
Since I've been there January 2024.
Have you had experience with Telmate in other counties?
I have.
Did Fremont County use the Telmate system?
Yes.
And the Telmate system, does that include telephone and video visits?
Yes, it does.
On video calls, is the camera always utilized?
On video calls, the camera is utilized when the iPad is docked to the station. Once that iPad's removed from the docking station, the video camera shuts off and it goes into a phone call mode.
How do you ensure that inmates don't make calls on behalf of other inmates?
When someone's brought into the jail and booked in, they're given a specific PIN number that's to them. When they go to set that up through Telmate, they have to give their PIN number that they were given. They also take a face photo and they say their name approximately 3 times, so it's voice recorded.
Whenever an inmate places a call or participates in the Telmate system, is any information recorded or stored regarding that call?
Yes.
What is recorded?
The whole conversation, whether it's a FaceTime or a phone call, is all recorded from once it starts to when it ends.
And is the outside party required to provide name and personal information?
They can go on to what's called gettingoutofjail.com and put that information in. That allows them to put money on their books for phone calls or commissary.
How do you access the information that is stored on the Telmate system?
I've got a username and password.
Is there any way for you to edit the information that is stored on Telmate?
No,
Are you aware of any other agency being able to edit it?
no.
Where are the phones and tablets located in the jail?
In our jail system, we have what are called pods, and the pads and phones are located in the day room where all the inmates have access to that. The phone is connected to the wall, so if they're just doing a voice call, they need to stay out there. Like I testified earlier, they have that pad there and they need to stay there to do a face-to-face or FaceTime. But once that pad's removed, it blacks out and they can take that into their cell and talk, but it's only a voice talk.
How do you know the date and time of each call?
The calls are time stamped.
Now, we've been talking about Madison County, correct?
Correct.
I want to call your attention to June 9th of 2020. At that time, was Lori Vallow Daybell an inmate at the Madison County Jail?
Yes,
And to your knowledge, Chad Daybell was not in jail at that time.
correct.
Right. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 33.
Very well.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 33?
Yes,
What is it?
this is the thumb drive with a call on it.
All right. Do you know what day that call was made?
The call on this thumb drive was made June 9th, 2020.
All right. And who are the parties to that call?
Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell.
And have you reviewed the call on that thumb drive?
Yes,
Are your initials on that thumb drive?
yes,
Did you put your initials on that thumb drive after reviewing that call?
yes,
Is that call a true and accurate representation of what is stored on the Telmate system?
yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 33 be entered into evidence.
Any objection? All right, and just one more clarifying point. Is that the only file contained on that thumb drive, Mr. Wood?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Exhibit 33 is admitted.
Just real quick, Detective, when was the first time you heard this phone call?
June 9th, 2020.
Where were you when you heard it?
I was at the property of 202 North, 1900 East, Chad Daybell's residence.
Were you there for the search of Chad Daybell's residence on June 9th?
Yes,
And so you accessed this phone call from that location.
correct.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
You may.
This is a call from and paid for by
Lori.
an inmate at Madison County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. If you don't wish to talk, hang up now. Thank you for using Telmate.
Hi, babe.
Hello.
Are you okay?
Oh, they're searching the property.
The house right now?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm at MS. Mark means we'll be talking to you.
Okay. What, are they in the house?
No, they're out in the property.
Are they seizing stuff again?
They're searching.
Mm.
There's a search warrant, and so well, I just did MS with the kids.
Okay.
Yeah. I tried to set up a call. I'm glad you called.
Yeah.
And we'll see what transpires.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
What do you want me to do? Pray.
What?
What do you want me
Yeah,
to
pray.
do?
Pray. Yeah.
Okay. What can I do for you?
I'm feeling pretty calm. I would call Mark or Katie. And just talk with him.
Have you talked to him already?
I did call him, yes.
So he knows what they're doing.
Yeah. It's like a call from somebody else I need to talk to. I love you so much.
Okay, I love you. Should I try to call you later?
I don't know. I don't know. You can try, yeah. I'll answer if I can.
Okay.
I love you, and we'll talk soon.
Okay, baby. I love you.
Okay. Love you. Goodbye.
Detective, do you know approximately what time of day that phone call was made?
Around 11 o'clock in the afternoon.
Your Honor, the state will be recalling Detective Kai Kamani for other things, but at this time, we have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Pryor, would you prefer to cross-examination or cross-examine at this time or save that for when he's recalled? Very well.
And officer, you've also, or coming back, you've got a subpoena from my office as well to show up, and we've made arrangements for that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Officer, Prosecutor Wood asked you where you were on June 9th of 2020,
Correct.
and you were at the Daybell residence. Is that right?
Yes.
Any idea how many other officers were there at that time?
I can't recall how many other officers and agencies were there.
Was it more than 10?
Yes.
More than 15?
Yes.
Okay. So more than 30?
Yes.
Okay. So 30 police officers. from various agencies, obviously, right?
Correct.
Right. And at that point, I heard on the tape where Mr. Daybell mentioned that he was at Emma's. Now, do you know who he's talking about when he says Emma?
His daughter,
Okay, and in relation to the house, where does Emma live?
at the time of this incident, Emma lived kitty corner, roughly from Mr. Daybell's home.
That would be what, the southeast corner?
The southwest.
Southwest, excuse me,
Yes.
my southwest corner of the property. But it
Correct.
was kitty corner,
Yeah,
relatively close to the Chad Daybell's house, right?
yes,
Within walking distance.
yes,
So he was over there and there were no restrictions on his movement, is that right?
correct.
And he could come and go as he pleases.
At that time, yes,
Right. And at that point, you overheard him talk about a Mark Means.
on the phone call, yes.
Right. Okay. And on the phone call, he said he was going to talk to somebody else.
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever learn who he was trying to talk to, that other person?
I did not.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to be present when Officer Wheeler and Officer Hope were recording the interaction with Mr. Daybell?
I was not.
Okay. Okay. And at that point, if Mr. Daybell were to be leaving at that time that this phone call took place, he would have the right to do that, and there was no restriction stopping him.
Correct.
And he could go if he wanted to meet somebody or meet up with somebody, he'd have that opportunity.
Correct.
Now, would you agree with me, with 30 plus officers showing up at your house, that would cause you a concern? The average citizen.
To the average citizen, yes.
In fact, you probably agree with me that were you a street officer at some point with Fremont County?
Yes,
Parole officer?
yes,
And when a police officer puts on his lights and gets behind you and pulls you over, that's an emotional, or at least an unnerving experience as well, right?
yes,
So you would suggest that when 30 plus police officers show up at your house and search, that would cause you to have some concern, right?
I'd be nervous, yes.
More than nervous, right?
I'd be nervous.
All right. Okay. Now, Lori Vallow made mention that search again. And you're nodding your head. Had you been out there previously to search the Daybell property?
I have not been out there
Are
previous.
you aware as the manager, and I don't want to use the incorrect term, you are the supervisor of this case. Would that be fair? Or is there a better term?
Over the Fremont County portion of it, yes.
Okay. Are you aware as part of your investigation as to whether or not anybody else had been out in any of the law enforcement agencies on Mr. Daybell's property previous to that time?
Yes, I was aware.
All right. How many times are you aware that they've been out on his property prior to that time?
Prior to that time, I believe they were out in January of 2020 doing a search of the house.
Okay. Any other times?
Not that I can recall right now.
Did anybody from your agency ever go out to the Daybell property unannounced and search the property without a large group of officers?
Unannounced? No.
All right. How about announced and saying we're going to go out and just look around?
With a search warrant, yes.
Okay. And was that in the January occasion?
Correct.
There was no other occasion that officers went out there. Is that what you're telling me?
I can't recall what other dates we were out there,
Okay.
but yes,
But there were other dates that you were out there looking at the property. Is that fair?
correct.
Okay. A number of them?
No,
More than 5?
no.
Now, as part of your investigation of this case, you've interviewed a number of witnesses in this case. Would that be fair?
Correct.
You've interviewed Melanie Gibb
Correct.
several times.
One time.
Okay. Regan Price,
Yes.
how many times?
One time.
Zaluma Pastenas,
Approximately 3 or 4 times. I'd have to
Okay.
check my notes.
and then Garth Daybell, Chad's son. You've interviewed him a couple of times.
One time.
Okay. And where was that interview?
That was done at Rexburg PD.
Okay, and in that occasion, you showed up at Mr. Garth Daybell's house, is that right? Or did you show up at the school?
We went to the school, yes.
Okay. And at the school, it's where Garth was working, is that right?
Correct. I wouldn't consider that an interview.
Okay, well, we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
But at some point you approached Mr. Daybell, and who was with you at that point?
Special Agent Ricky Wright?
Okay, anybody else?
No.
And at that point, you took Garth and asked that he go down to the police station with you, is that right?
No, not at that time.
Okay. But you mentioned that you approached Garth Daybell at the school
Correct.
and that the interview, or at least what you said may not have been an interview, took place at the police station.
So there was 2 different times.
Oh, okay.
One time we talked with Garth at the school to advise him of the findings of his mother's death.
Okay.
That I would not consider an interview.
Okay.
The second interview was done at Rexburg, or the first interview that we brought him into Rexburg PD.
Okay. And when you say brought him in, where did you first have contact with him on the day you brought him in to the Rexburg Police Department?
That we made contact with him at his home.
And at that point, did he have a choice at that point, or were you taking him into custodial care at that point?
At that time, it was custodial care to come in and talk with us.
Okay, so he didn't have an option. He was going to go to the Rexburg Police Department. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and then how long was he at the Rexburg Police Department on that particular day?
I'd have to look. I want to say a couple hours.
And at that point, did you ever talk to him?
Small talk until his attorney got there.
Okay,
Got him some McDonald's, some pop.
okay. But at that point, there was nothing in terms of the interview with Garth on that particular day. Is that right?
Not until his attorney got there.
Okay. Okay. And do you have a recollection of how long it took for an attorney for him to get there?
I don't off the top of my head. I'd have to look in my notes on that.
Now, we're going to be revisiting that in a little while in terms of the audio or the videotapes of Chad on June 9th. Did you have an opportunity to review the audio and the videotapes of Chad and Emma on June 9th?
I have not.
Okay, so you don't have any information about those?
I do
Wasn't
not.
part of your investigation in this case?
I do not.
Okay, okay. Other than law enforcement on June 9th of 2020 and June 10th of 2020, other than law enforcement, was there anybody on the scene at the residence on either of those days who was not a law enforcement officer?
We had the Fremont County coroner there,
Okay,
and a few cadaver dogs.
okay,
I believe that's it.
okay. Nobody else?
Not that I can recall at that time, no.
And were you there the entire time, or were you there just for a short period of time?
The entire time.
The entire time would have been from like 7 o'clock in the morning until when on the 9th?
We finished up about 4 or 5 on the 9th.
Okay. And the last part I want to cover, and we're going to revisit some stuff. I mean, we'll do this in pieces, obviously. When you were in there in January of what year again? I'm sorry.
2020.
Okay. When you were there in January of 2020, you also brought cadaver dogs, right?
Are you referring to the warrant that was done January 2020?
Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
I was not at that search warrant, so.
Okay. And I don't know why I thought you were. Do you have any knowledge as to whether or not they brought cadaver dogs that day?
I can't recall if they did or didn't.
Okay, Judge, that's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. Mr. Wood, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor. The defense spoke to you about nervousness. Correct?
Correct.
That's a normal reaction when you're pulled over by the police.
Correct.
Have you listened to multiple jail phone calls between Mr. Daybell and Lori when she was in custody?
Yes.
Was the tone of this phone call normal?
I would require some additional foundation for that, Mr. Wood.
Okay.
So I'll overrule the objection at this point.
Has it been a regular part of your investigation to listen to jail phone calls between Chad and Lori?
Yes.
And you've listened to many of them.
Yes.
And in listening to those, would you say that the phone call on June 9th, that the tone of that phone call is different than their average phone call?
It's overruled with additional foundation. I will permit any recross just on this issue as well, though, Mr. Pryor. Go ahead, Mr. Wood.
Was it a different tone?
Yes.
Were you present on Mr. Daybell's property when Mr. Daybell drove away?
Yes.
And do you know what was taking place around the time on Mr. Daybell's property when he drove away?
Could you repeat that into your microphone, please?
I'm an object, Judge, on the basis of foundation.
Well, he indicated he was on location when this happened, so that's overruled.
Repeat that. Sorry.
Are you aware of what was happening on Mr. Daybell's property when he drove away from the area?
Yes.
What was happening?
We were looking for two bodies on his property.
All right. And are you aware of when he drove away, if one of those bodies was being discovered?
Yes.
Who?
JJ Vallow.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. If you'd like, Mr. Pryor, I'll allow recross. But limited in scope to those two issues.
All right, thank you, Judge. So you talked a little bit about the tone of the phone call was different. Is that right?
Yes.
And we talked a little bit earlier about the fact that there were over 30 police officers on a piece of property that day, correct?
Yes.
So you would expect that there would be a little different of a tone when 30 police officers at 7 o'clock in the morning arrive at your home. And would that be fair?
That would be fair.
Okay. And then as far as what was going on when Mr. Daybell left, are you aware that Mr. Daybell was going to see an attorney that morning as he was leaving Emma Murray's house?
Objection calls for speculation.
I asked him if he's aware of it.
It's overruled.
Are you aware of that or not?
I was not.
Okay. And again, you didn't have an opportunity to review the tape from the videotape of Officer Wheeler or Officer Hope on that morning. Is that right?
Correct.
So you don't know the circumstances or the reason for why Mr. Daybell left his daughter's home kitty corner from the house and drove off, do you?
I'm not aware why he drove off.
So to suggest that the fact that they found a body on his property and that was the reason for him driving off, you don't know what the reason Mr. Daybell drove off. There's another reason, or it could be another reason. Would that be fair?
There could be another reason, yes.
Right. All right. That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So for this time, that will conclude the testimony of Officer Kaya Kamanu. He is the state's designated agent, correct, Mr. Wood?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I point that out because the exclusionary rule does not apply for this particular witness who will be recalled, so you can go ahead and return and continue to observe the trial proceedings as well. The state may call its next witness.
We would call Detective Eric Wheeler, Your Honor.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Speaking clearly, please. We have a laser pointer right there if needed.
All right, before we begin with testimony, let me just confirm with Detective Wheeler here, who's now under oath. The court does have an exclusionary order in this case in effect. Have you observed or listened to any of the trial testimony that's taken place in this trial?
No,
Okay, so you have followed that. You haven't discussed any of the testimony with anyone else or reviewed that with anyone from the state?
no.
Very well. Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Wheeler.
Morning.
Could you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Detective Eric Wheeler, ERIC, WHEELER,
Thank you. And can you please explain to the jury, where do you work?
the Rexburg Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
18 years.
And what's your current rank?
Detective,
And what was your rank prior to becoming detective?
patrol sergeant.
And how long were you a patrol sergeant?
Oh, approximately 3 or 4 years.
And how long have you been a detective now?
3 years.
So prior to that, were you a patrol officer?
Yes, sir.
And just very briefly, for the jury's sake, will you please explain to them what's the basic post-training that law enforcement receives?
So I've received my advanced and master certificate through Idaho Post, and so it's training that you have to go through, in service type training. You have to go through the Post Academy to get your basic certificate, and it entails everything from traffic, criminal code, search and seizure, laws of arrest techniques, firearms, those sort of things.
Thank you. And I want to draw your attention almost 5 years ago, back to June 9th of 2020. Were you involved in any kind of search that occurred in Fremont County?
Yes, I was.
What search was that?
It was the search warrant that we were asked to help with at the 202 North, 1900 East, Fremont County, Chad Daybell property.
And what was the subject of the search?
My role in the search was to maintain scene security, safety, traffic and crowd control while investigators conducted the search on the property.
And just briefly help the jury understand more. Why do law enforcement need to maintain safety and security at a search scene?
Anytime we're doing a search on anybody's property or home, there's a risk that's an inherent risk to the officers as they're conducting that search. And so whether that's agitated bystanders or the homeowners themselves. And so we just like to keep everybody safe by maintaining that control.
And we'll come back to your role in that capacity, but I want to fast forward a bit. Ultimately, did you help find anything on the property as part of that search?
Yes.
What did you find?
I found remains of Tylee, and then I observed the remains of JJ.
And very briefly, can you explain to the jury before we go back, describe where those remains were found for each of them relative to the property?
Judge, I probably need a little bit more foundation.
All right, he was present at the scene. He just said he observed this on the same date.
Overruled.
So JJ was located by the pond area of the property, and Tylee was found near a fire pit just east of the property.
And for the jury's sake, relative to the home on the property, where are the fire pit and where are the pond?
So the fire pit's east of the residence, and the pond is northeast of the residence.
Would that be in the front of the property, the back of the property, the
To
side?
the rear of the property.
So I'd like to come back now to your role in safety. So can you be specific with what you were assigned to do in that role as the search when you arrived?
So when we arrived, I helped maintain traffic as they were in the process of closing the road down in front of the house because multiple vehicles were going to be showing up. So I helped maintain some traffic control at the beginning. And then I stood by as detectives went and served that warrant to the occupants inside the home. And then my role was to just stand by and observe the occupants and their coming and goings as they were free to move around as they wanted.
And is that common in a search until something's found? Are the occupants allowed to remain on the property and sometimes move around?
Yes,
Prior to beginning your role on the search, did you have the opportunity to identify Chad Daybell?
yes.
How did you do that?
Prior to this, just through investigation, through tips that we were receiving, even in patrol, we were helping field multiple tips that would come into the agency as we were looking for the children. And so through that investigation, I'd seen multiple pictures and images of Chad Daybell.
So is it fair to say that on June 9th that you were capable of identifying Mr. Daybell when you did?
Yes.
When you took your role, when's the first time that, let me withdraw that. Can you tell the jury what time of day, the best you can recall, that you arrived on scene to help with the search?
We arrived to the residence, I believe I got there just after 7 a.m. on the 9th.
And can you also let the jury know, were there other law enforcement agencies involved?
Yes, there were multiple law enforcement agencies involved.
Could you just briefly identify which agencies that were present?
The ones that I knew were present at that time were the Rexburg Police Department, the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, and the FBI.
Were there a large number of law enforcement present? Or a
Yes.
small number?
Yes.
So when you arrived, you were given this assignment. Please recall and then explain to the jury, when's the first time that you personally got eyes on Chad Daybell?
So it was approximately 7:30 when I observed him leave the residence and walk over to his vehicle that was parked on the back driveway, the east side of his home. He got in the vehicle and then moved his vehicle over to the west driveway area and backed his car into that driveway on the west side of the house.
And if I could have you explain to the jury, Detective Wheeler, when he moved the car to the west side driveway, can you explain to the jury what would his vantage point have been relative to the pond and the fire pit?
He may have been able to see the pond area a little better from that west front driveway where he moved the vehicle to.
And so once he moved the vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe him to do?
He sat in his vehicle and was on the phone for quite some time. Just sat there in his vehicle.
So as you saw him in the vehicle making phone calls, while he was doing that, what's the next thing that you remember he did?
So I remember there were multiple times that I could, because I was trying to keep eyes on him as well as the west side, the front part of the house. And there were multiple times I kind of saw him awkwardly looking over his right shoulder towards that east or that northeast corner of the property where the pond area was. And that's that time where some of the investigators and cadaver dogs were working.
And you just used the word awkwardly. Can you explain to the jury what you meant by awkwardly and what indicated to you that he was awkward?
The best way I can explain it is that for somebody to look over their right shoulder for, a long period of time. And the reason I use awkwardly is because there was one time that he did exit the vehicle and kind of walked towards the rear of his vehicle and looked in that direction. And that's when I figured that he was interested or suspicious of something going on in that area. And I had made note to one of the other officers that was close by that behavior.
And so when he got out and walked to the rear of the vehicle, based on your observation, would that have improved his vantage point back to the pond?
Yes.
What did he do next after he got out and walked to the rear of the vehicle?
So he got out, walked to the rear, kind of passenger side a little farther from on the passenger side of his vehicle, looked around for just briefly, and then got back in his vehicle.
What did he do next?
I believe he was on the phone for just a little bit longer, and then he drove over to Kitty Corner to his residence where his daughter was staying.
Were you aware that that was his daughter's home at that time?
Yes,
Which daughter?
I believe it was Emma.
What did he do when he drove over there?
I know that he had a conversation briefly outside and then had eventually gone into the home.
I assume, could you see him while he was inside the home?
I couldn't see him while he was in the home, though.
How long do you recall him being in the home?
Approximately an hour, hour and a half, maybe.
Eventually, did you see him come out?
Yes.
What did he do when he left that home?
I again was occasionally looking over to see if he was leaving or was needing anything and coming back to ask questions. And so I would look over there, and one of the times I did, I was talking to another detective, and he came out of the home and appeared to be in a hurry. He went directly from the home to his car, had some items in his hand, and then left the property. And I remember at that time that there were assigned detectives responsible for following him if he went certain places and just kind of keeping an eye on him. And so Detective Schmidt was one of those detectives. And so I mentioned to him, hey, Chad's leaving. And about that time, other investigators that were in the back of the property came jogging over saying, hurry and go stop him.
When you said leaving, did he leave on foot?
Sorry, so he got inside of his vehicle and drove going south. And I do remember the accelerating, you could hear the acceleration. And I thought, is he trying to run? I remember that was a thought that went to my mind. And then when the other detectives said, hurry, go stop him, where I was in a marked vehicle, I responded to that request.
In your experience as a law enforcement officer, is it common for someone who is the subject of a search at a home when they believe something is going to be found or is being found?
Judge, I'm going to object. This calls for speculation.
Based on it's training and experience, Your Honor.
Judge, no, this is,
Hold. Mr. Wixom, first of all, if there's an objection, let me think about it for a minute and respond before you start arguing against the objection. So please also for the court reporter, at this time, I am going to sustain that objection.
So you went and stopped him. Can you describe to the jury, you said he was, in your opinion, going fast, is that right?
Correct.
How far away from the home approximately was he before he was stopped?
It was right around the Fremont, Madison County line where he stopped. I couldn't give you an exact distance.
Did you make any personal contact with him when he stopped?
I did.
And what did he say or do?
So at the time, all I had was a request to stop him. I hadn't gathered any further information. The other detectives that had made that request were right behind me. And so I exited my vehicle and asked Chad to exit his vehicle and explained to him that that I had been asked to stop him and that the detectives were on their way to talk to him.
At that particular point, did you notice any change in his demeanor at all?
He didn't ask any questions, wasn't way shocked or surprised that he got stopped, and complied to the request that I asked of him.
At that point in time, did any other law enforcement become involved in contact with him?
Yes.
Who was it that you recall?
At the time, his rank was Lieutenant Ball and then Detective Hermosillo. And there were a few other officers. I don't necessarily know their names or who they were that were at the stop.
Now asking you to recount for us, what was the first thing that you remember law enforcement telling him?
So
Judge, I'm going to object.
Grounds
It's hearsay.
sustained.
Judge, may I argue that?
Go ahead.
It's not offered to prove the truth, Your Honor. It's just the effect on listener, which would have been Chad.
Well, but the point you brought up in the question, what was the first thing you remember law enforcement telling him? So I think it's just directly calling for hearsay. So it is sustained.
Once they, was there some interaction?
yes,
Once that interaction occurred, were you ever instructed or did you ever take it upon yourself to arrest Chad?
I placed handcuffs on Chad.
And what did you do with him once handcuffs were placed upon him?
He was told that he was being detained right now, and he complied. I correctly put the handcuffs on, checked for proper tightness, double locked them, and then put him in my patrol vehicle.
During that interaction, are you aware, was he ever advised whether or not there'd been a find on the property?
Yes,
What was he advised?
that they had found JJ.
So in your vehicle, do you have camera system?
Yes,
Is there any camera system inside of the vehicle itself?
yes, we have 3 different cameras that are linked together. One is inside where we put our prisoners, and then one is the dash cam, and then the one we wear, which is our body cam.
The one inside where you put your prisoners, what do you refer to that as?
The in-car camera.
Your Honor, at this time, I believe by stipulation, we have 2 proposed exhibits. One states 300A, the second is 300B. Well, first, just to offer to the court, they are a copy of the in-car patrol cam for this day for this officer, and then also the dash cam. I believe we have stipulation to their admission.
All right, on 300A, it's been offered. Is there stipulation from the defense?
Judge, there is for 300A and 300B, and as counsel correctly pointed out, one is the dash cam inside the vehicle. The other one is a camera that recording the same incident outside the vehicle by another officer. And correct me if I'm.
Agreed.
So both of those by agreement, Judge, are being admitted or proposed admission.
All right, exhibit 300A and exhibit 300B are both admitted.
Your Honor, with that, may I have permission to begin to publish 300A?
You may.
Thank you. And Your Honor, while I'm preparing this, I would just further want to note for the record, we likewise have a stipulation. These videos are each an hour and 50 minutes. I only intend to play approximately 15 minutes. We have an agreement between counsel that the state can play what they wish to, and defense counsel can likewise play what they may wish to.
All right, if you do that, Mr. Wixom, if there is some identifying marker on there, either a timestamp on the video itself, so we can identify in the record precisely what portions were played, then please do that when you publish.
Will do, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I can have just a moment, please. Your Honor, may I have just a moment? I'm just having a small tech issue. I'll be very quick.
All right.
Your Honor, the problem I'm having is this particular flash drive, and I prepared multiple, is not pulling up the file. It was moments ago. So if the court would like me to send this up, I have an alter original that I'd like to file, but it also is marked exhibit 300A.
Okay, well, the one that comes in will be the one that's published. We'll put it that way. So whatever you publish, that very drive needs to be the admitted exhibit.
Will do, Your Honor. Thank
Very
you.
well.
Judge, if we need to take a break, we can do that if you like.
Cool. Do you think you can get that going at this time? I'd rather kind of push through and get that before the morning break.
Judge, I'm optimistic that we can get this going. I just,
Sure, we'll give you a minute here.
thank everyone for their patience, Judge. I think I've got it ready.
Okay.
So for the record, Judge, I'm going to advance the video to 1 hour and 3 minutes and 3 seconds approximately to begin publishing that.
Okay, and then when you stop the video, please just note on the record the timestamp of when it stopped also.
Will do, Judge.
Thank you.
Before I play this, Detective Wheeler, you see on screen a video let's put in front of the jury.
Yes,
Can you just explain and confirm what that is?
that's my patrol vehicle with Chad Daybell sitting in the back section where we have our detainees.
And to confirm also, is this the day of June 9th, 2020?
Yes,
So this is all relative to the search that you've been testifying about already?
yes.
Thank you.
You understand why that?
Yeah.
So you just stay here with them? Okay.
Hi. They said I could talk with you and I didn't want you to be alone.
Judge, I'm going to stop at 1 minute, 1 hour, 3 minutes and 17 seconds and ask a question. Detective Wheeler, are you aware of who is the person that has just approached Mr. Daybell in the vehicle?
His daughter, Emma.
Thank you.
I love you so much.
I love you. Glad you came over.
I thought they had taken you downtown already.
I got about to the Fremont County line.
I saw it as soon as you left.
Again, stopping at 1 hour, 3 minutes and 38 seconds. Detective Wheeler, can you just explain to the jury the positioning of your patrol vehicle relative to the Daybell property and vantage points that could be seen from where Mr. Daybell is sitting as he sits now?
So we're parked on the south side of the residence. I believe the road is 200 north. So we're just south of the residence and facing west. And so if he were to look right outside of that open door, he would be looking at his house.
And from his sitting position, would he have a vantage point to see the pond area on his property or the fire pit area on his property?
From that position, he would just have to look over to his right shoulder and out that door, kind of towards the back of the vehicle.
What would he be able to see if he did that?
He'd be able to see the fire pit area for sure.
And to be clear, whose remains were found in the fire pit?
That was Tylee.
I'm going to go ahead and play this continuously for a while, Your Honor.
Chased you down and then they came back.
Ron,
Ron?
just concerning the car,
Huh?
I know they,
Yes.
oh, okay,
What's that?
just about the car.
Oh, we'll take care of the car. We're gonna take it.
Is she able
and then
to
we'll-
get it?
Yeah, you can get that. We may have to go through the car, if you're arrested in it,
Right,
the things we gotta do, but then.
she can have her bananas and her,
I gave him
her,
food.
We'll try to get a car before it's spoiled. How's that?
You can eat it.
so Eric, or Ron, so like my wallet, will that be able for her to pick up, or could I turn that over to her right now?
Is that in the car, is that here?
It's right here.
That's it's up to you. I don't see, can I look through it? Just make
Sure.
They're going to get Mark.
Lisa?
No,
Oh,
so guard.
oh.
Is there anything that you're gonna need in that?
Well, she'll be running my finances, I suppose, so. That has a little money on it, you could,
Okay, just, so these are credit cards, so you're good if she just takes them,
yeah,
correct?
um. In the middle drawer on the left side in Mark's room, there's about $90,000 in 2 white envelopes.
Okay.
So get that. Yeah, so. We'll talk more about car payments and stuff, but you have that password.
I do.
I believe the Hawaiian,
That's this one.
First Hawaiian Bank, if you use that same password for this account, it's Chad Daybell. What else you thinking? The producer there. This has nothing on it. It's like $6. That has to go away. So this, okay, in that same drawer. You can grab it. Is a piece of this that would fit in here, and it's got the company card, company business card. And so just make sure you get that.
And this is all in Mark's room.
Yeah, I put that in there. There's like a pamphlet with a guy who's sitting in a car. It's for the Wells Fargo auto loan.
That's the loan that they went on.
Yeah, and so that we'll talk about. So this has, if you go to Telmate, this is the card that's used.
Okay.
And so all you really do, you could probably just sign in as chad.daybell or start your own.
I have an account that I've been talking with Lori on.
Okay. But you could use this
To
card,
add money.
yeah, and to her if needed.
Okay.
So, yeah, she'll need to still have commissary money. Usually puts 30 a week in there. And you can probably talk to her too.
Okay.
Mhm. I'm sorry.
I love you so much.
Cooperate with them as much as you feel. You know what I mean?
I'm stopping at 107:58, Your Honor. Detective, based on your knowledge, at this point that day in the search, had law enforcement asked for any cooperation from Emma?
I can't testify to that because I don't know the extent of that.
Fair enough. Then narrowing it just to you, had you asked her to do anything or asked for any kind of cooperation from her?
No,
Thank you.
They've been kind to us today. I texted John Pryor, so he has my number. He said thank you.
Okay. And a lot of the company stuff that pays for the house should just auto pay still out of that company account. No, I left 5,000 in there.
Okay,
If you need some, come find me.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions you have?
I think, well, it sounds like you're not gonna be out. for a little
Right.
while. So I think my landlord texted me just to feel bad for me. I think I'm gonna come over here.
That's what I needed you to say, because, yeah, you and Joe,
Stopping at 10904, Detective Wheeler, I just want to reiterate, we just heard that comment about he's not likely going to be out. At that point in time, you had not formally put him under arrest, is that right?
aside from placing him in handcuffs and detaining him, no,
But you didn't advise him of potential charges or anything like that at that point?
no,
And as far as you know, had any other law enforcement advised him of any specific charges that he may be facing?
not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you.
and whatever Mark wants to do, he should stay with either you.
Take care of Mark, I'll take care of Lee. That's the card. I will, Dad.
or-
And I'll take care of me. We'll
But-
take care of you the best we can. Sorry to interrupt.
So keep paying the mortgage out of the company.
Okay,
No, you can probably set it up though.
okay.
I'm trying to, it's Wells Fargo. In that same pamphlet. Remember the password,
I'll look,
but
but I've had a lot of success with mom stuff, just saying, will you help me? My mom died. I'm pretty sure, will you help me? My dad's in jail. It's the same.
it should be paid through July 1st.
Okay,
And I think the car is paid through July 15th. So you shouldn't have any bills to worry about. Yeah, I'm not coming back. So all that stuff that's in the baby room is Lori's and mine. The suitcases you'll see in the box, just put it in the garage, I guess, after.
store it, see what happens.
You guys can. Yeah, you take that mattress from upstairs, I guess, do what you want, put the books back on the shelf. We're gonna make it through. I'm glad we could talk. I'm glad they let you come over.
I started crying and Lieutenant Ball went, do you want to talk to him? And like, Hannah, he said, he's just over there. It's like, oh, that changes things. So you probably saw us out there.
Yeah, I was watching. So, hopefully things will slow down for you guys and get left alone. But yeah, if they'll let you move out of there, you just get over here. You get guard.
Well, I
It still feels better.
would be moving soon. That's what the spirit was telling me, but I didn't know how it'll. I felt like I needed to learn more,
Hmm.
and now I get it.
So yeah, this is essentially the house, and we'll talk to John Pryor about the financial arrangement, but you should be fine for a while.
I think long enough to get on our feet.
I have a lot in that account with the other attorney, so that will take care of me for a while. And maybe we just do a refinance on the house or a home equity loan.
The does it?
I don't think it's gonna break us. I think that might be an option there. I might need to authorize putting you on the
On the
mortgage.
account with you? And just probably leave Joe off it.
Yeah. Yeah, keep me on it with you. And
Do you have accounts like that when you're in jail?
I don't know.
I guess this is the part you get to that there's someone else's accounts. Really.
Well, technically Spring Creek Book Company's office, so you can, we'll manage it that way. And find a way.
And you have you can send things through Amazon to the jail?
Yeah.
So like, I couldn't send you a package, but Amazon, if I ordered it through there, it could get to you.
Yeah.
I'll only do that as you ask for stuff.
Lori would know the Amazon account.
I'll talk to her.
Yeah. Cause I have like $265 or so in there as gift certificates. So don't pay.
Yeah, I won't.
We'll get it figured out. It's like Cholo 1105. Same as for Loves Elena at iCloud.com, I believe is the password. I don't know what they're gonna do with the computers. You could probably, it wasn't part of the search warrant.
Are they, do you know, are they leaving the computers?
Well, they were in my bag. They were in the car.
With him?
We'll probably hold on to those and try to get it out.
Okay, but things that are currently in the house will likely be left.
I don't know what to do. Take that.
Okay.
When we clear from here, whatever's in there.
It'll be left, okay.
I talked to them and told them the bedrooms and to not mess it up. And they didn't seem like they were gonna lumen all at all.
Okay.
But yeah, get Garth and Beth moved and you guys come over here. It'll work out. It's all in the Lord's hands.
Thank you so much.
We'll talk. Use,
You
use
always-
that cellmate. I don't know if I'm Madison or Fremont. I think they're deciding that right now, but
That's what it sounded like. Detective Ball wouldn't, or Lieutenant Ball wouldn't say because he didn't know.
I'm sure Fremont has a cellmate system.
Well, at Fremont, when I went in to get fingerprinted to teach, I was like in there, like in the jail. I was like in my like teacher clothes, this little recent grad. So I don't know what they do.
Sorry, all the neighbors are gonna be talking, but you
They already are. We're okay, Dad.
well, I,
We're okay. You raised us that we're independent now with your wallet.
glad you got that.
We're not holding it.
Right, but yeah, get that money out of there. Probably just put it in your own personal account. Rather than have the cash laying around. So you need some,
I think they've been okay. Good, talking with her. I might not tell Joe about it either.
about the money.
Yeah, I have an account that's just in my name. I'm just gonna put it in there. Wait,
Well, Garth knows about that money.
Garth doesn't spend this frivolously, Joe.
The checkbooks are in that drawer too. If needed, but you shouldn't need them. If at some point you feel you need to clear out the Hawaii account or something. You can check my email. I have to pick that computer, but my email, that Rexburg password is pretty much
Is that
everything
okay?
for the bank or my email. Cholo 1105, but I think I switched to all of those. Yeah, I talked to Lori just for like 2 minutes. So she's aware they were searching.
Was she surprised?
She seemed bothered or disturbed. I mean, yeah, but so yeah, I'll be fine.
I don't know what they told you, because I asked Lieutenant Ball, where did you find the human remains? 'Cause that's what they told me, is that they found human remains, and I said, well, there are several dogs that have been buried there, and he said, respectfully, Emma, I can tell the difference of human remains. And I asked, where was it? And he said, over by the pond, under that tree, that it was in the ground and had boards over it.
Okay.
But that didn't, Jason and I have walked all over there.
Yeah.
That, and I can see in your face that surprised you, that, because they asked, do you want to know what he's charged for? And then they went, well, actually, we don't have it. They said, we don't want to tell you something wrong.
How they're gonna.
And so he told me that what they're looking at is that they found one body with the probable cause. There's likely two. So I asked, are you gonna search the property forever until it's found? And he said, well, no, but we're going to look. And he said, because I said, what about, this is the home for my siblings and there's a baby. And he said, if you're not able to get back in tonight, we'll hook them up with a hotel. Said, you're not in trouble.
I think they'll let them back.
I
There's nothing in the house. They haven't.
Stopping at 1 hour, 19 minutes and 17 seconds. Detective Wheeler, at that point, to the best that you can recall, was any of the search focused inside of the house?
Not that I can recall.
So the focus, as based on your memory, was all outside of the house.
Correct.
Focused on the house at all.
We've kind of been looking in it in the yard.
Yeah, I mean, Mark gets back, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I think we're okay coming over. We just have to have law enforcement escort us onto the scene, and
We'll make it through.
Mark deals with trauma weird that he just acts vaguely unimpressed. So I called him and said, Dad got arrested, and he said, well, I guess I should come home. Yeah, Mark, you should.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't need to go. Yeah.
I don't want to. Joe is home. He's home and he has Chase. Garth and Seth went in Garth's car to pick up Mark.
So if you can get that.
A couple seconds.
Okay, okay. Yeah, just let Mark use the Equinox or however you rearrange the cars. But yeah, it's all a matter of timing. It seemed to come together. But I love you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for letting me speak with him.
Yes. Just when that cellmate, once I'm available to talk, we can talk. So, thank you. Love you.
Now, stopping at 121:16. For the record, I'm going to advance to 121:39. $121.36. Detective Wheeler, I just invite you to watch carefully what Chad does, and I'm going to stop and let you explain any significance to that. stopping at 12147. Detective, what direction is Mr. Daybell looking when he just turned his head and looked back?
It appears to me he's looking over to the fire pit area.
And that is in fact where Tylee's remains were found.
Yes,
And you were present when her remains were found, is that correct?
I was.
Can you just briefly describe what your observations were when you were involved in that process?
So I had been tasked with helping carefully excavate around the remains. The odor was horrible. The decay had set in. We were trying to get pieces of flesh and bones as much kept together as possible until we were able to get most of it out and laid out and packaged.
Thank you. And to be clear for the jury, before you became involved in the actual search and helped find Tylee, what did you do with Chad in the back of your patrol car?
So shortly after that, we were asked to transport him to the Fremont County Jail. So Detective Schmidt and I transported him to that facility.
So then what did you do after you transported him back to the jail?
I was asked to come back to the scene, and that's where I was informed that they'd also found an area where
I'm going to object at this point. That calls for hearsay.
It sounds like there wasn't foundation for that, so I'll sustain that.
So when you returned, what did you do specifically?
I assisted in searching the area of the fire pit.
And were you the lead investigator at that point?
No.
Was there a lead investigator?
Yes.
And were you following directions from whomever that was?
Yes.
As you recall, who was that person?
It would have been either Lieutenant Ball or Detective Hermosillo, but I can't say for sure.
There's no doubt you were a subordinate. Is that fair?
No doubt.
I think the last question, about how long were you back at the property in this process of recovering Tylee's remains?
I had returned back to the property at approximately 1:30 or 2 in the afternoon after I dropped Chad off. And we were there the rest of that day and into the next day, the 10th.
Approximately how many hours the rest of that day were you there?
I had to estimate another 5 or 6. I also assisted in setting up light trailers and things for scene security overnight. Sorry, light trailers.
Your Honor, at this time, I don't have any further questions. I might ask as a courtesy to counsel if he wants me to leave my laptop and the exhibit in case he wants to play from it.
Judge, I can use my own laptop and I've marked as exhibit number 63 on my list, a copy of the outside video that Officer Wheeler was involved in. There's 2 videos that we stipulated to. Just as a precaution, Judge, and it's not that I don't trust Mr. Wixom's technology, but I'd ask Mr. Wixom to stipulate to the admission of my exhibit number 63, which I'll make a representation is the exact audio video of the outside of the stop of Mr. Daybell.
We do not object, Your Honor. We believe it will precisely mirror and should precisely mirror exhibit 300B from the state that you've already admitted.
Let me be really clear on that then. So we've already admitted 2 exhibits. I really don't want a duplicate exhibit. And it sounds like 300B would be the same as 63.
That's what I believe based on the representations of counsel, yes.
All right, counsel, if there's a way to use the same single exhibit, I would prefer that to avoid any confusion in the record.
Judge, for convenience, would Mr. Wixom permit me to use my video of 63 for demonstrative purposes with this witness?
Counsel, why don't you work that out? I think what we'll do is take a mid-morning recess before you begin cross, Mr. Pryor. And if you'll talk just for a moment, we've already admitted 300B. And so again, I'm just hesitant to have a duplicate video showing the same thing. I guess I'm not, maybe I could be convinced, but I think it's best practice to have one exhibit for one video.
Certainly.
So if your file works in his computer, perhaps he can just use his computer with the admitted court exhibit 300B.
It's fine with me, Your Honor.
Okay, if you'll take a look at that on the break, let's go ahead and take our mid-morning recess. Let's try to reconvene again in 30 minutes.
Your Honor, for the record, I wanted to turn in the exhibit that I just played because there was the issue with the other player, just so the court can keep track of what was just played.
Okay, yeah, that'll be the one that will be the 300A.
Thank you.
All right. We'll be in recess.
Hey y'all. So I guess we're on break now. And that was we hadn't heard that before. Emma talking to Chad about money and all that stuff. And wow, Emma said she's been talking with Lori. Wow. I'm guessing her mind has changed about Lori since she had that conversation with Daddy through the police car window. Isn't that something? Emma. Big Stick said it's always about the money. Yes, it is. I'm going to see if I can find someplace where it says we can clarify whether he had $90,000 in his room or $9,000. Well, Nate's not saying. See if Hidden True Crime is saying. It's funny. Emma said, "You raised us. We're independent now with your wallet." We aren't Colby. He's got some nerve. Well, that was awesome news. Still haven't figured out about the $90,000. I guess I could ask Nate that. So I'm here and I'm looking to see if there's any comments being made. Right now we're having a 30-minute break. And I appreciate it if you stay with us, but also if you want to go grab something to eat and bring it back. I think this is a fine time for grabbing your snack. I must not be in the right place. For reading what Nate had to say. I'm looking through the comments. So undoubtedly there's two films. There was like one that was recording Chad and his daughter there. And then there was another one that was on the outside that was recording. Oh, I can barely hear my mother's TV in there. I hope y'all can't hear it. Rachel Carter says, I'm a bit behind at the 1.075 part. What the fuck, Emma? You're a fucking monster too. You're an absolute beast, as your father giggles at right at getting out. Yes, I was kind of weird, wasn't it? Lamisha said they all had bags of cash. Cash, Staples, Alex, Zelema, Melanie's, Chad, Lori. Seattle 69 says they're making ham and scrambled eggs with pepper jack cheese. That sounds like a good lunch. Great day, Mom says. Yes, she is, and I guess she's talking about Monster, Emma the Monster. Trace says, Mad Donut, they would barely be getting over using the stuff when they really need storage. Just go from one to the next. We're so close to in age. I think I skipped someplace. Dream Big said, how do they all have large amounts of cash that seem to never really have had jobs? Exactly. I was thinking the same thing when he was telling his daughter that there was like $5,000 in the bank account for the company, and then there was money on this and some bank in Hawaii and bags of cash in Mark's room. I guess Mark's gone for 2 years and nobody goes in his room. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that. Does she actually make fun of Colby? Yes, they're all con artists. Life insurance. Ravina says that's where they get their money. Well, wow, that's all I got to say. I broke my foot and I couldn't even get the insurance to pay right on that. Yep, Nate Eaton saw that large Ziploc bag of money. Isn't it crazy to have a big, at least you should have it not out there waving it around. Trevor Levick said they're all living off of blood money. I think you're right. Oh, that's true. It's just Robbie. He had 12 copies of Tammy's death certificate, so he may have more stuff going on than we knew about it. Let's see here. Chris says they should have make a timeline of Chad and his children around the involvement with these victims and show how much they knew these victims. I mean, JJ and T were around Chad's children. I don't think JJ and Tylee were ever around Chad's children. I think they were already dead because they died shortly after she got to Idaho. So I don't know that they ever even met the kids. Liza Joe wants to know, do they have to pay tithing on life insurance? I don't know. Liza Joe. Don't know. I want to say it was close to $500,000 is what Chad got for Tammy, but I may be wrong about that. maybe they bought them some tents with their money, because according to Chad, when that time comes to go to the mountains, only the people that's got their that have their tithing paid and have their food storage for 2 years get to go. Everybody else has to wait, according to Heather Daybell. So if you're a poor person with a minimum wage job, you may not get to go. Seattle said she lost 40 pounds on the keto diet last year. Well, that's something. I'm not very good at staying on any diet for more than a week, I guess. The word diet makes me want to eat a bag of Doritos. Ravina Rhombohedral says Ravana, Denver. Chad got $430K for Tammy's murder. So that's what it was. I bet you they had a school insurance policy too, y'all. She worked at a school. I'm sure they had insurance on them. Mad Donut said they were in Hawaii acting guilty with a Ziploc bag. They were. You know that if you had done something like this, I don't guess, we don't know, because none of us would do something like this. But you would think you would lay low a little bit and not tempt fate by, going to places that people would expect you to go. I'm going to check this Nate thing again and see. Let's see, Nate. So I wonder what John Pryor thinks he's going to. Not a word. So they've been on break for about 11 minutes. So that means we've got about that much more to go. I guess we could go back and see if we could. I'm scared I would lose the place, and then there would be. So, started this off by Lori asking for prayers. We should all send Judge Boyce a thank you note for all this being better. Because it certainly is better than it was. Well, go to Facebook and see if we have people watching on Facebook. So here we are on Facebook. Woohoo! Took some Benadryl last night because I'm all sneezing from working in the yard, and now I'm feeling all crazy in the head, a little bit sleepy. If you thought that Chad said that there was $9,000 in Mark's room or 90,000, put a 90 or a 9 in the chat, and let's see who thinks that. I thought he said 90, so I'm gonna put 90K is what I thought he said. Did anybody else think different? It's really something, isn't it? Let's see who else might be in there posting something. I'm just looking to see what I can find out, y'all. We're all didn't know what in the world those kids bleed, but it is a little scary, isn't it? So we're waiting for them to come back, and so it's been 19 minutes. So we're almost there. I know I want to thank y'all for sticking with me. Can't believe that all of you people are sticking with me through this long break. Maybe Krisha will go back and take out some of this long break stuff that I have. Let's see if Nate's back in the courtroom yet. Nate, are you starting to leave any little breadcrumbs? We're still waiting for them to come back in the courtroom. We've been 19 or 20 minutes. It's just ridiculous that anybody would think that you should treat anybody the way that these people have acted. And here we are, though. I'm going to refresh this. So don't let it scare you. Yes, Tylee would be a grown-up now. JJ would be much older. Should almost be getting back time. I know, I hope they're okay too. Man. So we should be getting back some. Let's see if Nate's back in his chair. He usually chip chaps just before court starts. Well, I hope Nate's okay. Okay. Huh. So, according to what I just saw, another YouTuber say that it was 9K instead of 90K. They really went through some money, didn't they? Oh my goodness. Nate says that Emma said that she called Mark, her brother, and told her that her dad was arrested. Chad says it's all a matter of timing and things will come together. He says he loves Emma and they hug. He says they can talk on Tellmate. Wixom pauses the video and advances to another clip. So that's pretty wild, isn't it? I'm going to put that from Nate in our thing. I had no. So they took their morning recess. It says that they were taking their morning recess 26 minutes ago. So they should be back pronto amigo. Okay, I'm going to update it. Don't let it scare you. Who was she talking about when Emma said they don't know how to process trauma? Like, is she kidding? Is she an expert on how to deal with trauma? Yeah, I don't know who she's talking about either. Well, they may have said a 30-minute break, but Nate said that it was 15. He said that we're taking a morning recess before Pryor begins cross-examination, back in 15 or 20 minutes. So it may be 30 minutes. They're 15 and 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. Yep, it's been 26 minutes. And I'm going to be the hall monitor on timing them. Yes, Gene P. and Fun to Ski. He did. He gave 3 of the adult children $8,000 each. And then he had I guess that money in the bag was for Mark. And Mark lost his money that day, y'all. Bo Peep says Leah was the only one who looked doubtful about her dad's innocence. I couldn't tell if she was talking about Mark or Garth or her husband's trauma. Who goes to Knott's Berry Farm on blood money anyways? I feel so gross spending my mother's insurance money partying. Wow. Jazz Jewel says, I wonder if Tammy believed he was a prophet as well. These fringe beliefs are deeply intertwined with the normalities anywhere, like the secret societies within their stepmom. Fun to Ski says she don't think Seth was sure in the 2020 interview, in his opinion. Gene P's got to get that hair on that Maltese groomed because he'll be vicious if you let it grow out. I keep seeing that cursor and me not doing it kind of is a little worrisome. It has been 30 minutes. Whoever said it was going to be 30 minutes, you're right. I don't want to go to sleep while I'm sitting here. I took Benadryl for my sneezing because I thought I'd be sneezing on the microphone all day and I may be snoring if I'm not careful. Pryor is no Johnny Cochran, that's for sure. Well, he's not Johnny Cochran, but he sure is aggressive. They're on tater time up in Idaho, Donna. That's pretty funny. Janelle Murphy says, yes, he was leading a double life when he was away from her and out at the conferences and talking to other groups of people. He was leading a double life. Double life, I mean. Let's see, Nate, get back from y'all's snack. You had time to have lunch. Okay. Nate says they're back in the courtroom. Chad Bell's sitting alone at his table waiting for the attorneys and judge. So Nate says they're back in the courtroom. So it shouldn't be long. Shouldn't be long since they're back in the courtroom. That's nice, Trace. It says, my daughter and I go every year on Christmas Day to Disney. It's like the best day ever. Well, isn't that something? That is a good thing. Ravina Denver says, Tammy deserves much better than this. She was such a kind, loving person. I'm getting so mad at her kids. Yeah, that is kind of crazy that those kids would do that way. Look, y'all, I want y'all to take care of your health throughout the day. I want you to get a snack, make some popcorn, eat something, drink. Lisa Talibu says she cannot get past those Daybell kids. Oh no. You know, it's a patriotic, it's a man-centered culture. And I noticed that Heather Daybell said that they were all so hooked on Chad's father more than his mother. They didn't have much to say about their mother. Janelle says, sad thing is Emma was ignored by her dad and she is the first one to defend him. Patriarchal. Yes, Janelle, that was what I was trying to say. Yes. And that is kind of the way it is too. She was ignored by her daddy. She was the first to defend him. Clancy says Lori's last two husbands before Chad were attractive, successful men who adored her at one time. The only thing Chad had was on ability to bestow Lori to goddess power. That was his lure. Yes, it was. Rachel Carter says, we'll trace the different attractions for different people. You couldn't force me back to Disney unless I was had a very young grandchild. I went for a week when my kids were young and were miserable. Lamisha said, listen, abused kids, neglected kids, etc. always want the approval of that parent, and it runs deep and sadly. Bo Peeps says, Melanie Gibb told Sherry Dottle that the Tylee didn't like anybody. Can you blame her, Gibb? No wonder Tylee was so protective over JJ. I know that's true. Well, let's see what Nate is having to say. Still, he just got that about them just coming in. Waiting. Baby girl 5478 says they only consider themselves, never those around them, especially the children, even though they might be adults. So sad. I feel for Emma and her siblings. I feel for them too, but they need to wake up a little bit. Trace in the case said it's definitely not the happiest place on earth, like they say, with the kids wanting things and overstimulated, tired, waiting in long lines, but it's our little slice of heaven. The kid in me loves it. Yeah, I'm beginning to think they did just take a lunch. Just went out and got them a Subway Italian sandwich and didn't tell us. Oof. I've never been to Disney World either. Soul's Eyes, Jules. I haven't been to Disney World either. I did think about it when my kids were little, but I would have been worried to death that I would have lost one of them in there. Well, we didn't have any idea that they had that, did we? Oh, shoot. Now, why have that alarm set? Okay, Nate. What's going on in that courtroom? Nothing. I'm going to have to go get me a drink whenever he lets up. Y'all starting to get hungry? I am thankful that instead of getting mad and say these are the cameras you got, this is the audio that you got, that Judge Boyce and them improved things. So we can be thankful for that because it is much better than it was last week. I'll be able to hear. Okay, let me go back and see what Lamicia's theory was. I'm sorry I'm being so, okay. Pryor is bringing stuff up. I bet stalling tactics to endlessly drag this out. Yes, that is probably what's going on. Trace, on the case that I used to hate Christmas and the rush of the months and all the way it started this tradition, and the decorating and the lights are amazing. It's only a day. It was too in a better times. A week's too long. Five hours away from LA. Here we go.
Thank you. Please be seated. You can go now. And then we'll have the jurors brought in, please. All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we concluded our mid-morning recess at this time then. Detective Wheeler's still on the stand, still under oath for his testimony. And this will be the time for cross-examination. When you get to any exhibits, we did discuss those in the sidebar. And Mr. Pryor, you can just move for admissions of any exhibits you have with this cross-examination. So.
And Judge, by stipulation of the parties are stipulating to Defense Exhibit 63, which represents the body cam of Officer Wheeler, which I don't think has been brought up yet.
All right, Exhibit 63 was clarified. It is not the same as what we previously said was 300B. So 63 is a new exhibit, and I understand the state's reviewed that. Is there any objection to Exhibit 63 being admitted? All right, Exhibit 63 is admitted then. Mr. Pryor, you can commence with your cross.
And Judge, at the appropriate time, I'll ask permission to publish when I get to that point.
Very well.
Officer Wheeler, I just want to clarify a couple of things if we could.
Yep.
I want to clarify your role from the morning when you arrived at 7 a.m. and your testimony is you did arrive at about 7 a.m. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then what was your role immediately at 7 a.m.?
So I assisted in securing the front roadway that goes in front of the property, 1900 East. And then just assisting with any crowd control and traffic control at that intersection in that road.
Okay. Was there a significant crowd there at that point?
No, there had not been right at 7.
Okay. And approximately how many officers were there at the time?
I can't testify to that.
Okay. You did say multiple agencies, right?
Correct.
Those agencies would include the FBI,
Yes.
the Rexburg Police Department,
Yes.
the Fremont County Police Department,
Sheriff's office.
Sheriff's office. Sheriff's office, yes. Madison County as well?
I don't recall seeing any Madison County to my knowledge.
Okay. Any other citizens there other than law enforcement who were present that you recognized
Not on the property, no.
on the 9th?
Not on it. Nope.
Okay. Okay. Now, your duties at the time back on this date of 2020, what was your primary job other than this, working on this case at that time?
I was a sergeant in patrol, so helping with scheduling, shift coverage.
So you would also go out on patrol and you would do, that was part of your role, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And and at the time, you were, this is where I'm a little confused. At the time you were with the Rexburg Police Department or were you with a different agency?
Rexburg Police Department.
Okay. And as part of your duties, as part of your role as a sergeant, supervisory role, you had a vehicle with a camera inside, right?
Yes.
And the camera also videotaped outside, is that right?
Yes.
And as part of your role in a supervisory position with the Rexburg Police Department, you also carried a body cam, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and it was standard for you to carry a body cam as part of your role as in a supervisory position, is that right?
For patrol, yes.
Okay, okay. Now, in describing Fremont County, that's a rural part of town out near Mr. Daybell's place, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, from 7 o'clock until what time did you leave your role as your supervisory position in overseeing the comings and goings of people going onto the property?
I would say when I was asked to make the traffic stop.
So in other words, you were there at 7 a.m. And when you made the traffic stop, and again, what time was that?
Believe it was approximately 11:20 a.m.
Okay, so you were there for approximately 4 hours and 20 minutes. Your role was to supervise the outside of the property there and obviously keep an eye on Mr. Daybell, right?
Correct.
Okay. And from 7 o'clock until 11 o'clock, again, tell me where Mr. Daybell's whereabouts were?
So initially he got into his car, moved it to the west side of his home in the driveway. Later took it over to the house kitty corner from his property and then left southbound on 1900 East.
Okay, so from the time he parked the car in the driveway, how long did he sit in the driveway?
This would be an estimation,
Oh, that's-
approximately an hour, 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay, so and I'm not going to hold you to this.
Yeah.
7 to 8 o'clock is fair for him being in the driveway.
He didn't exit the house till 7:30
Okay, 7 to 8:30 in the driveway?
approximately.
And then you saw him get in his car. And you said that he was the tail end was backed into to the garage, right?
At his property, yes,
So the tail end of his vehicle was to the back where the garage is.
correct.
And how far from the back of the garage was Mr. Daybell's bumper? Can you tell me?
I couldn't
Was it close? Was it far?
to the garage.
Yeah.
Back bumper to the garage.
Yeah.
I know you could walk between it.
You could walk between it.
Yes.
So there wasn't 30 feet, but it was closer to just a couple of feet to get behind.
I can't testify to that.
You don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay, that's okay. So then approximately about 8:30, you saw the car exit and he drove over to Emma's place. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay, did he have any contact with law enforcement up until that time?
he had.
He had?
Yes.
Do you know who spoke with him?
I don't know everybody that spoke to him when they made contact inside the home originally.
So at some point, he was advised that they found remains on his property. When did that take place?
That didn't take place to my knowledge until he was stopped on a traffic stop.
Oh, okay. So and this is where I'm kind of confused. And please, educate me a little bit. So you said that Mr. Daybell was in Emma's house, his daughter's house, for about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And while he was in the house, you didn't see him try to run away or flee or do anything like that, right?
Correct.
He didn't have any knowledge of anything going on out on his property other than there were multiple police officers out there, right?
I can't testify to that. I don't know what he could see from that home.
Well, as a patrol officer, you understand, and as a sergeant, you understand that when someone is stopped for a traffic ticket, there's a certain amount of anxiety with people when that happens to them. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
And would you agree then that if there are 30 police officers, 30 plus police officers showing up at your property and looking all over your property outside, not inside, but outside, would that tend to think that maybe you're a little curious about what's going on your property?
It could.
And that doesn't mean that you're guilty of anything. That doesn't mean you have any knowledge. What that means is you're curious about why are there 30 officers wandering around my property? Wouldn't you agree with that?
That could be the case.
Okay, thank you. So then when Mr. Daybell left Emma's house, it's your testimony that he sped off. Is that what your testimony was?
I believe it appeared that he was speeding.
It appeared he was speeding. Okay. So he doesn't have any knowledge about what's going on the property at that point, right?
No, I don't know that.
Okay,
don't know what
he hasn't been told by anybody from the law enforcement agency that that they found something on his property. Is that fair?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay. And then in your testimony, and maybe he wasn't speeding, and maybe he was going fast. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so he wasn't racing off then, correct?
He accelerated quicker than,
Okay. And the speed limit on Salem Highway, and I've been on there a couple of times, is about 50 miles an hour. Starts slow, but when you get right on Salem Highway, it's a 50-mile-an-hour road.
Council's testifying.
Okay, I'll ask him, Judge Instead.
Hold on. Again, when there's an objection, I don't want an immediate argument back. I want a moment to rule, and that objection is overruled.
Okay.
So you can re-ask and the officer can answer if he knows, knowing he's a law enforcement officer in the
Okay.
area.
Do you have knowledge of what the speed limit is on Salem Highway in front of Mr. Daybell's house?
50 miles an hour.
Okay, so 50 miles an hour. So if you're pulling out of a driveway and Emma's where she used to live is right on Salem Highway, right?
Correct.
So it wouldn't be unusual for someone to pull into traffic and start accelerating into going down the road, right?
No.
Okay. Now, I saw on the body cam, did you have a chance to go look over your body cam?
Yes.
Okay, and when did you review that?
Couple days ago. I don't remember
Okay,
the date.
now I saw on the body cam, and if we have to, we'll play this for everybody if you have trouble remembering something, but I saw on the body cam where you pull up and Mr. Daybell stopped in a vehicle and you get out of the vehicle. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then you walked up to, it looked like there were about 4 or 5 officers there, right?
I know that there were 2 unmarked surveillance officers that were there with me at that time.
Okay, but Officer Homercio was there.
He arrived shortly after,
Officer Ball was there.
arrived shortly after.
And as soon as they arrived and you walked up, there was a discussion to Mr. Daybell about where he was going. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that.
Did you have a discussion that he was going to visit somebody that morning?
I did not.
Did he have a discussion about having a meeting with his lawyer that morning?
Not to my,
Remember that?
not to my knowledge.
Okay. So you have no recollection of the discussion of anyone at that point pointing out to Mr. Daybell that he can't go see his lawyer, the lawyer can come to him?
I do recall overhearing a statement about his lawyer.
Okay, so now you remember the statement about the lawyer. So gleaming from that statement, you were to understand that Mr. Daybell was in the process of going to see his lawyer, right?
No,
Okay. Judge, I'm going to ask to publish the body cam that's been previously admitted into evidence, and I'll see if I can get this to go.
And that'll be exhibit 63.
Yes, Your Honor.
There's pretty dogs coming through, I believe, with the on the follow tape.
What do we got? Do we know what we have?
I don't know what they want.
Yeah, go and step out here for us. They just asked us to stop you, so just come right here. They're gonna come and chat with you, okay? Just stand right here. You don't have anything on you? No weapons or nothing?
Okay, Shannon. We were. So we're gonna detain you for a minute. We'll figure out what we're gonna do. Well, your attorney can now come to you.
Okay. So it's difficult to hear Mr. Daybell, but he commented to the officer when the officer inquired, what he was doing. Do you now recall that?
I couldn't hear what
Okay.
he said.
But the officer's response to Mr. Daybell was, now your lawyer can come to see you. Did you recognize that?
Yes,
Which officer, by the way, said that?
I believe that was Lieutenant Ball.
Okay, so Lieutenant Ball is the one who said, your officer can come to you now. Is that fair? Your
Attorney,
lawyer can come to you now.
yes,
Okay. So it appears that Mr. Daybell was in the process of going to see his lawyer that morning.
I can't testify to that.
Right. But according to Lieutenant Ball's comment, your lawyer can come to you now. It sort of presumes that, doesn't it?
I could presume that he was trying to call or wanted to talk to his attorney first.
Okay, and he was doing that in his car as he was driving away, right?
I don't know that.
Or he was doing that driving down the road instead of spending another hour in his house with Emma, talking to his lawyer on the phone. He chose to instead, well, I'll just get in the car and.
Objection, Your Honor, it's calling for speculation.
Sustained.
And then after that point, you put Chad into handcuffs, right?
Yes,
Put him in the back of your car.
yes,
And that was the video that we observed with Mr. Wixom, correct?
correct.
Okay. Now, do you recall, Mr. Daybell, on the video that you looked at with Mr. Wixom, where Mr. Daybell mentions, I don't know what they're charging me with? Do you record him saying that?
Yes,
Okay. Now, you also record him, or also recall him, excuse me, saying to Emma, cooperate as much as you feel. Remember Emma saying that?
Yes.
Okay. At what point during that process was Mr. Daybell advised that they found a body on his property?
Right prior to this clip right here.
Okay. And so at the point that he was having a discussion with his daughter, Emma, at that point, he didn't know what he was being charged with, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Nobody told him what he was being charged with, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
But it's a pretty serious allegation if you get put in a set of handcuffs and put behind a van, and then suddenly they say, we found a body on your property, right?
Could you repeat the question?
That's a pretty serious allegation.
Yes,
In your traffic experience, that's not something that happens every day, right?
right.
So at that point, Mr. Daybell is put in the back of the car, Chad's put in the back of the car, and Emma was allowed to talk with him, right?
Correct.
So we don't know what was going on in Mr. Daybell's mind, do we?
I don't.
Right. And we don't know what he's thinking, right?
Right.
But we do know that he's been told, guess what? They found a body on your property, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're in handcuffs, right?
Correct.
And then Mr. Daybell says, we're going to make it through this, right?
Yes, sir.
And he's talking to his daughter about financial, where he can come up with money, credit cards, business accounts that he has, things like that, correct?
They were discussing those.
Right. So the purpose of discussing that, we don't know whether he was doing that to try to figure out a way if he could post bond on a release after he's being accused of this, right?
I don't know that.
You don't know that, right? We don't know what the reason for him trying to get his financials in order, right?
Right.
Now, I want to go back to the driveway. And originally, Chad was parked in a driveway from the south side. There's a driveway that comes in through the south, right?
Yeah, southeast of the residence.
Southeast of the residence. A long driveway that gets right into the middle of what I would call the backyard, the lawn area of the yard, right?
Correct.
Okay, now that's where he originally was parked, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that parked in that location gives you the best view of the fire pit and the pond?
I don't know about the pond because there was a shed there, but the fire pit.
Clearly the fire pit, right?
Correct.
And you don't know about the pond because the pond is off back on a portion of the property set back a little further, right?
Correct.
And it's a distance to see it, correct? That'd be fair, wouldn't it? Fair?
Distance is pretty relative, I guess.
Okay. Well, how far from where Mr. Daybell was parked to looking at the tree where they found JJ's remains?
I couldn't testify to an exact
Okay.
distance.
All right, fair enough. It's a distance though. This isn't his backyard, right?
You could see it easily,
Okay, you could see it easily from that location where he was.
distance wise, that amount of distance.
Okay, but the remains of both of these children were found in the pasture area, right?
Yes.
So if we say what I'm talking about, the backyard, would you agree with me that the backyard is where this driveway is and where the lawn is? That would be really the backyard. Would you agree with that?
That's landscaped as grass, yes.
Right, okay, and then beyond a fence is the fire pit, and then further down off in the far, which would be the northeast corner, is a tree with a pond back some ways away from the house, right?
To the north of the fire pit.
Right. So this is what I'm struggling with. This is where I'm having some difficulty. If you have such a good view of the fire pit and the pond with the tree where JJ was found, if your purpose is to observe and see what's going on for some nefarious reason, why would he move?
I believe he was advised to, so they could get crime scene stuff in and out of that driveway.
Okay, so he was told he had to get out of there.
I believe so.
Okay, do you know who told him that?
I don't.
Okay. So then he drives out and goes in front of the house in the driveway.
Correct.
There's no other place to go. He has to go in the driveway, right?
If he wants to remain at the house, yes.
Right. And it's your testimony that he was looking around a little bit at that point, right?
Correct.
Okay, so, you know, he wasn't emotional at that point, right?
I didn't have a good vantage point to
Okay.
determine that.
He didn't have a look of fear on his face at that point. Is that right?
Not that I could see.
Okay. He didn't have a look of nervousness or tension or anything like that, did he?
I believe that he did
You believe he did? Are you basing that on him turning his head and looking around?
multiple times.
Okay, how many times is multiple?
There was 4 or 5, and then him exiting the vehicle.
Okay, okay. So if someone is on your property and there are 30 police officers digging around on your property, you don't think someone would be curious about what's going on your property?
That's why I said that I believe he was nervous.
Okay, he was curious.
It could be both, yes.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay. But then he didn't run at that point, right?
No,
He went over to his daughter's, right?
correct.
And he was there for an hour and a half, almost 2 hours. Right?
Correct.
And then we just saw the video. He got accelerated a little bit, 50 miles an hour on Salem Highway. And when he stopped, he was planning on going to see his lawyer. Right?
I don't know that.
Okay. Well, why would Lieutenant Ball say he's gonna have to come to you? Was that
Calls
just
for
what he-
speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Lieutenant Ball said to him, your lawyer's gonna have to come to you, right?
Something along those lines, yes.
So there was at least a discussion about going to see the lawyer, right?
I don't know that.
Okay. You just think that was a statement Lieutenant Ball would just throw out there?
Judge, this has been asked and answered. It's a pure speculation. The witness doesn't know.
I'll move on, Judge.
Well, again, I'd like to be allowed a chance to rule on that, and it is sustained as asked and answered. So do move on, Mr. Pryor.
Okay. Now, after you put Chad in the back of the car and what we talked about with Emma, talking about the finances, and there was a time when Emma made a comment that I can tell by your expression that you didn't know what was going on out there, something to that effect. You remember hearing that?
Yes,
Okay, and you saw Chad's eyes when they talked about the body and his expression. So he had a reaction to that surprise. Would you agree with that?
I couldn't see that.
Okay. But obviously we have the video and we can make our own determination at some point, right?
Sure.
What the reaction was when he's told about a body that was being found. Okay. So then subsequent to that time, after Emma left, if you look at the outside camera of the premises, Chad, at one point, you talked about this, looked back, right? And you said that was towards the fire pit, right?
There were multiple times that he looked back towards that area, yes.
But if he was looking back, if you look at the position of the car, isn't it true that he was actually looking back at his daughter walking away and Officer Dave Hope behind the vehicle?
I don't know.
You don't know
Where-
what he was looking at?
No, I don't know where Emma was at. She lives in front of the vehicle, so I don't know why she would be behind it.
Okay, and then the video speaks for itself, though, as to what exactly Chad was looking at, right?
It shows what direction he was looking at.
Okay, on the outside body, the outside cam of your vehicle, right?
In the front, I don't know what outside cam you're talking
The
about.
camera that was recording the encounter from the outside of your vehicle.
My body cam,
No, there were two cameras there. There was
front car camera,
front car camera, and then there was the one inside the car as well, right?
correct.
Okay. But the cameras will speak to themselves as to where Chad was looking, right?
Yes,
Okay. Now, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I may be mistaken. But I thought you previously testified that by looking straight out the window, the way Chad's vehicle was positioned, that looking straight out the driver's or the passenger side window or the window he was in would be right directly at the fire pit. Isn't that what you testified to?
His residence.
Okay. So you're telling me that by looking behind or back, he's looking away from his residence. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. So again, what time did you drop Chad off at the jail?
Believe it was approximately 12:45.
Okay. And I just need to clarify something else. How have you been on that property before?
Prior to that day?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. All right. But you saw cadaver dogs there on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And again, what time did you get back from after you dropped Chad off?
Back to the residence approximately 13:30, 1:30.
And for those of us who aren't in the military,
Sorry,
that'd be 1:30, right?
approximately 1:30 p.m. Yeah.
Okay. I can do that math, I think. And then you were there until what time at night?
I don't recall the exact time until we decided to
Okay.
convene till the next day.
And your primary goal at that point was excavation, is that right?
After I had returned, they reassigned me to help with the property.
Okay, and what role specifically? Were you at the fire pit or were you at the tree back behind the pasture there?
Primarily the fire pit area.
Okay, and do you recall who was with you at the fire pit?
There were multiple people.
When you say multiple, how many are we talking about?
I don't even want to estimate. There
That
was,
many?
there was people coming and going.
Oh,
So I don't
okay.
recall who was there and when.
And they were handing off the shovels and the tools used to do that?
Not necessarily handing them off, maybe expanding areas to look at and sift through.
And at one time, how many people would you say were digging around the fire pit with you?
I don't want to testify to that. I don't know.
You don't want to testify or you don't
I don't
know?
know. I don't know for sure how many.
Was it more than 2?
Yes.
Was it more than 4?
Yes.
Was it more than 8?
I don't, no, I don't know.
Okay, and were you using just shovels?
No, they had sifters, hand tools, shovels.
So shovels, sifters, hand tools, anything else, or is that it?
Not that I can recall.
Other than digging in the dirt in the fire pit, was there any other obstruction in the fire pit that you recall having difficulty with?
Repeat that question.
Any difficulty in digging in the soil when you were at the fire pit?
Where we found Tylee's remains.
Yes, where Tylee's remains were found.
Just how careful we wanted to be.
Okay. So there were no boards, there were no obstructions, there were no rocks or anything like that. It was soil that you had to dig through. Is that fair?
There was some clumps of rock or hard.
Yeah, but nothing else, just small clumps?
Not that I recall.
Okay, and were you there primarily for a significant amount of the time of the excavation?
Yes.
Okay, okay, good. And Judge, I think that's all I have. I think that's all I have at this point.
All right, if we could have the published exhibit removed from the screen there, Mr. Pryor. Did we note on the record the time frame stamp of when that stopped? We may not have.
109, 103, it looks like, Judge.
Okay,
A
thank you.
minute 3 looks like when it was stopped is what I look like I have, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll let council return then and we'll have redirect Mr. Wixom.
Detective Wheeler, you were asked several questions by Mr. Pryor about, in your experience, different reactions that people have in terms of levels of nervousness.
Yes.
And he asked you a question about whether or not someone might typically get nervous with a simple traffic stop. Correct. Answer that. Can you just explain, is that your common experience as a law enforcement?
Yes, I think that most people do get a little nervous when they get stopped by police.
Yeah. In your experience, when someone's about to have a serious crime such as bodies on their property found, would they normally get nervous?
I would assume, yes.
Would they be curious and looking back at the property where the bodies were buried?
Yes.
So if
Officer,
they
I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you just speak more directly?
I'm
into your
sorry.
mic? You
Yep.
kind of moved over and we're
Sorry.
not getting your signal.
in your experience, Detective Wheeler, if someone is about to be discovered in a crime, about to be caught in a crime, have you ever experienced someone just acknowledging that and just surrendering because they know they're caught?
It is common for suspects when confronted with possibly getting caught to try to distance themselves from whatever they're getting.
What, let me ask you a different way. So have you ever experienced a situation where evidence was being found immediately and the reaction of the suspect was just to accept it and not resist or argue or react in any way? Judge, this, oh,
Overruled.
go ahead now. Answer that
Will
question,
you
please.
repeat that question?
Have you ever, in your experience as a law enforcement officer, ever been in a situation where evidence was about to be discovered that incriminated the suspect and they just reacted calmly without any nervousness and just basically acquiesced?
Very few times.
But it has happened?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Pryor asked a question about when Mr. Daybell was looking back at the property and he was looking curiously. Do you remember that question?
Correct.
Yeah. Would you say that another reason why someone might be curious about all these law enforcement digging on your property could be that you were aware they're about to find bodies that you knew were buried on your property? Could that cause curiosity?
Yes.
Mr. Pryor asked you a question about the speed in the roadway in front of Mr. Daybell's property. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah. And again, what was the speed on that road?
50 miles an hour.
And I think you testified that it may not be abnormal for someone living on that street to drive out into the street and then quickly accelerate to 50 miles an hour or more.
Correct.
Yeah. Would you disagree that someone who believed that bodies that were buried on his property might be a reason, in addition to that, why they might quickly get on the roadway and drive away quickly and accelerate like you've talked about?
Yes.
There's been some discussion as well. There's some questions from Mr. Pryor about the fire pit. And I just want to flesh that out a bit. You testified earlier that you were present when Tylee's remains were recovered,
Yes.
and you participated in that.
Yes.
We've talked about the fire pit. Are you familiar with what's been called a pet cemetery on that property?
Yes.
Overruled.
Can you explain to the jury, were any of Tylee's remains found in the pet cemetery?
So when I became involved, I don't know what the team had designated as cemetery and fire pit. So I can't testify to where exactly they had designated those points, but they were in that area that I assisted.
Did you become familiar with at least generally where the team was, what they were calling was the pet cemetery?
Sustained.
Did you receive any knowledge based upon what the team effort was, what had been designated by law enforcement there as what they were going to call the pet cemetery?
Mr. Wixom.
Because I'm asking based on his knowledge simply if he knew what law enforcement designated as that area.
Mr. Pryor, please enter the microphone.
And in response to that, that knowledge would only be obtained through hearsay. Renew my objection, Your Honor.
What would be the exception, Mr. Wixom?
Judge, I'm not offering to prove it for the truth of the matter as to where the pet cemetery was. I'm simply asking this witness if he knew that area, generally speaking, as they were conducting their investigation for the remains, the area that they were calling that. But that's all.
Judge, and it's absolutely being asked for the truth of the matter asserted. That's exactly why he's asking it.
The objection's overruled. I find it as an exception to the hearsay rule, and the officer can answer the question.
I was familiar with the area called the pet cemetery.
And where was the pet cemetery in relation to the fire pit?
It was to the west and to the side a little bit, not very far away.
So in your earlier testimony, when you talked about the direction that Mr. Daybell was looking in the back of your patrol car, do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
And I think you testified you used the term fire pit.
Yes.
Can I just be clear for the jury? Was the pet cemetery in the same general direction as the fire pit where Mr. Daybell was looking?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about the use of shovels and tools in attempting to recover Tylee's remains.
Yes.
Could you explain a little bit more to the jury what kind of cautions and efforts were made to uncover those remains?
The majority of what I did, I was on my hands and knees with brushes and little hand tools, removing portions of dirt away from the mass that we had found.
Without being too graphic, when you were removing those portions of dirt, did you personally find any portion of her remains?
Yes.
Can you describe those remains that you'd found?
Judge, I'm going to object.
Basis.
He doesn't have the knowledge to identify remains, Judge. I haven't heard anything foundation-wise to allow him to make that kind of an assessment.
Well, on the objection, Mr. Wixom, he can testify to what he found. I don't know that there's enough foundation to accurately identify who was found.
Yeah. Detective Wheeler, did you find what you believe to be human remains?
Yes.
Can you be specific about what you were finding?
We found a portion of a skull and started to uncover that. Then there was flesh and other bones in a bucket, melted.
And at the time that the search was being conducted, were you aware of the names of the people whose remains they were looking for?
Yes.
What were those names?
JJ and Tylee.
At any point in time, besides the remains of Tylee and the remains of JJ, were any other human remains found on the property?
No.
So going back to the method and the manner that you used to recover these remains, you said, I think you said you used a brush at points.
Brushes and hand tools.
Why did you use those specific types of tools?
To try to keep what we were uncovering together without falling apart.
Not to be oversimplistic, but why is that important in this kind of a recovery in the ground of remains? Why do you need to do that?
I think it assists in identification purposes and evidence collecting, so we don't lose anything.
Is it fair to say that that's a careful process?
Yes.
You were asked questions about passing off shovels or different shovels and tools. When you were engaged in this recovery of her remains and you observed other law enforcement, did you ever see anybody in any way haphazardly use those tools?
Judge, objection, mischaracterizing the question and the testimony.
Overruled.
Not I didn't see anybody using them. I don't know the word that you used. Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Did you see anybody using them in any way that was haphazard or not cautious?
No,
So at no point when the remains were being recovered, did you see any conduct by law enforcement that wasn't conscientious and careful?
no,
I think you're a 17-year law enforcement veteran, is that correct?
18.
18, thank you. Are you familiar with the term consciousness of guilt?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. We're going well beyond the scope of cross-examination.
I'd like a quick sidebar. All right, thank you, counsel. After the sidebar, the court is sustaining the objection, and I'll move to strike that last question. So, Mr. Wixom, if you could ask a different question, please.
Thank you. Detective Wheeler, if someone gets in a car and flees quickly or appears to, what can that be indicative of?
Judge, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Could be that they have knowledge that something is going to be found or some sort of guilt.
Would that go back to that term, consciousness of guilt?
Judge, can we approach sidebar, please?
All right, after sidebar, the court is again striking that last question. Mr. Wixom, if you'd move on to another question, please.
Certainly. Just a last couple of questions. Can you explain again the timing of when Mr. Daybell had left the property and as to when you'd found out that JJ's remains had been found?
Later, I had discovered that it was simultaneously, meaning as Chad was leaving, detectives were coming around the house and saw him leaving and advised me to stop him.
Judge, I'm going to move to strike its hearsay.
Response, Mr. Wixom.
Your Honor, I can re-ask the question.
Very well.
Yeah. When you had stopped Mr. Daybell and had him get out of the car and come back to the back, you indicated that that's when he was met by the 4 or 5 officers, including Lieutenant Ball. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
And we just saw the video where the first thing Lieutenant Ball said was, "We found JJ's remains."
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
That happened how long after Mr. Daybell had gotten his car and drove away?
Just prior.
Moments, seconds, what's your best recollection?
I wasn't back there, so I don't know the exact time they located him, but
I'm asking the statement from Lieutenant Ball to Chad,
right.
that timing, how long was that statement made to him? How much earlier had he driven away?
Oh, just within minutes.
And when you were there helping with Tylee's remains, I think you testified earlier that you weren't directly involved with the recovery of JJ's remains,
Correct.
but you were on scene and you made observations about that.
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not, pursuant to that search warrant or the way the search was conducted, was law enforcement looking inside the house for remains?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
I can't testify to that.
The whole time where you were there, did you see any law enforcement going inside the house?
Just at the beginning when they made contact.
And then after that, did they all go outside?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as you are aware, all of the search was happening outside on the property.
Yes.
Is there any question that you have as to the direction that Chad was looking on your patrol cam when he looks back over his right shoulder? What direction was he looking?
Judge, that's a compound question, and he's asking an affirmation from this witness. I'm going to object.
Well, on the compound, it's sustained.
What direction was Chad looking when he was looking over his right shoulder in the patrol cam?
In the direction of the fire pit and pet cemetery.
You were asked about this several times by Mr. Pryor. Is there any question that regardless of what else he may have been able to see or look at, that general direction was right at the pet cemetery?
Judge, this has been asked and answered by
Sustained.
counsel. Thank
It's
you.
asked and answered.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Judge, there were some issues that were brought up. I'd like the opportunity.
In limited scope, all out, Mr.
Thank you,
Pryor.
Your Honor. Now, officer, I heard an interesting comment from you. As you were testifying, you made a comment that I subsequently learned. Did you talk to anybody about your testimony at the break in this case?
No.
You didn't talk to any other law enforcement?
No.
So when you said that you subsequently learned, when did that knowledge come to you?
What are you referencing?
I'm referencing the fact that you subsequently, now I forgot what the context of that was. We're going to move on, Judge. And it may come to me. I want to clarify a couple of things. When you say that Mr. Daybell left when he learned about finding remains on his property, was that when he was parked in the driveway?
In his residence,
Yeah.
when he left Emma's residence in his vehicle, shortly after I learned that body was found.
Okay, so and that's what I'm trying to clarify a little bit. So Mr. Daybell was parked in the driveway, then he went over to Emma's residence, and it's unclear, and I understand that we don't know whether he was there for an hour and a half or for 2 hours in Emma's residence, right?
Yes,
And at that point, he didn't know anything about anything being on the property that has been located by law enforcement at that point. Would you agree with that?
I don't know what he could see from there.
Okay, but he wasn't told by anybody that that they found anything at that point, correct?
Not by me,
Right, or anybody else.
not that I know of.
Right. And then when he gets in his vehicle and he drives away, the prosecutor eloquently used the words fleeing, but we don't know what he was thinking at that point, do we?
No,
And only after he was stopped by you and those other several officers and notified what was going on, that's when he learned about it, after he drove away and after he had driven down the road, correct?
I can't testify to what he knew.
Okay, but he was told about the remains at that point. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
All right, I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right, that will conclude the testimony of this witness. Is this witness going to be recalled by either side?
I may recall him, Judge.
We may call him later by the state, Your Honor, but he can be excused for today as far as the state is concerned.
All right, well, Detective Wheeler, if you are to be recalled, again, you're still under an exclusionary order, so you are not permitted to view any of the footage of the trial, the testimony that's being live streamed, or discuss your testimony further until you return to testify. Otherwise, you may be excluded from testifying. So please keep that admonishment in mind in between now and when you may be recalled in the case. With that, then that will conclude this Detective Wheeler's testimony, and let me inquire from the state. Do you have another witness we can get started with before we take lunch?
No, we could begin with Lieutenant Joe Powell.
Let's go ahead and get a next witness started and try to go till noon before we take lunch, please.
Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me.
All right, Lieutenant Powell's been sworn. Before we get started with testimony, let me just indicate again, there's an exclusionary rule in this case. Lieutenant Powell, have you been observing any of the trial testimony in this case since it started?
No,
Right. Have you discussed anyone else's testimony that's come before you in the trial?
no.
All right, with that in mind, Mr. Wixom, then you can go ahead and inquire on direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Lieutenant Powell.
Good morning.
Will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Joseph Powell, Powell.
And where do you work?
Vermont County Sheriff's Office?
What is your your lieutenant, correct?
Yes,
How long have you worked for that office?
22 years.
Have you ever worked as a law enforcement officer anywhere else?
No,
How long have you been a detective?
I was a detective for about 4.5 years.
What was your prior rank?
Patrol,
And have you been post-certified?
yes.
Could you briefly explain to the jury what that involves?
You go to the post academy. When I went through, it was 12 weeks of training.
Have you ever received any additional training or certification?
Yes, they require 40 hours every 2 years, so that continuing education.
So over the last 22 years, roughly 11 times you've had to get 40 hours of training.
That just went in effect, but yeah, there's lots of hours of training.
Did you get any specific training as a detective?
Yes,
And did you work as a detective prior to becoming a lieutenant?
yes,
How many years?
about 4.5 years.
I want to, well, first let me ask this. As a lieutenant, is it ever part of your role to become involved with unattended deaths?
Yes.
Could you just explain to the jury, what does that term mean, an unattended death?
There's nobody around when they wake up, they discover somebody's dead. There's nobody around to know what happened.
So why would law enforcement want to be involved and just look at that situation?
To see if there's any foul play.
I want to draw your attention back to nearly 5 years ago, back in October of 2019. Do you recall ever being involved in an unattended death of Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I was notified of her unattended death.
And who are you notified by?
Detective Mattingly.
Why did he notify you?
When there's an unattended death in Fremont, they notify the lieutenant, the chief deputy, and the sheriff.
What's the purpose to have your subordinates notify you about that?
So if there's any questions or they need help with the part of the investigation, and so the sheriff knows what's going on in the county.
Excuse me. What was the date of that? Do you recall?
October 19th, 2019.
At that point in time, what was your understanding as what the investigation had determined about Tammy's death?
Natural causes.
Shortly after the 19th of October, were you ever contacted by law enforcement from Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes.
And what date did that happen?
October 31st, 2019.
How were you contacted? Was it in person, by phone, email?
I was contacted by phone.
And what did you learn from that contact?
They was inquiring about Tammy Daybell's death, asked if they could get a copy of the report, and asking for assistance.
Okay. Do you recall, did they say anything else about Tammy Daybell's death and the reason for their request for the report?
Judge, calls for hearsay.
Yes, sustained.
After the phone call, what did you decide to do in regard to Tammy Daybell's death?
I sent him a copy of the report.
And what about you personally? Did you take any steps to look at the case?
Yes, I reviewed the report and then later on ended up getting her medical records.
Okay. Well, we'll pause here. So Gilbert, Arizona contacted you about Tammy Daybell's death.
Yes.
Did they request any other assistance or help with anything else?
Yes, they asked to
Judge,
locate.
objection, calls for hearsay.
Judge, a request isn't offered for the truth.
Overruled. You can answer.
They asked if we could help locate a 2018 gray Jeep Wrangler with Texas plates.
Did you get any information as to why you were seeking to locate that?
They believed that it was in Fremont County.
Did they tell you why they wanted to find the Jeep?
It was involved in an attempted shooting.
Did they give any names in terms of that were in connection with that shooting?
Yes, Alex Cox, Lori Vallow, and they believe they had ties to Chad Daybell.
Did the name Charles Vallow ever come up
I don't recall for sure.
that time? You
At
don't
that
recall?
time.
Okay. So they asked you to look for a Jeep. What did you do next?
Drove out to, they gave me the address of 202 North, 1900 East. It's in Fremont County. So I drove out to that residence.
Did you determine who lived there?
Chad Daybell.
Did you find the Jeep?
No,
Do you recall what date it was that you drove out there?
October 31st, 2019.
What did you do after you determined that the Jeep wasn't there?
I notified Gilbert that we couldn't locate the Jeep there, and if they needed more assistance to let us know.
And did you in fact get more assistance from them?
Yes, the next day, November 1st, I received an email asking me to check a couple more addresses.
And did you do that?
One was a PO box in Sugar City, so I knew it was a post office, so I did not go there. But the next one was 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, and yes, we did go there.
And what did you find there?
We surveilled the residence, but never located the Jeep.
When you say surveilled, can you explain that a little bit more to the jury? What your
We-
process is?
We sat a ways away from the residence and watched it and watched for vehicles coming and going, people coming and going.
And did you observe anybody coming and going from that residence?
Yes,
Who did you observe?
Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
Prior to engaging in that surveillance, had you done anything to identify what Chad Daybell looked like?
Yes,
How did you do that?
driver's license photo.
Did you do the same for Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
Gilbert, Arizona had sent a picture.
Did you eventually, let me withdraw that. Do you recognize Chad Daybell in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And what is he wearing?
Blue shirt and a yellow tie
Where is he seated?
at the defendant's table.
So you said at some point in your surveillance, you saw Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, is that correct?
Yes.
Explain to the jury when you first saw them.
First, we seen Chad Daybell leave the 565 Pioneer Road, and we surveilled him out to 202 North, 1900 East.
And Judge, if I could have some foundation as to time, date, place, year.
All right, Mr. Rickson, if you'd like to re-ask with more detail.
Sure. Lieutenant Powell, what date was it that we're talking about that you were surveilling and first see Chad and Lori?
November 1st, 2019.
These addresses that you were surveilling, where were they again?
One's in Madison County and one would be in Fremont County in Idaho.
And which address was it that you first saw Chad and Lori at?
565 Pioneer Road in Madison County,
And what was the date that you saw them?
November 1st, 2019.
Recall what time of day that was?
I don't recall time.
Do you recall morning, afternoon, evening?
Morning.
Thank you. So forgive me, I forgot where I left off, but what was it that you first saw them doing?
On the way down to surveil that, we also contacted Rexburg PD, so they was involved with the surveillance.
Why did you do that?
Because we was gonna be in their jurisdiction.
Is that normal for law enforcement,
Yes,
just to touch base with each other?
yes,
Did they come and assist at all?
yes, they did.
So you made that contact, then what did you do?
We followed Chad Daybell from the 565 Pioneer Road to 202 North, 1900 East.
And what did they do at that location?
He went in the residence for a little while and then left. We surveilled him to Mountain America Credit Union in Rexburg, Idaho. And then we lost him after that, so we went back and surveilled the house again, the apartment.
Back that same day or a different day?
Same day.
About what time was it that you went back?
I don't know exact time. I'm guessing late morning.
What'd you see next?
We seen Lori Vallow leave and go to Sugar City to the post office office.
Anything else?
After there, she goes to Walgreens, and then after Walgreens, back to the apartment.
What did they do at the apartment?
Then they both go from the apartment to Idaho Falls. We surveil them to Mountain America, or the Mountain Credit Union in Idaho Falls, and then the Hobby Lobby, and then the Cafe Rio.
Excuse me. What did you observe them doing, if anything, at Hobby Lobby?
Holding hands as they is walking in the store.
And let me ask, did you take any photographs of that?
I did not.
Did anybody, any other law enforcement take photographs of that?
Yes,
Do you recall who it was?
I don't recall.
Did you later see the photographs?
Yes,
Do you believe that if shown, you might be able to recognize those?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer what's been marked as the state's Exhibit 36B. Got 2 copies for the court.
Judge, I'm going to voice an objection for relevance. I'm not seeing the relevance here.
All right, if I could if I could view the exhibit, please, before I rule on the objection. Objection's been made, Mr. Wixom, as to relevance.
Judge, at this point, it goes to what's in the photo we believe shows the nature of the relationship, which isn't just relevant for this witness's testimony, but for the theory of the case overall. It helps to show the relationship between the two.
All right, I've considered the objection, given the nature of the conspiracy charges in the case, find there is relevance under 403 and will therefore overrule the objection and the exhibit 36B may be admitted.
Thank you. May I ask to have those handed to the witness, please? And Lieutenant Powell, even though these have been admitted, just to give context, what do you see in front of you?
Chad and Lori walking in the Hobby Lobby holding hands.
Mr. Wixom, I want to be clear. You're saying these, is there one exhibit or more than one?
I apologize. I handed 2 up to you. It's just one exhibit, 34 or 36B, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you bet. They're holding hands.
Yes,
So even though you didn't take this picture, do you believe that's an accurate reflection of what they were doing?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, would request permission to publish this to the jury.
You may.
So Lieutenant Powell, if you'll please look at the monitor up there, this photo. Since we didn't all have your vantage point, will you just explain again what they were doing to the jury?
They're holding hands walking in the Hobby Lobby.
Were they holding hands the whole time walking in?
Yes.
Now, did you go inside the Hobby Lobby?
No, we did not.
What did you do while they were inside the Hobby Lobby?
Waited outside.
And how long do you believe they were in there?
I don't recall.
Okay. But did you wait long enough to see them exit the Hobby Lobby?
Yes.
And what did they do after that?
Got in their vehicle and drove over to Cafe Rio.
What happened then? Did they go inside?
Yes.
Did you happen to go inside?
Yes, myself and Chief Deputy Gardner went inside.
Did you observe them in there?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer State's Exhibit 35, which is already been stipulated to be admitted, but 2 copies for the court.
All right, I understand there is no objection then based on what Mr. Wixom has proffered on exhibit 35. Is that correct, Mr. Pryor?
It is, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, exhibit 35 is admitted.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have permission to publish it?
You may.
And before I do so, could I just confirm, Judge, was that last exhibit admitted? Did I move for admission?
It was 36B is admitted.
Thank you. What is that a picture of, Lieutenant Powell?
Chad and Lori eating at Cafe Rio.
And did you observe anything else about their behavior or conduct together while they're at Cafe Rio?
No.
What happened after they left at Cafe Rio?
We ended the surveillance.
Why did you end it there?
The time of night and prior engagements people had.
Okay. Your Honor, it would now be an appropriate time to stop my direct examination, considering the hour.
Yes, let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. We will try to do it in an hour, back on at 1, but we'll allow sufficient time for the jurors also to have their lunch and take the break necessary. So we'll come back on after the break.
All rise, please.
So that is the break. We're going to be here, so y'all just eat lunch, take a walk. I'm going to be here. To see if anything else comes up, chit chat through the lunch hour. And let's see here. So we're taking a lunch break. We'll be back at 1, so that means we'll be back at 2. Wow, so we've got some new things. We got that Emma talking to I think I'm gonna see if I can find that, and maybe we'll just watch that again. Buffering. I hope we're not buffering. We shouldn't be. So let's see if I can do that. Open up a new window. And let's go back to Judge Voice. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to find when he's talking to Emma in the car. I'm here, y'all. I'm just. Okay, let's see. I was trying to find that part where. Okay, y'all, this is I'm just rewatching this.
Before I play this, Detective Wheeler, you see on screen a video that's put in front of the jury.
Yes.
Can you just explain and confirm what that is?
That's my patrol vehicle with Chad Daybell sitting in the back section where we have our detainees.
And to confirm also, is this the day of June 9th, 2020?
Yes.
So this is all relative to the search that you've been testifying about already?
Yes.
Thank you.
You understand why you have to do that?
Yes.
So you just stay here with them? Okay.
Hi. They said I could talk with you and I didn't want you to be alone.
Judge, I'm going to stop at 1 minute, 1 hour, 3 minutes and 17 seconds and ask a question. Detective Wheeler, are you aware of who is the person that has just approached Mr. Daybell in the vehicle?
His daughter, Emma.
Thank you.
I love you so much.
I love you. Glad you came over.
I thought they had taken you downtown already.
I got about to the Fremont County line.
I saw it as soon as you left me.
Again, stopping at 1 hour, 3 minutes and 38 seconds. Detective Wheeler, can you just explain to the jury the positioning of your patrol vehicle relative to the Daybell property and vantage points that could be seen from where Mr. Daybell is sitting as he sits now?
So we're parked on the south side of the residence. I believe the road is 200 north. So we're just south of the residence and facing west. And so if he were to look right outside of that open door, he would be looking at his house.
And from his sitting position, would he have a vantage point to see the pond area on his property or the fire pit area on his property?
From that position, he would just have to look over to his right shoulder and out that door, kind of towards the back of the vehicle.
What would he be able to see if he did that?
He'd be able to see the fire pit area for sure.
And to be clear, whose remains were found in the fire pit?
That was Tylee.
I'm going to go ahead and play this continuously for a while, Your Honor.
Chased you down and then they came back.
Ron,
Ron?
just concerning the car,
Huh?
I know they,
Yes.
oh, okay.
What's that?
Oh, just about the car.
Oh, we'll take care of the car. We're gonna take it.
Is she able
and then
to
we'll-
get it?
Yeah, you can get that. We may have to go through the car, if you're arrested in it,
Right.
the things we gotta do, but then.
She can have her bananas and her,
I gave him
Her-
his food.
We'll try to get a car before it's spoiled.
You can eat it.
so Eric, or Ron, so like my wallet, will that be able for her to pick up or could I turn that over to her right now?
Is that in the car, is that here?
It's right here.
That's it's up to you. I don't see, can I look through it? Just make
Sure.
They're going to get marked.
Lisa?
No,
Oh,
second guard.
oh.
Is there anything that you're gonna need in that?
Well, she'll be running my finances, I suppose, so. That has a little money on it, you could,
Okay, just, so these are credit cards, so you're good if she just takes them,
yeah.
correct?
In the middle drawer on the left side in Mark's room, there's about $9,000 in 2 white envelopes.
Okay.
So get that. Yeah, so we'll talk more about car payments and stuff, but you have that password.
I do.
I believe the Hawaiian,
That's this one.
First Hawaiian Bank, if you use that same password for this account, it's Chad Daybell. What else is in here? The producer there. This has nothing on it. It's like $6. That has to go away. So this, okay, in that same drawer. You can grab it. Is a piece of this that would fit in here, and it's got the company card, company business card. And so just make sure you get that.
And this is all in Mark's room.
Yeah, I put that in there. There's like a pamphlet with a guy who's sitting in a car. It's for the Wells Fargo auto loan.
That's the loan that they went on.
Yeah, and so that we'll talk about. So this has, if you go to Telmate, this is the card that's used.
Okay,
And so all you really do, you could probably just sign in as chad.daybell or start your own.
I have an account that I've been talking with Lori on.
Okay. But you could use this
To
card,
add money.
yeah, and to her if needed.
Okay,
So, yeah, she'll need to still have commissary money. Usually puts 30 a week in there. And you can probably talk to her too.
Okay.
And try and,
I love you so much.
anyway. Cooperate with them as much as you feel. You know what I mean?
I'm stopping at 10758, Your Honor. Detective, based on your knowledge, at this point that day in the search, had law enforcement asked for any cooperation from Emma?
I can't testify to that because I don't know the extent of that.
Fair enough. Then narrowing it just to you, had you asked her to do anything or asked for any kind of cooperation from her?
No.
Thank you.
They've been kind to us today. I texted John Pryor, so he has my number. He said thank you.
Okay. And a lot of the company stuff that pays for the house should just auto pay still out of that company account. You know, I left 5,000 in there.
Okay,
You need some, come find me.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions you have?
I think, well, it sounds like you're not gonna be out. in a little
Right.
while. So I think my landlord texted me just to feel bad for me. I think I'm gonna come over here.
That's what I needed you to say, because, yeah, you and Joe,
Stopping at 10904, Detective Wheeler, I just want to reiterate, we just heard that comment about he's not likely going to be out. At that point in time, you had not formally put him under arrest, is that right?
Aside from placing him in handcuffs and detaining him, no.
But you didn't advise him of potential charges or anything like that at that point?
No.
And as far as you know, had any other law enforcement advised him of any specific charges that he may be facing?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you.
and whatever Mark wants to do, he should stay with either you.
Take care of Mark, I'll take care of my, that's the card. I will, Dad. And I'll take care of me. We'll
But-
take care of you the best we can. Sorry to interrupt.
So keep paying the mortgage out of the company.
Okay.
No, you can probably set it up though. I'm trying to, it's Wells Fargo. In that same pamphlet. Remember the password.
I'll look,
But
but I've had a lot of success with mom stuff, just saying, will you help me? My mom died. I'm pretty sure, will you help me? My dad's in jail. Has the same.
It should be paid through July 1st.
Okay.
And I think the car is paid through July 15th. So you shouldn't have any bills to worry about. Yeah, I'm not coming back. So all that stuff that's in the baby room is Lori's and mine. The suitcases you'll see in the box. Just put it in the garage, I guess, after.
Store it, see what happens.
You guys can, yeah, take that mattress from upstairs, I guess, do what you want, put the books back on the shelf. We're gonna make it through. I'm glad we could talk. I'm glad they let you come over.
I started crying and Lieutenant Ball went, do you want to talk to him? And like, Hannah, he said, he's just over there. It's like, oh, that changes things. So you probably saw us out there.
Yeah, I was watching. So, boy, things will slow down for you guys and get left alone. But yeah, they'll let you move out of there. You just get over here. You know, get guard.
Well, I
still feel better.
would be moving soon. That's what the spirit was telling me, but I didn't know how it'll. I felt like I needed to learn more, and now I get it.
So yeah, this is essentially the house, and we'll talk to John Pryor about the financial arrangement, but you should be fine for a while.
I think long enough to get on our feet.
I have a lot in that account with the other attorney, so that will take care of me for a while. And maybe we just do a refinance on the house or a home equity loan.
Does it?
I don't think it's gonna break us. I think that might be an option there. I might need to authorize putting you on the
The
mortgage.
account with you? And just probably leave Joe off it.
Yeah. Yeah, keep me on it with you. And
Do you have accounts like that when you're in jail?
I don't know.
I guess this is the part you get to that there's someone else's accounts.
Well, technically Spring Creek Book Company's office, so you can, we'll manage it that way and find a way.
And you have you can send things through Amazon to the jail?
Yeah.
So like, I couldn't send you a package, but Amazon, if I ordered it through there, it could get to you.
Yeah.
I'll only do that as you ask for stuff.
Lori would know the Amazon account.
I'll talk to her.
Yeah. Because I have like $265 or so in there as gift certificates. So don't pay.
Yeah, I won't.
We'll get it figured out. It's like Cholo 1105. James loves Elena. Talk at iCloud.com, I believe is the password. I don't know what they're gonna do with the computers. You could probably, it wasn't part of the search warrant.
Are they, do you know, are they leaving the computers?
Well, they were in my bag. They were in the car.
With him?
They'll probably hold on to those and try to get it out.
Okay, but things that are currently in the house will likely be left.
I don't know what they're gonna take out.
Okay.
When we clear from here, whatever's in there.
It'll be left, okay.
I talked to them and told them the bedrooms and to not mess it up. And they didn't seem like they were gonna luminol at all.
Okay.
But yeah, get Garth and Beth moved and you guys come over here. It'll work out. It's all in the Lord's hands.
Thank you so much.
We'll talk. Use,
You
use
always
that
have
cellmate. I don't know if I'm Madison or Fremont. I think they're deciding that right now, but
That's what it sounded like. Detective Ball wouldn't, or Lieutenant Ball wouldn't say because he didn't know.
I'm sure Fremont has a cellmate system.
Well, at Fremont, when I went in to get fingerprinted to teach, I was like in there, like in the jail. I was like in my like teacher clothes, this little recent grad. So I don't know what they do.
Sorry, all neighbors are gonna be talking, but you
They all
just,
are. We're okay, Dad.
well, I-
We're okay. You raised us that we're independent now with your wallet.
glad you got that.
We're not Colby.
Right, but yeah, get that money out of there. Probably just put it in your own personal account. Rather than have the cash laying around. So you need some,
I think they've been okay. Talking with her. I might not tell Joe about it either.
about the money.
Yeah, I have an account that's just in my name. I'm just gonna put it in there. Wait,
Well, Garth knows about that money.
Garth doesn't spend this frivolously, Joe.
The checkbooks are in that drawer too. If needed, but you shouldn't need them. If at some point you feel you need to clear out the Hawaii account or something. You can check my email. I have to pick that computer, but my email, that Rexburg password is pretty much
Is that
everything
okay?
for the bank, for my email. Cholo 1105, but I think I switched to all of those. Yeah, I talked to Lori just for like 2 minutes. So she's aware they were searching.
Was she surprised?
She seemed bothered or disturbed. I mean, yeah, but so yeah, I'll be fine.
I don't know what they told you because I asked Lieutenant Ball, where did you find the human remains? That's what they told me, that they found human remains. And I said, well, there are several dogs that have been buried there. And he said, respectfully, Emma, I can tell the difference of human remains. And I asked, where was it? And he said, over by the pond under that tree, that it was in the ground and had boards over it. But that didn't, Jason and I have walked all over there.
Yeah.
That, and I can see in your face that surprised you, that, because they asked, do you want to know what he's charged for? And then they went, well, actually, we don't have it. They said, we don't want to tell you something wrong.
How they're gonna.
And so he told me that what they're looking at is that they found one body with the probable cause. There's likely two. So I asked, are you gonna search the property forever until it's found? And he said, well, no, but we're going to look. And he said, because I said, what about, this is the home for my siblings and there's a baby. And he said, if you're not able to get back in tonight, we'll hook them up with a hotel. Said, you're not in trouble.
I think they'll let them back. There's nothing in the house. They haven't.
Stopping at 1 hour, 19 minutes and 17 seconds. Detective Wheeler, at that point, to the best that you can recall, was any of the search focused inside of the house?
Not that I can recall.
So the focus, as based on your memory, was all outside of the house.
Correct.
Focused on the house at all.
We've kind of been looking in it in the yard.
Yeah, I mean, if Mark gets back, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I think we're okay coming over. We just have to have law enforcement escort us onto the scene and
We'll make it through.
Mark deals with trauma weird that he just acts vaguely unimpressed. So I called him and said, Dad got arrested, and he said, well, I guess I should come home. Yeah, Mark, you should.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't need to go. Don't go yet.
I don't want to. Joe is home. He's home and he has Chase. Garth and Seth went in Garth's car to pick up Mark.
So if you can get
Another
that.
couple seconds.
Okay, okay. Yeah, just in the, let Mark use the Equinox or however you rearrange the cars. But yeah, it's all a matter of timing. It seemed to come together. But it was good.
Thank you very much. Thank you for letting me speak with her.
Yes. Just when that cellmate, once I'm available to talk, we can talk. So, thank you. Love you.
Stopping at 121:16. For the record, I'm going to advance to 121:39. $121.36. Detective Wheeler, I just invite you to watch carefully what Chad does, and I'm going to stop and let you explain any significance to that. Stopping at 121:47. Detective, what direction is Mr. Daybell looking when he just turned his head and looked back?
It appears to me he's looking over to the fire pit area.
And that is in fact where Tylee's remains were found.
Yes,
And you were present when her remains were found, is that correct?
I was.
Can you just briefly describe what your observations were when you were involved in that process?
So I had been tasked with helping carefully excavate around the remains. The odor was horrible. The decay had set in. We were trying to get pieces of flesh and bones as much kept together as possible until we were able to get most of it out and laid out and packaged.
Thank you. And to be clear for the jury, before you became involved in the actual search and helped find Tylee, what did you do with Chad in the back of your patrol car?
So shortly after that, we were asked to transport him to the Fremont County Jail. So Detective Schmidt and I transported him to that facility.
So then what did you do after you transported him back to the jail?
I was asked to come back to the scene, and that's where I was informed that they'd also found an area where
I'm going to object at this point. That's calls for hearsay.
It sounds like there wasn't foundation for that, so I'll sustain that.
So when you returned, what did you do specifically?
I assisted in searching the area of the fire pit.
And were you the lead investigator at that point?
No.
Was there a lead investigator?
Yes.
And were you following directions from whomever that was?
Yes.
As you recall, who was that person?
It would have been either Lieutenant Ball or Detective Hermosillo, but I can't say for sure.
There's no doubt you were a subordinate. Is that fair?
No doubt.
I think the last question, about how long were you back at the property in this process of recovering Tylee's remains?
I had returned back to the property at approximately 1:30 or 2 in the afternoon after I dropped Chad off. And we were there the rest of that day and into the next day, the 10th.
Approximately how many hours the rest of that day were you there?
I had to estimate another 5 or 6. I also assisted in setting up light trailers and things for scene security overnight. Sorry, light trailers.
Your Honor, at this time, I don't have any further questions. I might ask as a courtesy to counsel if he wants me to leave my laptop and the exhibit in case he wants to play from it.
Judge, I can use my own laptop and I've marked as exhibit number 63 on my list, a copy of the outside video that Officer Wheeler was involved in. There's 2 videos that we stipulated to. Just as a precaution, Judge, and it's not that I don't trust Mr. Wixom's technology, but I'd ask Mr. Wixom to stipulate to the admission of my exhibit number 63, which I'll make a representation is the exact audio video of the outside of the stop of Mr. Daybell.
We do not object, Your Honor. We believe it will precisely mirror and should precisely mirror exhibit 300B from the state that you've already admitted.
Let me be really clear on that then. So we've already admitted 2 exhibits. I really don't want a duplicate exhibit. And it sounds like 300B would be the same as 63.
That's what I believe based on the representations of counsel, yes.
All right, counsel, if there's a way to use the same single exhibit, I would prefer that to avoid any confusion in the record.
Judge, for convenience, would Mr. Wixom permit me to use my video of 63 for demonstrative purposes with this witness?
Counsel, why don't you work that out? I think what we'll do is take a mid-morning recess before you begin cross, Mr. Pryor. And if you'll talk just for a moment, we've already admitted 300B. And so again, I'm just hesitant to have a duplicate video showing the same thing. I guess I'm not, maybe I could be convinced, but I think it's best practice to have one exhibit for one video.
Certainly.
So if your file works in his computer, perhaps he can just use his computer with the admitted court exhibit 300B.
It's fine with me, Your Honor.
Okay, if you'll take a look at that on the break, let's go ahead and take our mid-morning recess. Let's try to reconvene again in 30 minutes.
Your Honor, for the record, I wanted to turn in the exhibit that I just played because there was the issue with the other player, just so the court can keep track of what was just played.
Okay, yeah, that'll be the one that will be the 300A.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be in recess.
So we were listening to that replay. We were watching the replay that was very interesting. Very interesting, messy thing. We watched it twice, didn't we? Let's see. Did they come back and do any more? No, they just wanted to we just needed to listen to what Emma and them said. So let's see here. Oh, here's the announcement, y'all. And we missed it, and Crusher didn't get to give it. Here's the announcement. A celebration of life is planned for JJ, vallow, and Tylee Run in Idaho Falls. We will live stream the memorial for those who can't make it. So it didn't say when it was. It just said that there's one planned. But that was the announcement, was the celebration of life for JJ and Tylee. And let's see. No, I was thinking that I might find. That was nice, Nate. Wow. So Emma took a shot at. Emma said, I don't know if y'all caught it, but she told her father, "We're okay, Dad. We're okay. You raised us so we are independent now. I'm not Colby," referring to Colby Ryan, Lori's son. She should be a freaking ashamed. As people said, that was not on our bingo card for her to make fun of Colby. It's just terrible. So we're back on the live stream. Let me make sure I've got the correct one because I've got two different things pulled up here. Share this tab instead. Yes. So that was really something because we have all been wondering what those kids were thinking. And here, I mean, she did stick her tongue out. I don't know who she stuck her tongue out. Maybe it was, yes, I'm sure Chad did talk to Emma about Colby because he was so sure that Lori's kids were good for nothing, but his were all golden children. Yeah, I'm sure that Chad's kids are very nice, but undoubtedly they're due to go through some cognitive dissonance and learn some stuff. Bewitched says Emma's part of the conspiracy. I don't know if she is or not, but something else. Saltina Winchina says Emma's a nasty piece of work. Janelle says Emma is a splitting image of her dad when it comes to making fun of other people. Heather Daybell mentioned it, how Chad would make fun with snide remarks. You know, the reason why Chad did that is because he knew that there was so much on him to make fun of. So he just had to make fun of other people. Poor, you know, I'm not saying nothing, but it's kind of weird. Yes, so Soul's Eyes Jewels. Chad had a disdain for Lori's kids. Ravenna Denver said they were the first zombies after Charles. Yes, they were. Gene P says this reminds me of Barry Morphew and how his daughters were not searching for their mom, Suzanne, supported him. It's just gross. Well, you know, these parents manipulate the kids the same way they do the other adults. So, I mean, I guess Emma just couldn't believe her daddy would lie to her. Good God. Lie? Saying. So let's see how much longer we got for this hour to last. Oh, okay. So we've got about 20 more minutes. Let's see. Bo Peep says Chad's next book should be titled Both Feet in the Grave. Speaking of that, I'm going to share this tab instead. Y'all, while we're on break, I wanted to show you that here, of course, lots of y'all have been to the Difficult Research store before, and we have these things, KJ and the Ray things and Difficult Research things, but Krisha designed this, and it says, I hate your books, Chad. And that comes in these long sleeves, short sleeves, hoodie, t-shirt, a die cut thing, a cup, and they come in other colors too. I don't know why they picked this, but you can get like, other colors in these things. I don't know why they were so stingy with that. I like this. Anyways, here are all these new items. It says, I hate your books, Chad. Turn them and burn them. This was designed by Chris K. Easton. And we have other things in all the other Justice for Tylee and JJ things. Remember this one? What Uncle Jerry had to say. Y'all excuse me and let me see. This is probably nothing. Nobody needs to talk to me. Hello? Hello? So we're back to this. Anyways, lies of justice indoctrination starts at age 3 and never stops. Reprogramming is almost impossible, as you see with Chad's children. People have to be open to having other ideas. If you just shut your mind off, you probably will never learn, but you have to be open to learning things. Ravina Denver says, I wish Lori would drop that crazy act. She's convicted now. She can just say what she really happened. Nothing more could happen to her. Yeah, but she's not going to, Ravina. Lenny says, so the kids accept that their mama turned into a zombie before she died. Maybe she withdrew and said she was sick before she was murdered because she knew Chad had a girlfriend. She was grieving. Well, that's possible. Yeah, damn Chad. Who would want him anyway? Who would want him anyway? 15 more minutes, y'all. Get me entertaining with y'all. Anyway, so let's just travel along and see what happens yet. Soul's Eyes Jewel says Lori had probably given Chad permission to throw her under the bus so he can continue with his mission. So she still thinks she gets off, let's see, on appeal or sacrificial. Delinda D. Alexandra says She says they're okay, but JJ, Tylee, and Tammy aren't. Ravina Denver says, except for the woman she served within the church, all she said was perfectly fine, not complaining about anything. Soul's Eyes Jewel says, sacrificial lamb. I bet she thinks she's going to be rewarded. JoJo says, Kobe can't help Lori not cutting the cord. Who is going to say no to a free ride? Exactly right. Excuse me. Kobe, according to how this sounds, Chad was the same way with his kids. He was giving them money and stuff instead of thinking about how in the world he was going to pay for his lawyer because he wasn't worried about it. Liza Joe says the Mormonism, Tammy and Lori are sisters' wives now. Woof. Saltino Winchino says Kobe was raised in wealth and it's normal for his mom to give him money and pay for his phone, car, and insurance. I guess so. Rachel Carter says, what would she complain about? Most of them had been using being a sister wife in some form or another over the years. Tammy wasn't any different. Well, I guess some of them didn't know it, Rachel Carter. Ravina Denver, but they're not because Tammy didn't accept Lori. The first wife can say yes or no to a new wife. It's Emma's law. Yeah, well, we see how that worked out for some of them. Soul's Eyes Jules. Sorry about the typos. I'm freaking livid. My family believes in vision and joy. Val, preparing a people crap. I'm sorry, hon. Ravina Denver says John DeLynn talked about this, and it's an interesting little loophole. I wonder, Gene P says, I wonder what really happened to Kobe and his DV abuse charge in Arizona. I don't know. Liza Joe says, I'm angry as well. It's just chilling. Janelle Murphy says, it isn't what Emma said about Kobe being like the pot calling the kettle black. Yes, ma'am, Janelle, is exactly what that is. Bo Peep says, I'll be honest, I wish I could donate money, but I'm on a fixed income and I'm just getting by. I can do is show support and be here. Bo Peep, that means a whole lot. You're just being here and also leaving comments, share it with other people. I know exactly how you feel because I'm on a fixed income too, and I can't donate like I used to. I'm just have to support the ways you can support. Honestly, I could never believe my dad would murder children either. Pauls says, is Emma going to be questioned during the trial? Well, if she testifies as a witness, yes, she will be cross-examined. Robin Hendral says the victim retracted their complaint. Oh, okay. That's what happened with the domestic abuse complaint in Kobe's case. Soul's Eyes Jules says the FLDS doctrine, not Joseph or Brigham doctrine. The wife doesn't have to give permission. They didn't have to tell them. That's right. I'm not getting out, Chad said. Yeah, he knew he wasn't going to get out. Oh boy, here goes. That's Mohawk Mom. That's what someone said. Kobe's case was dropped. I'm guessing that you're telling me, not asking me. Kobe's case was dropped. Ravina Denver says, who are you to wave your finger? You must have been out of your head. Janelle Murphy. Woohoo. Yeah. So let's go here and see if Nate has Hidden True Crime or Nate or somebody that's there have posted anything. I can't believe that they were making fun of poor Kobe. I mean, they killed his mama. So 10 more minutes, y'all. I bet you Chad didn't know that little conversation was getting recorded, though. But that got his goat. And Emma's going, what? They didn't tell me they was recording that. So it's been 51 minutes since they left. So that's not so bad. That ain't so bad. I say that all the time. That's not so bad. That's my granddaughter when she first started talking. She would say that all the time. That's not so bad. Repeating what Grandma says. All right, Brutus.
I'm back.
Brutus decided he was going to bark. You can't bark, Brutus. Brutus is going to bark. He don't like the postman or the neighbors across the street that have kids that play outside. He thinks everybody ought to just sit down and be still. Just sit down and be still. But I am very, very glad that we have better audio and video than we did have. Last time. Let's see. Gene P. Reality might really be some of the ducklings are co-conspirators after or before. Ooh! TC says Mark is bothered by having to interrupt by Chad's arrest, no empathy or compassion by the devil's spawn. Janelle Murphy says Ravina, because he does that, will it give the jury an opportunity to doubt his case? I don't know, Janelle. Gene P is telling. It is telling. Lauren sat next to a former lawyer who also noticed that detail as that lawyer was just viewing the jurors. Angela, you heard Brutus, didn't you? Let's see. Brutus is a pocket pit. He's a very small pit bull. Ravenna, Denver, Janelle Murphy. No, there's so much evidence. I think him trying to confuse people is going to backfire as more and more piles up. Paul says Chad stated he felt calm in his call to Lori, and Pryor was framing him as justifiably anxious, which was weird. Then later he tries to draw attention to Chad's being calm in that same scenario. I know he goes back and forth. Well, what is he? Just as long as Pryor says that the prosecution is wrong, it don't matter which way it goes. And then we wanted to bring a different camera in, and they didn't even do it. And he says, cooperate as much as you feel. When the children take the stand, will they ask, do you think your dad's veil is still torn? They probably won't ask that, Claus addict. K-Tech says, hey, y'all, at work, but I'm listening to Cresha when I get home. Good girl. Good. Get that work done. It will be here for you. And the audio is better this time. Everything Pryor has appealed today has been focused on Chad's visible reaction. TC says Chad was calm the entire time because he has made up some crazy story that plays along with him being persecuted for his superior knowledge. Exactly, TC. I was thinking the same thing. They're going to make it like they're being persecuted for being Christians and not for murdering people. The judge is getting a little ticked at Pryor not waiting for the judge to rule on objections. Pryor trying to run the court. Judge says, nope, not happening. That new little helper, I forgot his name, but the new one on the prosecutor side, not the woman, but the man, he gets to wait about the objections too. TC's prior to pretending Chad's backyard is a pasture, Emma's landlord already evicted the murderer's daughter. Laugh out loud. What an insane recording. I don't understand. Did they throw somebody else out of the house? Was there no grown adult living in the house that could pay the house note? Was that the deal? Prior pretending Chad's backyard is a pasture. Eliza Joseph, Chad's so vile to say the very least. What the hell was crazy Lori really thinking? Rachel Carter says, puppies. Tracy Artman says, of course he knows they're buried in the yard. He buried them. Exactly, Tracy Artman. He was lying the ground to where the jury's suspicions over Chad's attempted escape from the scene. TC, he wasn't advised any charges or anything, just handcuffed, and he is already planning to stay the rest of his life in jail. Bo Peep says, oh, so Pryor is going to go for illegal search and detainment? Ramhadrel says, being a landlord and a tenant's relationship with Chad would exclude one from the jury. Not from being Pryor being the landlord to Emma. I mean, really, it does seem like you couldn't do that, but here we are. They can bring a different camera. It would be considered a gift to the court. They have to go through a process to get one. After the first media fest, Boyce isn't going to lose control of this court. Gene P says, I meant to say bully. Well, he's a bully puppy. Chad is calm because he's the psychopath. He's probably thinking about how good the lemon chicken he had for lunch was. Seriously, they don't process things like we do. That's true, Ravina. I was reading this thing about this cult that was building some, like a park around the grounds. And it said that there was going to be a cycle path. And every time I heard that word cycle path, I kept thinking about a psychopath. Anyway, I thought it was funny. Rachel Carter says Chad just told on himself in the car at the scene. He's not getting out from his own mouth. Janelle Murphy says, I think when Chad was telling Lori that he was calm, there's a place in history where this happened. It was the murder of Joseph Smith. Joseph said he was calm before he died. Oh, he's like Joseph Smith now. Pryor said Chad's reaction would be normal for anyone forced for 30 plus police in their property, but Chad stated in his call to Lori before he fled, he felt calm, not in a normal, anxious state. TC, Emma laughed, crying, my mama died and my daddy's in jail. Help me, ha ha. What a freak. Gene P said, I thought the plan was Alex and Slimmer were going to move into Chad's house. Wow. Mohawk Mom, remember when Lori asked him if she could call him later that night and he said you could try, but he knew full well the police would find them? Pryor's going to go back and forth again. Soul Eyes Jewel says Idaho has no cause eviction. Sounds like Emma's landlord was evicted them over the kids' murders. He knows what he did. Then he says he sure did. Rachel Carter says, right, Mohawk Mom. Paul says Pryor has contradicted himself. Chad's statements through this rhetoric.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Bailiff, if you could please have the jurors return to the courtroom.
Yes, sir. All rise. Very good. Present and account for.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Back on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Lieutenant Powell was previously placed under oath. I'll note the parties are all present after the lunch recess, as well as the jurors are all present and properly seated, and the defendant and counsel. Mr. Wixom, I believe you were still in direct examination.
I was, Your Honor.
You can continue with your direct.
Thank you. Lieutenant Powell, I think we left off at your surveillance at Cafe Rio.
Yes,
I want to take you back now to the Gilbert phone call about Tammy Daybell's death.
yes,
With respect to whatever was discussed there, did that cause you to feel like you needed to investigate Tammy's death?
yes.
Why?
Because of the ties with Lori and Alex Cox and the attempted shooting, and then reviewing the report,
Which report?
the one the deputy wrote from first on scene.
What about that report caused you to feel like you should reinvestigate?
Chad said that Tammy didn't,
Into the microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, I'm going to object. There hasn't been proper foundation. I don't know what report he's talking about. Who did it? What did it? When?
I'll sustain that in terms of general reference to a report.
Thank you, Your Honor. And to be clear for counsel, this is the stipulated exhibit 70 that was stipulated to. It's the report.
Exhibit what, counsel?
70. Well, it's the stipulation number 70. It's that report.
Mr. Wixom, has that been admitted formally in the trial yet?
I intend to, but I haven't yet. I can stop now and do so.
I guess that'll make the most sense since we've referenced the exhibit. I want to make sure it comes in before it's referred to.
Certainly, Your Honor. Thank you. May I have just a second, please?
You may.
And Judge, that would have saved an objection if I had
I
known.
understand.
You know, at this time, I'd like to hand up to the court after defense counsel reviews it, a copy of the report from Deputy Allison Greenhall.
And it's reference 70. Is that the actual exhibit number for?
Judge, that's the itemized number on the stipulation, as I recall. The state's proposed exhibit number is 418.
418.
Yes, sir.
All right. Would you please mark the exhibit then as 418 that you propose to offer?
Certainly, Your Honor.
This is Officer Powell's report, not Officer Greenhall's report. He knows what he meant to give me. So, thank you. Thank you.
All right, state's proposed exhibit 418. It apparently is referenced in the stipulated exhibit list, but is there any objection to the introduction of state's exhibit 418?
No, Judge.
All right, exhibit 418 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I ask to have that handed to the witness, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Lieutenant Powell, you were telling the jury what were some of the reasons that caused you to have concern to reopen the Tammy Daybell death investigation?
Chad tells Deputy Greenhall that Tamara didn't have any serious medical conditions.
Let me stop you there. If you're going to refer to the exhibit to refresh a recollection, I'm going to ask the court permission to allow you to do so, but you probably shouldn't read from that.
Oh,
Is that, Your Honor, may he have permission to refresh the exhibit?
Well, it's actually an admitted exhibit, so
Well, if he's got permission to read it, then we'll continue on.
you can ask your question, but once it's an admitted exhibit, the jury will have that.
Thank you. So go ahead then, Lieutenant Powell.
he tells Deputy Greenhall that Tamara don't have any serious medical conditions. And that she don't go to the doctor often.
Anything else in there that caused you to decide to investigate further?
Last time she was at the doctor was 2 months ago for a arm injury.
Okay. So upon reviewing that, considering the other information, what steps did you take to then investigate Tammy's death?
Ran a controlled substance, it's called PMP, Prescription Monitoring Program, where you can run a name and they'll tell you if they're on any controlled substance, medications that are controlled.
Is that a law enforcement program?
Yes.
Okay. What did you find from that?
She was prescribed tramadol.
Anything else from that report?
Not from that report, no.
So what did you do next?
Got with the prosecutor and got a search warrant for Walmart pharmacy.
Why Walmart pharmacy?
That's where it was prescribed to, picked up.
What did you find as a result of the search warrant from Walmart pharmacy?
She was prescribed fluoxetine and tramadol.
And what did you do next?
She was prescribed fluoxetine from Seasons Medical and tramadol from Teton Medical. So I got search warrants for those two medical records.
Did you get records from both those entities?
Yes, I did.
You know, at this time, the state would offer its proposed exhibit 38 that likewise was stipulated to for admission, which for the record are the records of Teton Medical.
And Judge, for the record, my exhibit number 21 should mirror their exhibit number 38. If there is any differences, I'll move for mine as well, but my 21 was stipulated as well as their 38. So there is duplication there.
Okay, and to the extent it's the same exhibit, let's make sure it just gets admitted once, but what's now marked and offered as states 38, I'll have the defense review that and ask if there's any objection.
Hang on, one more. Thank you. Thank you.
As to propose 38, any objection from the defense?
No, Judge.
All right. Exhibit 38 has been offered and is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have permission to publish exhibit 38?
You may, the copy I've got, counsel, is essentially illegible on the second page.
Judge, if I could suggest.
Third page, I would say it's actually 3 pages.
Judge, if I could suggest my 21, you might find that to be a little more legible, but counsel, if you would like to take a look.
Let me sidebar with counsel, because there's a photocopy so light that it's illegible.
Rocky.
All right, counsel, I've reviewed the admitted exhibit. However, it's again not very legible in terms of how it was photocopied, but there is a better version of it that was likewise submitted by the defense. So upon suggestion in the sidebar, the court will permit a substitute exhibit. So what was previously admitted 38 will not be admitted, and we'll have that referenced by the defense exhibit, which is the same document in a more legible copy. So what is the exhibit number, Mr. Pryor, that would replace our exhibit 38?
Your Honor, Teton Medical Group records would be defense exhibit number 21.
Okay.
And Seasons Medical Records, which I think council's moving towards, it will be exhibit number 22. And my understanding, Judge, is that we've previously agreed that exhibit number 20 by stipulation is admitted as well, and I'll move for all three of those at this point.
Okay, the defense has moved then for those exhibits 21, 22, and 20. Mr. Wixom, any objection from the state?
No, we have no objection, Your Honor. We agree to the same exhibits, just with a more clear copy. Yes.
Okay, then those will be admitted, and to be clear then for the record, exhibit 38 is no longer admitted as part of the record, being substituted by the more clear version. So you can proceed, Mr. Wixom. Just reference the exhibit number with those new defense numbers when you are referencing them with the witness, please.
Will be, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay,
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish exhibit number 21?
yes.
Lieutenant Powell, what is it that you see on the screen?
The medical records from Teton Medical Group.
And can we explain to the jury, in your role as a lieutenant in terms of helping subordinates deal with unattended deaths, is it typical for you to get medical records and look at them?
Yes.
And you're by no means a doctor, correct?
No.
But you do review them to see if you can discern anything about the subject's health?
Yes.
What did you see in this Teton medical record about Tammy Daybell's health?
The past medical history was just anxiety, depression, and anemia. Other than that, everything appeared to be normal.
So when you, I'm sorry, when you sought a warrant for these particular records, how many years time span did you ask for?
2 years?
Was this the only record that was returned?
Yes.
What's the date on that record?
9/6 of 2019.
Does that indicate anything to you about Tammy's health status?
She was healthy at the time that she was at that doctor.
What about the fact that this is the only record? Does that tell you anything about her health status?
It appears she's healthy.
Your Honor, may I now have permission to publish the exhibit number 22?
Yes.
And please just refresh for the jury, who was the second provider that you sought records from under the warrant?
Seasons Medical.
And I want to call your attention to the screen again. What is that you see?
The medical records for Tammy from Seasons Medical.
And in fact, when you sought these records pursuant to a warrant, what time span did you look for?
2 years.
And were there any other records besides this?
No, there was not.
What's the date on this record?
10/6 of 2015.
What, if anything, did you discern from these records?
He was being seen for depression.
Anything else?
No.
What did that do to, how did that impact your decision how to go further to investigate in any way?
Yes.
In what way did it impact?
She appeared to be healthy, so I got with the prosecutors and got a warrant for exhumation.
Can you explain what the exhumation process is to the jury, please?
She was buried in Springfield, Utah, so had to get with the court in Utah, got a warrant to exhume her and that, dig her up and take her to have an autopsy done.
And that order was issued?
Yes, it was.
And did you attend that exhumation process?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach at this time?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer up to the court what we believe is a stipulated state's exhibit 37A through 37H. We've got 2 copies for the court.
And Judge, these were by stipulation of the parties as well as other photos that will be published at a later time by way of stipulation.
All right, I'll take a quick review of them.
Judge, for the record, my exhibits in that regard will be item number 23, 23A, 23B, 23A through D. You'll be my corresponding, and if there's any that aren't presented.
Okay, once you get there, Mr. Pryor, I'll have you offer them individually, so we keep track of the exhibits. Exhibits 37A through H have been offered, and I understand either by stipulation or no objection. The defense has no objection to these being omitted. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, exhibits 37A through H, all individually are each admitted. And Mr. Wixom, you can continue.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have permission to publish various parts of this exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you. Lieutenant Powell, I think we had left off with you explaining why you were going to do the exhumation. Could you please explain to the jury what's that process as far as law enforcement is concerned?
Go and observe and make sure that nothing was tampered with.
And what kinds of things do you look for tampering?
Any marks on the casket, and the cement vault and things like that.
And why do you look for tampering?
To make sure I can say that nothing was tampered with and to obscure the autopsy.
So is it safe to say that you were at the graveside when her body was literally pulled from the ground, or her casket was pulled from the ground?
Yes.
And you observed all that?
Yes.
Now, did you personally take photos of that process?
No.
But you were present the whole time?
Yes.
And you've seen the photos that were taken?
Yes.
And they've been admitted, but the photos, you'll be able to say if they were accurate depictions of what was happening?
Yes.
Now, if I may now publish.
Yes.
Lieutenant, can you please just explain to the jury, what are we looking at?
The backhoe getting ready to start digging the grave out.
And this is Ms. Daybell's grave?
Yes.
And where is this again?
Springfield, Utah.
Now I call your attention to what's been marked as 37B. What's that?
The backhoe digging the grave.
37C.
Them lifting the cement vault out of the grave.
37D.
The cement vault.
37E.
The lid taken off the cement vault and the casket.
37F.
The inside of the cement vault.
And I'll stop there. In the course of your observation of this part of the exhumation, did you see any tampering?
No.
What did you look at?
The edges, and then you've seen all the roses and stuff still on top of the casket.
Did you examine the casket as well?
Yes.
Did you see any indication of tampering there?
No.
And then once the coffin was removed from the vault, what happened with the coffin?
It was loaded and taken to the medical examiner's office in Utah.
And this 37, sorry, G. Is that a picture of the loading of the coffin?
Yes,
Now, you said that that coffin was taken to an ME, to a medical examiner.
yes.
Did you ride in the hearse at that time?
No, I followed it.
Did the hearse and the coffin stay within your line of sight to all the way to the MEs?
Yes,
And in fact, did you go inside when they took the casket in?
yes,
Did you observe the autopsy?
yes,
And so therefore, did you also observe the removal of Tammy's body from the casket?
yes.
And what do we see here, Lieutenant?
Tammy Daybell's body.
Okay. Did you, at that point in time, look for potential tampering?
Yes,
Did you observe anything?
no,
And was Tammy's clothing eventually removed from her?
yes,
And did you have an opportunity to view her body before the autopsy began?
yes,
And did you see any signs of tampering at all?
no.
Lieutenant, once the exhumation was completed, did you do anything personally that furthered the investigation?
I assisted with the search warrant on January 3rd.
And what search warrant was that?
202 North, 1900 East at the Daybell residence.
And, excuse me, what was the purpose of that warrant?
They was looking for electronics, and other things in regards to Tammy's.
And your role in that search?
I was there helping search, and when something was found, the FBI ERT team would come photograph it and process it.
And then how were you involved at that point?
After we was all done and the FBI had processed everything, they turned it over to myself and Detective Mattingly. We loaded them in our vehicles and transported it to the Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
Was that the end of your involvement?
Yes,
At some point, was this further investigation of Tammy's death turned over to someone else in the Fremont County Sheriff's Office?
yes, the detectives.
And why was that?
Just, I had other things they wanted me to be doing and wanted it turned over to detectives.
And to be clear, as a lieutenant, how many subordinates do you supervise?
Approximately 24. Oh, no, it'd be probably about 27.
And would that include patrol officers as well as detectives?
Yes,
Is that part of the reason why you as a lieutenant would then just assign the case to a detective?
yes.
From that point forward, did you have any other involvement in Tammy's death investigation?
No.
You know, I may have just a moment, please.
Yes.
You know, at this time, I don't have any further questions for direct. I did want to inquire if the two exhibits that I had been turned back into the court. I see the marshal shaking his head, yes.
Yes, we do have those.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Pryor, you can cross.
Thank you.
Once you're set up, Mr. Pryor, in order to maybe make things a little more efficient with your proposed exhibits, I'd like a brief sidebar with council before you start cross, just to discuss exhibits you've mentioned.
Okay, Judge.
All right, counsel, thanks for the sidebar on that. Also, just pointed out to the court before the state concluded direct, we did have admitted, not actually given to the court Exhibit 20, which I think is a death certificate, and we need to get that to the bailiff for entry into the court record. All right, thanks, counsel. And you can commence with your cross-examination then, Mr. Pryor.
So you've, officer, you've spent 22 years with the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, is that right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pryor, but can you speak into the microphone, please?
And I've been warned about this, Judge.
Thank you.
Sorry. You spent 22 years with the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, is that right?
Yes.
And the last 4.5 years have been as a detective, is that correct?
I'm a lieutenant now.
I'm sorry, lieutenant. 4.5 years as a lieutenant?
No, about 7 years lieutenant. I was 4.5 years detective.
Okay, that's what I thought I said. And then 7 years as a lieutenant?
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't get on the street and do patrol or anything like that, is that right?
I do cover shifts, yes.
Okay. And are you equipped with a camera in your automobile?
No.
Are you equipped with a body cam?
No.
That's not standard issue for you folks?
Not for me. I do not have one, no.
Are there occasions when you feel that you need to have a body cam or a recorder?
Yeah, there's possibly some, yeah.
Okay, and would one of those be when you're interviewing witnesses or taking statements from people?
Yes.
And the purpose of that is to make sure that you get the statement accurately. Would you agree with me?
Yeah.
But there's also an aspect of that when you have a recorder or a body cam, there's no likelihood that what someone says to you could be misinterpreted. Would you agree with that?
Will you repeat that one more time?
Well, if you have a body cam or a recorder and you're interviewing someone about an important topic, well, like this case, when you interview witnesses, you want to get the facts right from what they said, correct?
Yes.
And it's important that you get the facts right when they tell you things, right?
Yes.
And it's also important that it's a tool that you use to ensure that everybody's playing on the same page. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so it's generally a very good idea to use a recorder or a body cam when you're dealing with subjects or people that where there's serious consequences, correct?
Yes.
And in this particular case, this is a serious case, right?
Yes.
You've never been involved in as much of a serious case as you've been in this case, correct?
No.
Most serious case you've been involved in 22 years, right?
Yes.
So I would assume you took precautions that when you interviewed witnesses, you took the necessary step to make sure that you had a recorder with you. Is that right?
Yeah. Try to, yes.
Okay, try to. Okay. Now you received a call from the Gilbert Police Department, right? About this case with Tammy Daybell, correct?
Yes.
And I read your report, and I think you accurately reflected what they were talking to you about. Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were involved in an attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. Is that right?
Yes.
And Chad Daybell was not implicated in that, correct?
No.
Right. But he was someone of interest because he had been hanging around Lori Vallow.
He was a known associate.
Known associate, but there was no implication that he had any involvement in the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, right?
No.
That was Alex Cox and that was Lori Vallow. And when did that shooting take place?
I don't recall a date.
What year?
Would have been 2019.
Okay. Okay. You don't recall the month, right?
I received the call in October.
Okay. So at this point, your investigation was centered around the fact that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox knew Chad Daybell somehow, right?
Yes,
And as part of your surveillance, you were able to establish that in November, right?
November 1st.
Okay, of 2019.
19.
At that point, you were able to establish that there was some sort of a relationship between Lori and Chad, right?
Yes,
And that was after Tammy's death, right?
yes,
So really, if two people who are not married are going to a Hobby Lobby to pick up whatever they're picking up, that's not really suspicious, is it?
it depends, I guess.
Oh,
It ain't suspicious, no.
well, you said depends. I want to know what's suspicious about two people who are single going to a Hobby Lobby. Why don't you tell me what that is?
Well, it ain't suspicious, no.
Okay. And then going out to eat at a restaurant. There's nothing suspicious about two people who are single going to a restaurant to have something to eat. Is that right?
Right,
And there's nothing suspicious about Lori Vallow going over to Chad's house and being there for a short period of time. There's nothing suspicious about that, right?
no.
Okay. Okay. So I'm having some difficulty here. And the difficulty I'm having is that you get a call from the Gilbert police suggesting that Chad Daybell knows Alex and Lori, right?
Yes,
And based on the fact that they know them, you get an order from a judge to dig up Tammy Daybell. Right?
with the medical records and everything, yes.
Okay. With the medical records and what's the everything?
Chad saying that she was there, she had no medical issues.
Okay. All right. Judge, could I have Judge, could I have exhibit number 21, please?
Yes.
And please bear with me, Judge. I'm sorry, it might take me 2 seconds to get this brought up.
That's fine. And before it comes up or is published, make sure, number one, we know what it is. Number two, it's admitted.
Okay. And officer, it's previously been admitted, Teton medical records, that's the medical records you subpoenaed, correct?
Yes,
All right. And 21 is already admitted. So
It is, Judge, and I'm going to go through 20, 21, and 22. That's
all right. Thanks for clarifying. Those are all admitted. So you can publish without permission, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like.
So I'm at the top of Teton medical record. And what I'm looking at on the left-hand side of the letter where it says past medical history, right?
yes,
Okay, and the first thing at the very top is anemia. Right?
yes.
Did you research what anemia is?
No, I did not.
Did you research what the medical conditions and what people experience as a result of being diagnosed with anemia?
No, I did not.
Did you research and look into the fact that anemia can have life-threatening consequences?
Sorry, Judge, the counsel is testifying.
Well, it's cross-examination. I don't know what that objection is, Mr. Richmond. What's the basis?
Judge, he's describing how serious anemia is, and this witness has never spoken to that issue. So counsel is trying to testify as to how serious anemia is. It's a medical condition. This witness was freely admitting that he's.
I don't want a speaking objection. I'll sustain the objection on assumes facts not in evidence.
Okay. And let's move down the list. The next one is anxiety, right?
Yes,
Okay. And then the one down below that is depression, right?
yes,
And Tammy Daybell was taking medication. She was taking Prozac, which is fluoxetine. Is that right?
fluoxetine, yes.
Fluoxetine. Correct. And she was also taking tramadol, right?
She was prescribed tramadol, yes.
Right. And what's the tramadol for?
Pain.
Okay. So she was in some discomfort of some kind.
Yes,
Okay, and then we go down below where it says family history. And would you read the 4 lines under what Tammy's family suffers as a result of family history, please?
mother suffers with cancer and thyroid issues. Father suffers with depression and heart disease.
Okay, thank you. And Judge, that's all I have for 21. Judge, could I be handed exhibit number 20?
Yes.
Thank you. And Judge, again, this has been previously admitted by stipulation of the parties.
It is admitted, yes.
Now, did you take the time to look at Tammy Daybell's death certificate?
No, I did not.
You didn't consider that.
No,
So you looked at some medical records and said she has anemia and she's on Prozac. And you looked at Officer Greenall's report, right?
yes,
But you didn't look at any death certificate.
no,
Did you read Brenda Dye's report?
no, I did not.
Did you read Officer Greenall's report?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so when you took consideration of why you dug up Tammy Daybell, and by the way, just before we get there, Tammy Daybell's children were never notified that you were digging their mother out of the ground, were you?
No, there was not.
Yeah. So her own children were not advised that.
Overruled.
So her own family were never advised that you're digging their mother out of the ground without letting them know in any shape, form, or opportunity to respond. Is that right?
Yes,
I'd like you to look at the certificate of death, and and I'm going to point down to where it says the cause of death. Do you see my arrow down there?
yes,
Okay. And the cause of death, they list 2 things on the cause of death for Tammy Daybell's death. And would you read those out loud, what those 2 are?
cardiac event and pulmonary edema.
Okay. Heart issues, right?
Yes,
And you saw that in the medical history of Tammy Daybell, her father had a history of heart disease, right?
yes,
So you didn't take that into consideration when you decided to dig Tammy up out of the ground, right?
no, I'd never seen this before.
You never looked at it.
No,
You never talked to anybody about what the death certificate said before you decided to have her dug up, right?
correct.
And you went in front of a judge and you put on testimony to justify digging her up out of the ground, and you didn't even as once look at the certificate of death, did you?
No,
Okay. Judge, counsel previously discussed Officer Greenall's report, and for the life of me, I don't see the exhibit number on that, but it was admitted to them.
What is it?
I believe it was 418.
41A.
418.
still sitting right here, Your Honor.
Oh, 418 is still up on the,
And Judge, could I have the bailiff take back exhibit number 20
yes.
and exchange it with me with the,
And yeah, 418 was still up there, so.
thank you. Oops, let's do this. Size, okay. Okay, so can you see that report?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the second.
Mr. Pryor, I need to have you talking to the microphone.
The second paragraph talks about how Tammy was found by her husband. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to read, starting with the second paragraph to the end where it talks to 911. If you would read that loud so that everybody can hear that, please.
He called for his son to come help put Tamara back onto the bed.
No, I'm talking about where the words start with the deceased. I'm sorry, up here where it says the deceased. That's where I'd like you to start.
You want me to read the whole paragraph?
The whole paragraph, if you would, please.
Okay. This deceased Tamara M. Daybell was found by her husband, Chad G. Daybell. Chad told me Tamara had been sick and had a severe coughing fit at approximately 0000 hours. During this fit, she vomited, then she returned to bed and she said she was fine. At approximately 5:40 hours, Chad felt the blanket slide off the bed and woke up to see Tamara had partially fallen off the bed. Chad told her to get up, and when she didn't answer, he turned on the lights and found that she was deceased. She had partially fallen off the bed, her head was touching the floor, and her feet were still on the bed. Chad said she was cold and stiff. He called for his son to come help put Tamara back onto the bed. Chad then called 911.
Okay. So when you talk about a lack of medical conditions, did you read this report before you went to judge and get an order digging Tamara Daybell up out of the ground?
Yes.
Okay, so did you happen to notify the judge that Tamara was having fits the night before? She was vomiting and was sick and was generally not doing well. Did you mention that to the judge?
No.
Okay. All right, so we'll move on to the second paragraph now. And if you would read the second paragraph, starting with Chad said Tamara.
Chad said Tamara didn't have any serious medical conditions. She was taking fluoxetine for depression, but did not have any other prescriptions. Chad said the last time she was at the doctor was approximately 2 months ago when she had fallen in the driveway and injured her arm. The doctor had given her steroid shots and she was not having further issues. Chad said she had been feeling sick with something like a cold lately and that she would have gone to the doctor today. Chad said she has low blood pressure and faints occasionally. Chad said that she has been going through menopause and also has been having aches and back pain for approximately 2 weeks and that she was going to visit the chiropractor soon. Chad said she didn't go to the doctor often because she didn't like doctors.
And you were aware of that based on the research of her medical records that Tammy Daybell didn't like to go to the doctor, did she?
Yeah.
Right. And you were aware that Tammy Daybell would use herbal medicine and oils and other medications in lieu of going to the doctor to try to cure herself in other ways, untraditional ways, right?
That's what the report said, yes.
Right. So instead of going to the doctor for fainting spells and for these other things that were going on, she would take supplements and do things like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'll go back down. And the next one talks about Chad showing all of the over-the-counter medications she takes. He said she's taken approximately 10 bottles on the tablet every morning that she takes to help her. Okay? And then read the last line where it says most. In that paragraph I just read, where the last sentence says most of what was.
Most of what was in the cupboard.
Mr. Pryor, you turn that sideways so you
I'm
can't.
sorry. That makes it tough, doesn't it? I was
Okay.
trying to pull one on you, apparently. Go ahead.
Most of what was in the cupboard was essential oils and natural remedies and some pain medications.
Okay. So it looks like the list below talks about the Prozac, acetaminophen, ibuprofen, whatever vitality extracts are, but at the very bottom, it says supplement, right?
Yes.
And what is that supplement for?
A supplement for bruising and sore muscles.
So for treating bruising and sore muscles. Did you have any history that Tammy Daybell had a history of easily bruising?
I didn't see any, no.
Did you see anything that suggested that Tammy Daybell had bruises on her body at the time she passed away?
Yes, there was some.
Yeah, and you're aware that those bruises were old bruises, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. And if Brenda Dye put in her report that they were old bruises, you would have no reason to dispute that, right?
Yeah, I have no reason. to
Okay.
dispute.
But Tammy Daybell clearly was taking medication for bruising, right?
That's what the report said. yeah.
That's what the report says, right? And we're going to try to do this, see how skilled I really am. Okay. But at the very bottom, it starts with the last sentence. I was later advised by the coroner. If you could read that for me.
I was later advised by the coroner that Tamara's son told her he also takes fluoxetine from the same bottle as his mother. I was also advised that Chad told the coroner that sometimes Tamara had minor shaking fits consistent with seizure activity. Tamara's daughter Emma also advised the coroner that she takes clogging classes with her mother, and her mother has seemed to slow down in her movements in the last couple months. Tamara had also been saying she felt out of her body recently.
Okay. So again, Mr. Daybell is talking to the coroner or Officer Greenall, and it talks about the fact that Tammy's having seizures and that she's having fits shaking, and that her daughter is saying that she's slowed down and she's not able to keep up and that she's been feeling out of sorts, right?
Yes.
And based on that, you didn't take that into consideration when you decided to dig up Tammy Daybell, did you?
No.
Okay. The next sentence, with I advised.
I advised the coroner of everything I had learned from my investigation, and she agreed that the death was a natural one.
Stop. I advised the coroner of everything I had learned from my investigation and agreed the death was a natural one. That's Officer Greenall, right?
Yes.
So that according to Officer Greenall, in discussing this with the coroner and with all of this information, came to the conclusion that Tammy Daybell's death was a natural one. Right?
Yes.
And you didn't report that to the judge when you decided, and it's not this judge, you didn't report that to the judge when you decided to get a warrant to dig Tammy Daybell up. You didn't mention that to the judge, did you?
No.
Okay. The last sentence in that paragraph, would you read that one for me?
The coroner determined an autopsy was not necessary unless the family wanted one, which they did not.
Okay. And then the very last sentence before Officer Greenall, where it says it was
determined by the coroner that the death was due to probable heart attack due to pulmonary edema.
okay. And this is a determination that was made by a coroner at the time of what you called the unattended call of Tammy Daybell, right?
Yes.
And in talking with the folks down in Gilbert, they told you that Chad knew Lori Vallow, right?
Yes.
They had no other information about the death of Tammy Daybell, did they?
No.
You had the information, and you're the one who took that information and went in front of a judge and got an order to dig Tammy Daybell up.
Yes.
And you did it without telling the children that they're digging their mother out of the ground. Is that right?
Yes.
And you didn't take into consideration the seizures, did you?
No.
You didn't take into consideration the shaking, did you?
No.
You didn't take into consideration the anemia, did you?
No,
You didn't take in any of the medical information other than you told the judge, there's no medical history here. That's what you told the judge, isn't it?
off the medical record, yes.
Off the medical records, right?
Yes.
You didn't look at anything else, right?
No,
You didn't look at the certificate of death that says pulmonary edema, heart issues, did you?
I did not see that, no.
You didn't see it or you didn't look?
I didn't look.
Judge, I'm done. This officer's under subpoena to be called back. I intend to call him back.
All right, well, I'm gonna allow some redirect.
Lieutenant Powell, excuse me. At the time that you sought the exhumation order,
I don't have anything.
were you aware that Chad and Lori, that Lori's children were missing?
No, I believe yes.
Were you aware that Chad and Lori had a quick marriage after Tammy's death?
Judge objects. It goes beyond cross.
Overruled.
You can answer that.
Will you repeat the question, please?
At the time that you did seek the exhumation order, had you become aware that Chad and Lori had had a quick marriage right after Tammy's death?
Yes.
And in fact, as to the dates, what was the date again that Tammy died?
I was notified, October 19th, 2019.
And in fact, what was the date that you surveilled Chad and Tammy holding hands at Hobby Lobby?
November 1st,
That 12 days?
approximately, yeah.
Mr. Pryor asked you several questions about Ally Greenhall's report.
Yes.
Do you recall who provided the bulk of the information in that report?
Chad Daybell.
And did you ever find out prior to requesting an exhumation whether Chad Daybell wanted an autopsy?
The reporter said he did not.
Did that factor into your decision to seek an exhumation order?
Yes.
How?
Just with all the circumstances and medical records and everything.
Prior to seeking the exhumation order, had you ever heard the name Charles Vallow?
Yes.
And who is that?
Judge, this is going beyond cross.
I do agree with that at this point.
May I argue it, Judge?
Go ahead.
Judge, with the extensive cross-examination about challenging this officer's request for exhumation, I think it's not outside the cross. It's maybe another data point, but it's well within what the cross-examination
Well,
was.
I don't know if it is or not. The way it's asked, it just seems to be going into a new area. So if it's tied in somehow to the cross, then I may allow it. But for now, it's objection sustained.
Lieutenant Powell, were there other reasons that I've not asked you yet that went into your decision to seek an exhumation order?
All the deaths surrounding Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
What were all those deaths?
Her,
Which again, we're going into an area that was not opened up.
No, I believe
I'm
this
going to
is,
object, Judge.
that's opened up. So I'll overrule the objection.
Could you please explain to the jury all the deaths, what you meant by that?
Lori Vallow's last husband had been shot by Alex Cox.
Did you understand approximately what date that had occurred?
I don't recall the date.
Was that part of the information that was relayed through Gilbert Police Department?
Yes.
So how did the fact that Lori's husband had been killed factor in to your suspicions about Tammy's death?
And well, you had the attempting shooting, the murder.
And I'm just asking you from a common sense perspective as a law enforcement officer, how was that information impacting you to decide to get an exhumation order?
Judge, calls for speculation.
I'm asking,
Give me a second. Overruled.
you may answer the question.
Will you repeat it?
Yeah, I'm just asking from a common sense perspective for you to please explain to the jury why all of that information bolstered your thinking that you needed to seek an exhumation order.
Because of all the deaths around Lori, or Alex and Chad.
So is it safe to say that when you do any investigation, do you just follow the facts and where they lead you?
Yes,
And so despite what was in Ali Greenhall's report, did all these other facts lead you to seek the exhumation order?
yes,
And to be clear, you were asked several questions about the death certificate
yes.
and who issues a death certificate typically.
The coroner?
I'm just asking if you are aware of whether or not the coroner at the time of Tammy's death had all this other information about Lori and Alex and Charles Vallow.
No, she did not.
Objection, Judge. There's been no basis to establish where that knowledge comes from. Moving to strike.
Yeah, the objection did come in late, but I will sustain the objection for lack of foundation and I will strike the answer. So I'm instructing the jurors to please disregard that last answer.
In terms of your surveillance of Chad and Tammy, how long that day, let me withdraw that. Please tell the jury again, what day did you initiate your surveillance of Chad and Tammy?
November 1st, 2019.
Thinking back now, how many hours did they spend together that day?
Objection, relevance.
Again, it goes to the relation.
Thanks, Mr. Wixom. Objection's overruled.
I'd say approximately 4 to 6 hours.
And were they riding in a car together?
Yes, when we surveilled them to Idaho Falls, there was.
Did you happen to notice if there were any children with them at the time?
No, there was not.
You never saw any children with them at all?
Never seen any children.
No, I have no further questions.
Judge, could I recross in the event that he brought up some things about Mr. Vallow that I would like to be able to touch on a little bit?
Very limited in scope.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Pryor, I'll allow on that.
Officer, you made an interesting comment about Chad Daybell and Alex Cox. Are you aware that Chad Daybell is not implicated in the murder of Charles Vallow?
Yes,
Okay, not involved, right?
not to my knowledge, no.
And in the shooting and attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux, same thing. Alex Cox, Lori Vallow are implicated in that crime, right?
Yes,
And Chad Daybell is not implicated in that crime. Is that right?
not to my knowledge, no.
So this other knowledge that Mr. Wixom spoke to you about, this knowledge that somehow Chad, he must have known these people. So because he knew those people and he's not implicated in those other murder and attempted murder by Alex Cox, Chad's not implicated. How does that give you a right to dig up Tammy Daybell?
With all the association and all the deaths around it.
Oh, so because she went to Hobby Lobby with him, because she went to a restaurant, and because you surveilled them, and obviously they were having a relationship, right?
Yes,
And that's the other information you used to dig her out of the ground, right?
yes.
Judge, I have nothing else.
All right, that'll conclude the recross then and not having any more redirects. So is it correct from the state then that this witness is likely to be recalled?
Judge, given today, we may well reserve the right to recall this witness. And I believe he's under subpoena by the defense as well.
He's under subpoena by the defense, Judge.
Okay, Lieutenant Powell, then I'll admonish you that there is an exclusionary order, meaning you're not permitted to observe any trial testimony going forward while this trial is being live streamed. I'll admonish you, you're not permitted to listen to any other testimony between now and the time you may recall, and I'll ask you about that when you return to the stand. All right, thank you for your testimony. All right, counsel, we are going to go till 3:30 today. Does the state wish to start in with another witness and take an afternoon break shortly, or would you like to do that now?
Your Honor, I think looking at the time and the fact that we're moving into a new witness, the state would suggest we take the break now instead of just starting testimony and then having to take a break.
Okay, I agree. We'll go ahead and take our mid-afternoon break. I'll shoot for about 30 minutes and be back on the record after that. Thank you.
Okay, folks, so we'll be back at
So I guess we're waiting 20 minutes for that afternoon break to be. Man, that was some tough stuff. It was really infuriating, Angela Davis. Oh yeah, he texted. Let me back down because I want to say some of these things. Let's see. Let's see where I saw that comment about the text. Oh, Just Me says he texted Lori how the life insurance policy was changed with bullets in his chest and not be involved. Yeah, he knew. And I really think they're going to charge him. I don't think they're going to charge him till after this, but I know what's being said. But I think that I think they're going to charge him. Y'all talk amongst yourself. I'm going to get myself a Diet Coke. I'll be right back. Please don't go anywhere. Got all these people support Trish. Is a good boy. So I thought there were so many things that they could have said that they didn't. And I'm kind of scared of those. Rob Wood is the prosecutor in chief, and he is, I want to hurt his feelings, but he's not the best speaker in the world, and I think he should work on it. That other guy either. And I haven't even heard the I forgot her name, Miss Blondie Blondell, prosecutor. What is her name? No, Mad Donut, we are not over for the day. We're taking the afternoon break. We're on afternoon break. probably need to bring my face up. Not that y'all want to see my face, but when people look at it and they just see this court or Zoom, they kind of think, well, I don't know if I want to sit and look at a dang screen or not. Man, I just really, it seemed like to me that he was bullying the policeman. I can't believe you dug her up. I mean, he probably has people in the jury going, yeah, they dug her up. That kind of would. How many of y'all take, my mother's 90 years old and she takes hair vitamins to make her hair grow and her skin and her fingernails. You don't ever get too old or feeling so bad that you don't want to do all those things to feel better, look better, and all that. Saying she was going through menopause. I'd like to mend his paws. I don't know when they. Yeah. Tracy Ottman said that Lindsay is sharp as a razor. She is, and I'm ready to, I'm ready to hear her talk. My women sometimes can do some good stuff, y'all. Mohawk Mom says, I noticed Pryor said to the sheriff he did not have anything when the sheriff seen him put the paperwork in the binder and the sheriff called him on it. Yes, I saw that too, Mohawk Mom. The microphone picked him up saying that I do not have anything. He seemed real sure about it, didn't he? Lamitia Filipino Food Club says, play the call. Chad acquiring about his new girlfriend's dead fourth husband. Play the call of Chad inquiring. I would, but I'm afraid I would, by the time I found it, it will be time for them to be back from their break. But that is true. He called about getting, he made a phone. Yeah, there's several things that involved him in that directly. One, making the phone call about having Charles cremated. Also, wheeling that wheel back in the storage shed with Lori that connected him to Justin Bandrick. He had nothing to do with it, but he helped her roll a tire back in after they tried to kill somebody. Yeah, he had nothing to do with it. He had nothing to do with it, but he wanted to help her get him cremated. Yeah, he had nothing to do with it. I think part of this is Arizona dropping the ball on some of this, because when I was reading the papers, it's listing, and people who are involved, and it comes to it's just like, Lori was the wife, Alex's brother-in-law, and it says Chad is a stranger. Chad was not a stranger. Chad was having an affair with his wife. So he was not a stranger. Lamicia Filipino Food Club said, I also hope to God that Lori comes out of the haze long enough to get mad and tattle on Chad. That would be good. I wish she would come out of the haze. Yes, Lisa Talaboo, Arizona did drop the ball big time. Mohawk Mom says Lori was charged after she was convicted in Idaho. The same will happen to him, in my opinion. I think so too, Mohawk Mom. I think so too. That way they can just talk real loud. They didn't want to affect that trial. We'll see what happens. Okay, let's see. We'll see what happens. Let's see how much further it is to this afternoon break is going to be. Let's see. I'm going to check with Nate. Okay, so 9 minutes ago, they said they'll be back in 30. Hey, so I guess the afternoon break is 30 minutes instead of 20. Saying. Whoever had a job that had your breaks would be 30 minutes in the morning, 30 in the afternoon, an hour for lunch. When do you get time to work? So, Denny Lenny says, I'm hoping they have a treasure trove of Chad's texts and emails that will shed much more light on his involvement in Charles and Tammy's kids' death. Clancy says Chad was prepping for the storage unit before the shooting and afterwards. Mohawk Mom says, so how many things has Pryor slipped into his binder in the past? It's true. Soul's Eyes Jules says that they dug her up comment went too far. It was offensive. I thought it was too. Carla says it's kind of funny. Chud now is trying to say that he has all the fiction here books. Oh, fiction books. It's great to hear people who come to his talks for the church. TCC, it's like we're in France. Laugh out loud. It worked for Adias in France, and we had a morning and evening break and almost 2 hours off for lunch. Well, man, that sounds like some good stuff. Yes. Pryor said, I don't have anything, and the bailiffs kept standing there until he got the paper back out. I don't know what that was about. I can't get over the conversation between Emma and Chad when he was in the police car. I do wonder if I'm sure they didn't think about their conversation being recorded. And the very nerve of Emma making fun of Colby whenever her dad was handing over money to them. Liza Joe says, thanks, Chad. I couldn't read it, but it's, oh man, I think that stuff, they need to do that medical stuff on Tammy right now, because the way that John Pryor worked on that guy, I think it was Powell, he was hammering him about digging, about he didn't have any reason to be digging Tammy up, and all her oils and vitamins she was taking, and who looks at your maybe they do. Excuse me. Hang on a minute. Can y'all hear me? Yes, I guess you can hear me because I'm saying it says remove. Well, excuse me, and let me cough. I am going to mute myself. Oh, Mohawk Mom met Donna. It was the medical records and the first death certificate that Pryor slipped into his binder. Oh my gosh. He was really working that guy over about how mean it was to her kids to dig their mama up without having all the proper stuff. I'm going to look for the Dateline interview of the Daybell kids for a refresh. That's pretty wild, wasn't it? It was fit then. It was a fainting spells. Then it was seizures. Oh, yeah. I couldn't believe it. He said that she was having fits. I'd like him to get some of the people from the school down there and ask how many fits she threw in the library. Pryor is seriously trying to put reasonable doubt into the jurors' minds. He isn't doing a good job of it, though. Yes, they did. People are dropping left and right around Chad and Lori. He's like, you keep bringing up those deaths. He had nothing to do with those deaths. If she was having seizures, they were horrible for making her work full time. Yes, exactly. You know, we won't ever get to ask him that because no seizure meds mentioned. That's right, Liza Joe. But I wonder if he's going to get those kids to say that too. Maybe the prosecutor team is letting John Pryor hang himself, but they should have objected to law enforcement and not medical. My opinion, yes. He's a snake. Mohawk Mom says Chad was in Hawaii when they exhumed Tammy. Why did they need to contact Chad's kids? Well, they probably did try to contact them. They probably weren't answering the dang phone if we just want to all know the truth about it. But I would think that in a case like this, like it's just like with Ruby and them and Jody. They had reason to believe a child was in danger. And so by those circumstances, they had the right to just go in without a search warrant. And so these people could see people were dying daily. And yes, they went on and did it because they didn't know how many more people were going to die. Plus, they had a whole damn list of people that were already dead and were on the to die list. You might want to be digging some people up. Clancy says, so Emma is going to tell us Tammy had slowed down during a clogging class. What? It's a freaking clogging class. I'm just saying, yes, they need to get some of her other people besides those kids. He's giving them money. I don't know how he can still be giving them money. Carolina says, we are halfway through the day. In my opinion, this is doing good.
I'm sorry, y'all. My audio has been jacked up. I've been off stage. That's why I had to add myself. I'm like, hey, can you hear me?
Oh, no, I didn't hear you.
I know, because I have to add myself to the stage like a ding ding, right? So I've been like, why can't they hear me? Yeah, about 10 minutes of that, right?
Oh, man.
Clogging class is hard cardio. You know what else is hard cardio? Probably living with Chad, I would say. Yikes.
Man, it was hard cardio listening to Pryor.
Yeah. Yeah. It's hard just to listen. And just the way it's just, I mean, maybe this is how a real trial is supposed to go. I don't know. I'm not a trial watcher, but I don't know. It just was so different when comparing with Lori's, you know?
Right. And,
it's so hard to follow.
Again, I'm not calling somebody up when you're exhuming a body. You don't want the whole family to come over there and be in your way while you're trying to do this. So no, you would not tell them. And that's another thing. You know, people say like they'll be getting arrested or whatever. It's like, please let me call my husband. No, because some people's husband will come over there and shoot the police and get you loose. No, so they do not let you talk to somebody till you get to the police station. They're not wanting to be ambushed on the way to the police station with somebody's wife in the car.
I mean, I'd wonder if I wouldn't want Chad and Lori to know because, I mean, from that perspective, they're pretty deadly. From an investigation
Exactly.
perspective, I mean, that's what you do. You don't tell everybody. It's under investigation. They don't know they're being investigated. They don't know they're being watched by the FBI. They don't know these things on purpose because you don't want them to, you know, they're pretty mafia as it is, straight up. Yeah. And do y'all remember whenever Chad was saying, Chad and Lori, but mainly Chad was telling his kids that it was that he thought the police were just like messing with him, you know, about digging Tammy's body up. I remember something like that. I don't remember exactly.
Yes, me too. This like it was a rumor or something, or
yeah, or he was trying to create reasonable doubt, you know, like he wouldn't be investigating me for your mom's death, you silly kids, you silly adult kids. They're adults. They're not children. They're his children. They're Tammy's children, but they are not children. They are by far adults. And I mean, if your dad, if Tammy's husband is under an investigation, you know, hence that's why we are exhuming her body, because there was no autopsy done. And so the person that did, you know, just called the death, she's not, I would say, seeing some of y'all's comments, she's not a professional. She's not an expert. They're just going.
I don't even think, you know, she may be what do you call it, like an emergency medical person, but I don't even think she's not even a nurse. I don't think, because and the true crime ladies, they were saying one night that lady is their cousin, and that she wasn't really qualified for the job, but the county doesn't want to pay anybody that is qualified to have the job.
If I were the Daybells, or, you know, on Tammy's side of the family or side of things, I mean, that's something I think I would be bringing to legislation, is changing the laws, how one handles deaths. What do they call them? Unattended deaths, you know, to where it has to be. Yeah, they are elected. And it's interesting to see some are appointed, you know. I really want to know
the coroner in our county was a registered nurse at the hospital, and his father was the coroner till he died. But I don't think that his father that was the coroner, maybe he did have maybe he was an emergency person, but I don't think he was any trained person.
We don't look to think at any of these qualifications. We just assume, right? Or until you have to, you know, cross it through, I guess, stories such as these, you know, whenever, you know, it really was not a big deal, I guess, until it was, you know, until it was like, oh shit, there's all this other stuff going down. We might want to rethink that. And so already it was convoluted. Already it was she was so dismissed. Tammy was so dismissed, and I think that Chad banked on that. I think Chad would know his laws, at least, or the process and everything, because of being a gravedigger, although that was in Utah. But still, you know, it seems like he would be more familiar with these types of things. And I mean, I've often wondered if and I mean, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud, right? And probably shouldn't even say some of the things I say, but I question everything. So I'm like, okay, was the coroner for Tammy's death, is she part of this club? Is she part of this secret society club here? I mean, what gives him a hard pass, you know? That's what they do. I mean, as far as the secret society type things, they blackmail one another. Okay. And so some of this very well could be not just Chad's doing, but other people's doings too. I know. I wish.
No,
wish it
but
was-
I'm just thinking if you got all 4 of those kids to lie about her having seizures and all kinds of crazinesses of that, I mean, that just blows my mind. That sounds like some Scientology junk where you got people testifying that no, Miss Cabbage did not hit nobody. I mean, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Think about your mama.
To me, it kind of feels a lot like I'm saving my own ass. Not me, but that's the kind of mentality here. It's just like sink or swim, that here, get your own damn life vest. You're on your own.
They are very codependent. Her saying that about you've traded us to be, to be independent, and then just follow it up by saying, as long as we have your credit cards or money or whatever, but they're not like Colby. Come on now.
Dishing out $8,000 for 3 kids. Did he pay those kids $8,000 each to shut up?
Apparently he had $9,000 over there in Mark's room waiting on him to come back from his mission till they took.
There you go. I mean, why did he do that? And then where's Leah's? Because it seemed, I don't know. It just seems like hush money. Like, here, just listen to your father. Hush money. I'm just saying, I'm not trying to be.
It's a mental thing. It is. It's a mental thing too. They don't think they're doing it for those reasons. It's and it's almost like they think they're being persecuted. When he was in that car and he was like, this is, it's going to work out. This is part of the deal here. It's just like Jody thinking that she got sent to prison to be good. I don't know.
I don't know what you're talking about because I was sleeping.
Okay, well, after a while, you can listen to the whole. They had Chad in the back of the police car, and they let Emma talk to him, but the whole conversation was recorded.
What? Can you hear it pretty good? Like,
well, it's not. They have improved the audio tremendously, but that audio is not as good because it's like the sound. It's like in the back of a police car. So but you can tell what they're saying. Okay. It's just crazy.
Oh my God, I didn't know. Oh my God, I've missed so much.
And I'm hoping they have something new like that every day that we didn't know about.
Oh, I should do a live reaction. And just like, what?
It is a good idea. A show to do that maybe tonight, but I don't think we have time to do it in this 20 minutes. Although during lunchtime, and you may want to cut this out when if we edit this video, at lunchtime, while they were on their hour break, I did play that back and we stopped it and talked about it and stuff.
Oh, that's good. I'm so glad y'all did.
But I would love for you to do it again because it was a lot chunked into that.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that really does sound like a good idea since I missed it anyways. And didn't even know. I only could imagine. I'm like, oh my God, I'd love to know just some of these goings on that we hear about. And I mean, I've got to say, I sure wish that, I was about to say President Hermosillo, y'all, Detective Hermosillo and Detective Hope, Detective Ball, just in all these police interactions, why not wear a body cam? Please wear a body cam. Just to cover your own ass.
Pryor brought that up over and over and over and over, freaking over. And I got it. It's true. We do need to do that.
And then it's just kind of their word against his. And so, and vice versa. And just, there's 3 different ways, right? There's his side, her side, and the truth. That's been an expression my mama always said, because it's true. There's 3 sides to every story. There's yours, mine, and then there's the truth, right?
Unless a Pryor figures a way to keep all those texts from coming in, Like if he could figure a way to keep that kind of evidence from coming in, maybe. But as long as those texts get brought in like they were last time, prior, I mean, I just don't. But like, I mean, we've all talked about it. He keeps saying, you don't remember that he has nothing to do with those murders that and attempted murders in Arizona. Well, I mean, we all know he called to get Charles cremated. We all know that he
Daybell
tried
handled
to
all the deaths in my family. Don't you know?
help
I
and
mean,
get
he
that
did
crap
whatever
out of, get the tire out of the shop and put it back in there. Chad helped to put it back in
Right.
there. So he definitely was in on it, you know.
I told Jason the other day, I was like, Brandon Boudreaux, the shooting at Brandon Boudreaux, that to me is clear and cut. It's like a textbook conspiracy case. You know, I'm just like, I can see that. I can see how this one did this and this happened over here. And these two are talking, you know, you can see it.
Yes.
Like, oh, here's
Yes.
A, B, and C equals, you know, conspiracy. And I'm just like, I don't know.
I don't
how
think Melanie is smart
go.
enough to know how lucky she is that she is not sitting in jail right now.
Rumbo he drew. Spud is going to potato, I guess, the rabbit hole, potato hole. It's just funny. Fun. And the ball, yes.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Speaking of.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, before we get started, I will go back on the record. We're on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We just completed the afternoon recess. I do want to remind everyone in the courtroom, there's a courtroom conduct order governing these proceedings so that they can go without issue and most importantly to me, without disturbance of our jurors. And we have had an issue today with some of those attending, and they have not been permitted to return to the courtroom at this time. And so I just want to remind everyone, it's very important that you do follow that. You're certainly welcome to come here and observe, but any type of behavior or conduct that starts causing any sort of interference with our jurors' ability to observe evidence in this case is just not going to be permitted. So thank you for everyone else here for following that order. And with that in mind, we can have the jurors return, please.
Jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, we've concluded the mid-afternoon recess. We're back on the record. Parties are present, ready to proceed. The state is still in its case in chief, and I understand have another witness to call this afternoon. Will that be?
Yes, Your Honor, the state will call Nicole Heidemann.
All right, and please be mindful, counsel, we will conclude with testimony today at 3:30.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Great, thank you.
All right, and do I refer to you as agent?
I'm a tactical specialist.
Excuse me?
A tactical specialist?
All right, tactical
Yes,
specialist
forward, please.
Heidemann. I just wanted to inquire, now that you're under oath, for purposes of your testimony here, the court's issued an exclusionary order, meaning I'm not permitting any witnesses in the case to previously view testimony of other witnesses. We are live streaming these proceedings, so I'm going to inquire whether or not you have reviewed or watched any of the testimony in this trial thus far.
I have not.
Very well. Thank you for answering that. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please spell your name for the record?
Nicole, Nicole, last name Heidemann, Heideman.
Where are you currently employed?
The Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been employed with them?
Almost 16 years.
What is your current title and or position?
Tactical specialist.
Have you held other positions within the FBI?
I have.
And what are those other positions?
Prior to that, I was an evidence control technician.
At some point, as part of your employment, did you become involved in an investigation regarding some missing children in approximately 2019 or early 2020?
Yes.
Do you recall who those children were?
JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan.
As part of your job duties, were you given specific assignments with regard to that investigation?
I was.
As part of your duties, were you asked to look into evidence and data collected to determine phone attributions?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about what phone attribution is?
Yes, phone attribution or phone number attribution is an attempt to identify the likely primary user of a phone number.
And as you reviewed the data and different reports, did you also discuss the investigation with special agents, detectives, or other law enforcement officers?
Yeah.
And in preparation for your testimony today, have you prepared an exhibit?
Yes,
And is that exhibit regarding phone attribution?
it is.
Is that exhibit a summary of the work that you did and the reports and phone data you reviewed?
Yes,
And would it assist in your testimony today?
it would.
And do you believe it would aid the jury in understanding as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 186. I will indicate defense counsel has been provided a copy. I have a copy for the court, the witness, and the witness to review.
Thank you.
I would also indicate this is actually a printout of a PowerPoint. I have the jump drive that's also been marked as State's Exhibit 186 that contains the same information.
All right. So the actual exhibit will not be the printout copies. It will be the PowerPoint exhibit on a thumb drive. Is that correct?
Correct. I printed out the slides as a courtesy and to allow the witness to review them.
Very well.
And do you mind just looking through those if you would? Do those appear to be an accurate representation of the summary we were just discussing?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask for the admission of State's Exhibit 186.
Any objection? Okay, Exhibit 186, which to be clear again will be the PowerPoint presentation, is admitted.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask permission to publish State's Exhibit 186.
You may publish.
And we talked about you being asked to look into some phone attribution. Were there specific individuals that you were looking to attribute numbers to?
Yes.
And who were those individuals?
Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, and Alex Cox.
And this is the second slide of the presentation that you prepared. In looking at this, how many numbers did you attribute to Chad Daybell?
Between the time frame of October 2018 and January 2020, there were 9 phone numbers.
And of those 9 phone numbers, did you determine certain ones were of more interest?
Yes.
And how many were those?
3.
And how about in regard to Lori Vallow, how many numbers were attributed to her during that time frame?
6 phone numbers.
And similar question, were there some that were of more interest?
Yes.
And how many were those?
Again, 3.
And with regard to Alex Cox, how many phone numbers were attributed to him?
6.
And of those were some of more interest?
Yes, 3.
And you talked about a specific time frame. Why did you look at that specific time frame?
We learned through the investigation that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow met on October 26, 2018. So we went back through October 2018 through sort of the end of the investigation of January 2020.
And when you talk about the end of the investigation, was there still an active investigation into the whereabouts of the children?
Oh yeah, the whereabouts, yes.
So you'd focused on this time frame of when there may have been communications between the parties, is that fair?
Correct, yes.
And turning specifically to Chad first. In looking at that first number, is this a number that was attributed to him?
It was.
And can you read the number into the record?
208-690-9374.
And under that, there are 9 things listed. Are these things that assisted in attributing this phone number to the defendant, Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Were there other things that assisted in attributing the number?
There could be, yes.
Were these the main ones that you looked at?
Yes.
And can you go through this list of the 9 things?
Yes. This list of 9 items were documents, primarily documents, but other phones or something that I reviewed that had the 208 number in close relation to another identifier, either Chad's name or an account number, address, something along those lines that were attributed to Chad. So that phone number was subscribed to Tammy Daybell since March 17th, 2018. It was listed as the contact number for Chad Daybell on a Hawaii rental agreement effective December 15th, 2019. It was saved as contact Chad in Tammy Daybell's phone. It was the SMS or text number associated with chad.daybell@gmail.com. It was listed on a Citibank application in Chad's name. It was listed on the Life Map insurance benefit claim form next to Chad's name. It was saved as contact Bishop Shumway in the Lori for Style iCloud account. It was associated with Chad on some Allegiant flight records, and it was saved as contact Dad in Seth Daybell's phone.
And do you know who Seth Daybell is in relation to Chad?
Seth is Chad's son.
And Tammy Daybell was Chad's wife?
Correct.
Could I ask the witness to please maybe just pull the mic down a little more and talk right into it?
Yes, sir.
It's not that sensitive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And then looking at this next part of it here, there's a reference to a Cricket account. Can you tell me what the significance of the Cricket account is?
2 additional phone numbers of interest were identified, and when the subscriber information returned, it came back to a Boyd dial in Mesa, Arizona.
And talking about a Boyd dial, are you aware if there was any investigation done to determine whether or not there is a Boyd dial that actually exists?
Yes.
And was there an investigation conducted?
Yes.
Do you know, were you part of that?
Yes.
And were you able to identify any actual Boyd dials?
Yes, we found 2.
Do you know if either agents or detectives did some follow-up with those Boyd dials?
Yeah, I believe some FBI agents in Utah interviewed the 2 Boyd dials as part of this investigation and cleared them of any knowledge.
And when you're trying to determine if there's any other Boyd dials in existence, what are some of the things that you were looking for to see if they're a real person?
Through database searches primarily, I conducted searches for Boyd dial, PO Box 405, Mesa, Arizona, and received negative results. I then did Boyd dial in Arizona and again received negative results. And then I just did a very broad picture of Boyd dial in the US. And those were the 2 that came back, the 2 in Utah that came back as being real individuals.
And if you know, was there anything found to link either of the Boyd dials you located to these devices or these phone numbers?
No.
And I said devices. Let me be clear. How many devices did you identify as being associated with the numbers we're going to talk about next?
There was 1 device for all 4 numbers. Yes.
And so this first number that we're seeing here, can you read that into the record?
480-395-5126.
And there's 2 things listed here. Are those 2 of the factors that you considered in attributing this number to Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And can you read what those are, explain a little bit about them?
This phone number was activated on October 31st, 2018, which was just a few days after Chad and Lori met, and then was either expired or deactivated on January 31st, 2019. And then secondly, it was saved as Melanie 2 in the Lori for Style iCloud account, along with Chad Daybell's known phone number 208-690-9374. So the Melanie 2 contact had 2 phone numbers associated with it.
And that was in the Lori for Style iCloud account?
Correct.
Do you know who that iCloud account was associated with?
With Lori Vallow.
And the next number on here, can you also read that one into the record?
480-812-5496.
And similarly, there are 2 things here. Are these things that you use to attribute this number to Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And could you explain a little bit about those?
This phone number was activated the same day that the prior number expired, January 31st, 2019 through July 1st, 2019. And it was saved as contact Janie in the Lori for Style iCloud account.
And this next number, can you read it into the record as well?
515-402-0143.
And on this one, there's 6 different things listed under it. Are those factors that you use to identify this phone as one associated with Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And can you go through those for us and explain a little bit?
The 515 number was first identified by the Chandler Police Department in Lori's 480-692-9562 call detail records and saved as contact Bubby in the Lolly Time iCloud account. It was activated on July 1st, 2019, the same day that the 5496 number expired, and was active through October 8th, 2019. This number called the Valley of the Sun mortuary on July 11th, 2019, and there was a recording of Chad Daybell on that call. There's a text from Lori that read conf number 99NBQ4, which returned an Allegiant Airlines flight in Chad's name. On August 11th, 2019, Lori sent a text to this number, which August 11th is Chad's birthday, saying birthday kisses all over. And it was saved as Rebecca Shumway in the Lori for Style iCloud account.
And we talked about the Lori for Style iCloud being associated with Lori Vallow. Do you know who the Lolly Time iCloud account was associated with?
Also with Lori Vallow.
And then we have one more number listed here. Can you read the number into the record?
401-569-8260.
And under this one, there are also 6 things listed. Were those 6 things what assisted in attributing this phone number to Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And could you go through those 6 things and explain a little bit?
This number was first identified as the first attributable contact of Alex's 334 phone number. It was activated the same day that the 515 number expired, which was October 8th, 2019, and ran through December 30th, 2019. On October 8th, the same day that this phone number was activated, Chad conducted a Google search for Rhode Island area code, the Rhode Island area code being 401. There was a text from 208-690-9374, also known as Chad's known number, to Lori on October 9th, 2019, saying, "I will call right now from a 401 number." The only contact that this attributable contact that this phone number had was with a number attributed to Lori, 480-489-4652, and another number attributed to Alex, 334-744-4205. And finally, it was saved as contact Bishop Miller in Lori for Style, in the Lori for Style iCloud account.
And again, looking at these that are listed under the Cricket account, I think on all of them, you have that as one number is being deactivated, a new number is being activated.
Correct.
And again, these all had the same, appear to be linked to the same device.
Correct. They all shared the same IMEI number.
And then we notice here as well, we've got 3 numbers in yellow and 2 in white. Could you talk a little bit about why the different designations there?
Yes, there, as previously mentioned, there are a lot of cell phones in this investigation to sort of minimize the noise and really highlight the phone numbers that are going to be used in this case, in this trial. The numbers in yellow are you're going to hear about quite frequently. The 2 numbers in white, they were predating sort of the crime portion. They are helpful to attribute the phone numbers to Chad, but we didn't focus on them. We didn't see any content, text content in the iCloud accounts. So we can see that they were speaking to people in the cases, but the focus of the investigation was on those 3 yellow numbers.
And is that why the 3 yellow numbers all have more items listed as to how they were attributed to Chad?
Correct, yes.
And then on this next slide, we see 2 additional numbers that appear to be attributed to Chad. Could you read the first number into the record?
602-290-7288.
And similarly on this, we see 2 things listed. Are those how this number was attributed to Chad?
Yes.
And can you explain a little bit about those 2 items?
So in addition to there being a lot of phone numbers, there were also a lot of aliases for individuals through this investigation. So to help understand that, not just attributing the phone number to Chad or Lori, also to attribute the concepts of these different names or aliases to Chad or Lori. So the 602 number received a text sent a text on December 4th, 2019 to a group chat of the Daybell children that read, "Hi, this is Dad." And this phone number was also saved as contact Raphael in Zulema's phone, which was one of Chad's aliases.
And when you talk about Zulema, do you know Zulema's last name?
Castenes.
And so when you talk about one of Chad's known names, is that the Raphael?
Correct.
Thank you. And then there is a second number here. If you could read that into the record.
We're 80-341-9585.
And under this one, there are 3 things listed. Are those what assisted in attributing this number to Chad?
Yes.
And could you explain a little bit about those three things?
Yes. Another name for another alias of Chad was James and Elena as Lori. So the James and Elena iCloud account was associated with this 480, or the number that ends in 9585 was associated with the James loves Elena iCloud account. There's a text from this number again to the Daybell children, a group chat that's on 12/14/2019 that begins, "Hi, this is Chad." And according to Ian Pulowski, it was a number being used by Chad and Lori.
And when you say names associated with them, did you learn through your investigation that a name used by Chad was James or used to refer to him?
Yes,
And Elena was a name used to refer to Lori?
correct.
Thank you. And these numbers are also in white. Can you explain if these numbers were a focus?
They were not a focus. They were sort of after the crimes had occurred.
And as you indicated, they were also a way in determining different aliases or names used by Chad and Lori.
Correct, yes.
Thank you. The next one that we go to has Lori Noreen Vallow cell phone attribution at the top. And so as we go through this one, the first number listed here, can you read that into the record?
480-489-4652.
And under this one, there are 7 things listed. Are these 7 things part of what assisted in associating or linking this number to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And can you go through those 7 things?
This number was first identified by the Chandler Police Department during a review of the Lori for Style iCloud account. There is no subscriber name from the provider. However, account IDs were Lollytime at iCloud and Lori for Style at Hotmail. And the credit card information attached to this phone number was in Lori's valid name. And this account was effective from January 31st, 2019 through December 28th, 2019. This number appeared next to Lori's name on Allegiant flight records. It was saved as contact Lori and Lily and Melanie Boudreau Pulowski's phones. It was saved as contact Lori Vallow and Zulema's phone, along with 480-692-9562. It appeared in Delta flight records along with KK Walker 75 at yahoo.com. And it was also a contact number on a Hawaii wedding quote request submitted by Lori.
And the next number here, if you could read that into the record.
480-692-9562.
And similarly, there are 7 things listed under this number. Could you explain a little bit about those in relation to this phone number?
Sure. Again, these appeared in various places within the investigation. We first learned of it during Chandler PD's review of Charles Vallow's cell phone, revealed this as another number for Lori. This number was actually subscribed to Lori Vallow, which was effective from February 4th, 2019 through January 5th, 2020. It was associated with the Lollytime at iCloud, Lori for Style at iCloud, and lollytimeforever at gmail.com accounts. It was an Amazon shipping contact for Charles Vallow at 565 Pioneer Road, apartment 175 in Rexburg, Idaho. It was a number provided on an application for PO Box 415 in Sugar City, Idaho. It was saved as contact Lily and Lolo in Melanie Boudreau Pulowski's phone. And it was another number on the contact as a contact on the Hawaii wedding quote request submitted by Lori.
And looking at this, through your portion of the investigation, did you ever learn whether or not Charles Vallow ever lived at that 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
He did not.
Did you learn whether or not Charles Vallow ever had a PO box in Sugar City, Idaho?
He did not.
And looking at the next number here, can you read the number into the record?
808-755-5452.
And similarly, on this one, there are 7 items listed. Were these 7 items what assisted in attributing this phone number to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And could you go through those 7 items?
This number was provided by Lori to the Chandler Police Department. It was subscribed to Premier Financial Services between January 8th, 2016 through November 24th, 2019. It was associated with Lori for Style at iCloud. There was an instant message to Peter Dixon on August 8th, 2019 that read, "Hi, Peter, this is Lori Vallow." It is saved as contact Lolo Vallow and Melanie Boudreau-Pulowski's phone. It is saved as contact Lily and Melanie Boudreau-Pulowski's phone, and it was another contact number on the Hawaii wedding quote request submitted by Lori.
And do you know who was part of Premier Financial Services?
Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow.
And with all three of these numbers, we see all three of these in yellow. Were these all numbers that were determined to be of interest in the investigation?
Yes.
And as we've gone through these, for some of these numbers, could there have been other things that assisted in the attribution in attributing these to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
But these were the main ones that you focused in on?
That I focused on, yes.
And turning next to the numbers associated with Alex Cox. Could you read that first number into the record?
480-351-9120.
And under that, there are 6 items listed. Could you go through and let me back up. Did these 6 items assist in attributing this phone number to Alex Cox?
Yes.
Could you go through those 6 and explain a little bit?
This was the contact number provided by Alex Cox to the Chandler Police Department. It was subscribed in Alex Cox's name with an effective date of February 27th, 2015 through, we don't know when it ended based on the search warrant. It is associated with email accounts homerjmaximus@gmail.com and homerjmaximus@yahoo.com. It's saved as contact Alex Cox and lollytime@icloud.com. It's saved as contact Alex Cox and Lori for Style at icloud.com. It was listed as a contact number for Alex Cox on Allegiant flight records, which also included homerjmaximus@yahoo.com.
And if you could read this next number into the record.
304-960-5998.
And this one has 2 items listed. Were those items what assisted in attributing this number to Alex Cox?
Yes.
And could you explain a little bit about those 2 items?
This phone number was identified through its IMEI through the homerjmaximus@gmail.com records. There's no subscriber name, but the account ID was raymaximus@gmail.com with an effective date of September 27th, 2019 through December 28th, 2019.
And this next number?
334-744-4205.
And there are 3 items listed here. Were those items what assisted in attributing this number to Alex Cox?
Yes.
And could you go through those 3 items listed there?
This phone number was associated with a Samsung Galaxy phone recovered from Alex's Rexburg apartment. Again, there's no subscriber name, but the account ID was raylamar@gmail.com with an effective dates of October 9th, 2019 through January 9th, 2020. And it was saved as contact Spencer's wife and Lori for Style at icloud.com.
And similarly with these 3 numbers, could there have been other things that assisted in attributing these numbers to Alex Cox?
Yes.
Are these the ones that you focused in on?
Yes.
And when we talked about Chad Daybell, we talked about more numbers. But on the first slide, we talked about there were those 3 main numbers of interest identified.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
And on one of those, you'd indicated that it was only in contact with a number associated with Alex Cox and one associated with Lori Vallow. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was the number for Lori Vallow one of the ones that you'd identified as a main number with her?
Yes.
And was the one identified as Alex one of the numbers that you've identified as a main number associated with him as well?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. All right, council, we took a sidebar to discuss scheduling. Do you want to indicate how the state wants to proceed going forward for today and tomorrow?
Your Honor, the state recognizes that the court did wish to end at 3:30 today. And I think given where we're at with testimony, the state has finished with this exhibit, but does have more to present through this witness. So I think it would make a logical stopping point. I did just want to confirm that Exhibit 186 was admitted, and then I do have that disc.
It was admitted. Okay, and we do have that. All right, and then for purposes of tomorrow's schedule, then we will run court again from 8:30 to 3:30. We may have a slightly longer lunch for the jurors tomorrow because I think we're going to take up a motion outside of the jurors' presence at 1 o'clock is the plan for now. We can confirm that tomorrow, but our regular court schedule will be in effect. So we'll be in recess for today and resume again at 8:30 with the testimony of this witness. So of course, I'll remind the witness, the exclusionary order is still in place, so don't review any testimony between now and when you return to the stand. Also, thanks everyone in attendance for adhering to the court's conduct order. And then finally to those jurors before we recess for the day. Again, as we recess, please make sure to follow the court's admonishment to not do anything to look up or investigate this case or in any way, or to discuss it with anyone, including amongst yourselves, so that you can remain impartial until such time as you begin your deliberations. So with that, is the state okay to recess for the day?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, anything further from the defense? All right, if all would please rise for the jurors, we'll be in recess.
That's funny. Liza Joe says, yes, Satanist. Oh, I'm here for that. Right. Very obvious.
Krish?
Yeah, I got to turn the
Did I-
things on.
Okay.
Can y'all hear me? Okay. Yeah, you can. Let's see. I always forget which one. There it is. Nope. General, I think. Audio avatars.
Yeah, there it is. There we are. Huh. So I saw one of the new filings says that, let's see, it says based on the state's motion for expedited hearing for good cause, it's hereby ordered that the hearing on the state's pending motions will be held on the 15th day of April, 2024 at 3:30 p.m. or soon after as the council can be heard. So are they have a private meeting right now?
I don't think so.
Well, according to that, it says
April 15th.
I mean, there's 4. Well, let me just put this up here instead of talking about it. Well, fiddle diddle. Here we go. So,
Right, Bewitched, 9 burner phones. I can't afford to replace my busted one. Holy heck. Oh, heck.
Present. Let's see. This is the one about today that says based, I don't even know what it's about. It says ordered on state's motion for expedited hearing.
What is an expedited hearing? I mean, expedited,
Well,
you know, it's expedited. Is it because it's not over there in the counties? You know, like, I don't know.
Expedited, I mean, I think means taken care of. Let's take care of it right now. Let's do it right now.
We'll look up the word. Just kind of
Okay. And it's about pending motions. Oh, Janelle says a quick hearing. I guess it is, but it doesn't look like we've been included in it. I'm going to make sure that he hasn't put up the thing again and we missed it.
Okay. I appreciate that.
No,
like rushed
it's
right
not.
away.
I mean,
like an
you know.
emergency. Okay. Thank y'all.
Okay. So
Yeah.
that's one of the things. And let's see. Let me see. Should I pull up that other one and tell her, or do you want to wait about that other one?
Well, I mean, we can go ahead and share. You know, we're not going to read them verbatim. Well, I don't know. What do y'all want to do? Because I was going to schedule a live, and do a live react to Emma and Chad.
I think you should. I think you
Oh.
should like end it and take a break and come back because
Yeah, that way it's on
6 hours. But still, this will tease it out pretty good of what you're going to talk about. Let me show you.
Teasing
Share
in
this
this in
We're not
trials.
teasing. It's
Yeah,
not teasing,
I
but-
wish. I don't know how. I can't. I'm like, I don't have that. I don't have that. It's a luxury, if you ask me, because I don't have that. It's my family, so
Okay.
it's like it's all important, right? Yeah. Okay. I think so too. Everybody's saying let's do a live. When I would say I don't want to schedule over anybody, you know, because I don't like being scheduled over. But I mean, the courtroom reporter, that's every damn day. I'm not even in the same. I'm not
Well,
even in the
just
same.
do whatever you want to do about this. If you want to come back much later, then come back much later. But this is what the deal is Pryor is wanting to call prosecutor Rob Wood as a witness. So
Yeah.
that's what we're going to talk about.
That's something that.
And there's more to it, but we'll go over it then.
Yeah, that way they're separate too. Mohawk
Yes.
Moms Boys said they will be covering one hearing tomorrow. The reason why their lunch will be 90 minutes for the jury. So, thank you.
Good grief. Okay.
Takes a village,
All
right?
So I'm going to remove that and you talk about whatever you want to do here and then tell us when we're going to come back.
A witness to what, right? So I'm trying to think about what that was about. I want to
I'm
say
telling you what it's because Wood talking to Summer and saying that, you know, that he had more evidence on one of them than the other, or that like she was guilty. I mean, he pretty much said that she was guilty to a witness. I mean, but we all thought it.
Definitely.
Summer thought it too.
But you know, Mark Means and John Pryor tried having Rob Wood disqualified January 2021. That's when I went up there, and at the time I was just so overwhelmed with everything else. And plus I don't know legal proceedings, right? And I didn't understand, you know, what was being said in all the crossfire between the defense attorneys and prosecution. However, when you go back and you look at it, it makes all kinds of sense to me now. You know, I'm like, oh my God, why wasn't there more of a big deal about this? I have a clip of how I caught a piece or whatever from a clip from Court TV with Chanley Painter and Vinny Politan, where they're talking about how the church is so intermingled in all of this. And it's very profound, you know. If you can kind of talk for a minute, I'll share that real quick.
Okay. Okay.
And it's
okay.
It means a lot. Okay, so I'm going for it.
Yeah, it does. And Yeah, he shouldn't have talked to Summer. I don't think they should have him thrown out of there. But he probably should not have talked to Summer. But I don't know how you do talk about it whenever you got all kind of evidence that somebody has, wrapped little kids up with tape and burned them and all kinds of stuff that, Summer knew what they did.
You still have to
And
treat it like
Summer,
an investigation and let
yes,
the
you do have to
investigators
treat it.
or the prosecution be in Hawaii rather than the prosecutor being on site. That I guess that's what they're saying is kind of not so normal. I don't really know. I'm sure y'all know. But
Well,
we
none
all-
of this was normal. And part of the thing is because they all know each other and it's a small town. Rob would know and probably knew all these people before this all started. It'd be totally different in a bigger place. It's like, not only that, is it so like intermingled with church things in a small town, a prosecutor, a defense guy may be a prosecutor guy, may be a judge on the other side of the county for something. So you have to be careful who you tell your stuff to. You may be telling it to somebody, and the judge is standing. The reason why I say that is because we were at a case where a friend of mine, I went to court with him, and the lawyer, my friend's lawyer, I was like subpoenaed to be a witness. And so we were standing there talking, and while we were at the courthouse, another person we knew came up and said, well, I've got to go over here and I've got to go to this DUI court. Well, his lawyer was the DUI judge. It was like a small town. You didn't want to talk to. KJ says, so what am I walking into here now? An update. Well, KJ, court has ended for today, and Pryor is a butthole. We all know that. But they're having some kind of hearing right now that we don't know about. But also, KJ, there's been four filings to come down in Chad's case today. And one of them is saying that Rob Wood is going to be a witness. Now, KJ, I know that's going to fire you up. Yes, KJ.
It's not news, It's old news.
Well, it's a hearing for that to happen. I don't think it's happened yet, but it's like that's what the hearing's about.
That's because they keep postponing it instead of just dealing with it, I think. And so, again, if you're doing the right things, then you have nothing to worry about. If you're not doing the right things, then things such as these can take place, That, to me, is kind of what it seems like more and more. I'm looking for.
Well, you know very well that if you know somebody and they're your personal, around town, that you let your guard down and you do say more things probably than you would to in a normal business situation. And they should have been doing business.
Exactly. Then they should just be doing the right thing all the time. Then you ain't got to worry about it. Small town or not.
Exactly. I don't deal good with being a lawbreaker and having to look over my shoulder.
And it's not, their jobs are on the line, but so is justice. Justice is on the line.
Exactly. KJ says there's no way they would put Wood on the stand. Well, it's just all something that it's just prior crap, just stirring up crap to try to have something to say when there ain't nothing to say. You're defending a murderer.
But I don't see it. I used to see it like that, but oh my God, freaking Siri, man. I used to see it like that until I kind of was like, okay, well, maybe the prosecution should be doing it, And so I don't fault Pryor or Mark Means or anybody like that for basically calling it what it is, Like you can't.
Yeah,
they're just
right.
bad behavior, and that goes both ways, you know, it's not just one-sided. And again, shame on any prosecutor that, you know, is just doing some weird things. That's all. I don't know if he did do
Well,
it.
I think
He
it's
just
the main problem I had was that he was really hard on that policeman that was on the stand today. And the policeman was not well spoken. And so it was easy for him to bully that guy. And he was really mean to him. KJ says the bottom line is that the judge will never allow anything that would be an appeal issue. Thank you, KJ.
is that why they're having their private hearing?
I don't
Or-
know, but all I know is that if Chad Daybell is ever allowed out of a jail, nobody is safe.
No, nope. Keep them in your house, or you keep them over there where y'all live.
Yeah, no, exactly. That'd be the first thing they would do would be throw him out of Idaho, send him back to Utah.
You better send them to a prison camp.
Okay, did you find your thing you were going to show us? What was it you were going to show us? Did you forget?
I have. Oh, I'm looking. I can't ever locate
Okay.
anything immediately because. Oh wait, this might be it. Let me go into this playlist. This 800th playlist over here.
I feel like my computer hard drive is like a wishing well. I just throw stuff in there.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah, that's exactly. And it's so big.
I don't know
all
who
my
got
playlists
through
and
out of
everything.
court, lady. Nate Beach Lady says, anyone know who got thrown out of court? I don't know, but he said it had to do with the jury.
Huh, wait, I didn't see all that.
Yes, after they came back from lunch, Judge Boyce, he commended people who acted right, but then he said that we have a courtroom decorum or something, and that some people were not obeying the rules and they were put out and were not be allowed back in. And the way that Nate put it in his little tweet was that it had something to do with the jury. Maybe they were distracting the jury. That's what it was, I bet you, Mohawk Mom, is they were probably doing something that was bothering the jury. I don't know what it would have been. Oh, no. They surely didn't.
I don't
That's
have
it.
it right now. I'll have
Jill Leslie said Hidden Gems Lauren got thrown out. But is that true? Oh, come on. I think she's just I think she may be just April fooling us on April 15th. I don't know, but I'm sure we'll find out.
So I'm gonna look for that. Well, let me look at this one last spot. It's just a list of all my videos.
Okay, I'm gonna check Nate's tweets and see if he has anything new for us, because they're probably hanging out for some stuff. Okay.
Every chance.
Well, he says the courtroom. Nate's courtroom insider is at 6:30 Mountain Time.
So that's 7:30 here Central, 8:30 Eastern. I was thinking like 6:30 here is what I was kind of thinking. So 6:30
You might do
Central.
that. Okay. Okay. All right.
Just not a long live like on Sundays or anything, but just addressing the thing, the phone call or whatever, the thing, the audio. Is it audio and video of Chad and Emma, or?
Yeah, it's audio and video. He's in the back of a police car.
Interesting. So is it long? Do you know about how long?
Maybe about 20 minutes long or something.
Okay.
Well, it may not. It may look. There's probably. They said it was like an hour, but they only showed like 20 minutes of it. They may show some more another time. But the thing about it was, and which one is it? Hope? Is it Hope or is it who is related to the Daybells? Which one of them is related to Heather Daybell?
Okay.
Okay. Well, one
Detective
of them, I think it was Hope that let them talk. I may be wrong about that.
Detective Hope is Heather Daybell's daughter, her father-in-law. So she
Yes.
married, what's his name? David Hope's son. Her daughter married.
So, I mean, it's a small town.
Matt Daybell's daughter married David Hope's son. So
They know each other.
I mean, we knew that from the beginning. That I've known that for quite some time.
Well, I think that the reason it seems to me that that Pryor is bringing it up every chance he gets, and that he will eventually try to poke something at that. I don't know what it'll be.
Right. Okay, I did find it, but I'm on my home. I'm using my computer that is in my room, the real shitty one. So I'm gonna copy and paste the link and then go to the other one real quick. I know, right?
Okay.
It was supposed to be so easy. Other people make it look so easy, that's for sure. Paste it here.
That's not true, is it? About, let's see. I mean, surely. Well, I don't know if she would tell or not. Somebody said, if I got thrown out of the courtroom, I probably would not tweet about it. I'm just saying.
That's right.
Maybe.
All right, now I'm running to my other, and then we'll go from there.
All right.
Back out of this one, so I don't cause an echo chamber.
Kerfuffle. Don't do kerfuffling.
Ruffling, right? All right, I'll be right back.
All right. Okay. So Chris is gone, and Chris will be. Chad jerks his gherkin while Pryor raises the flask. Yes, that's about right. I don't know, TC. Did Lauren get in trouble in court today? That's hard to believe. Someone said she did, but I don't know if that's true. That may have been somebody just joking. So Ababan says, Chad says, Emma, I won't be back. You will control the finances. They won't find anything in the house. They won't need a luminal, etc., and all before he told the charges. Before he was even told the charges. Yes, he knew. Okay. Jill Leslie, she says Lauren is in the chat on her live stream, and she told us in the chat. Jill Leslie, did Lauren get thrown out of the courtroom? Or did she tell you who got thrown out of the courtroom? Come on, Jill Leslie, spill the tea. Spill the tea and let us know what happened. Come on. Angela says, Jill Leslie, what did she do? We want to know. She said, yes, she didn't rise when the judge said rise, and they threw her out. Jill, is she the one who got put out of the courtroom? Jill? Good heavens. That's crazy. Man, I'm pretty slow. He would throw me out too if that's what you get in trouble for. Y'all think OKJ would last very long in that courtroom? I don't think I would last long in that courtroom. She and one other got asked to leave. Well, can they come back tomorrow, Jill? Or are they thrown out for good? Oh, Jill Leslie said she was gracious about whatever. We didn't want Lauren to act like a Karen and fight with them when they tried to put her out of the courtroom. So for sure she was gracious. Oh my heavens. She says she will be back in the courtroom tomorrow and she will get her butt up when they say all rise. TC says, that's crazy. She wasn't paying attention. I have broken toes so that I have a hard time standing up. Trace on the case said, what's going on with GIB and this new hearing? I don't know. Trace on the case, Pryor is trying to call Rob Wood as a witness. And apparently, Lauren didn't get up fast enough when they said rise and got outed of the courtroom. I guess she's not the favorite then. Good Lord, Squeaky Wheel says, good Lord, if you were to walk in Boyce's courtroom wearing a baseball cap, what would the penalty be? Amputation, the death penalty? I did get the court papers, Trace, and I sent them to you in an email. Okay. I'm back. Lauren is the one who got put out of the courtroom, Crasha.
What? Why?
Because they said rise and she didn't get her butt up fast enough. Her and one other person got put out of the courtroom for not getting up fast enough when they said rise.
What the fuck? I
mean,
mean,
that's
really?
They said she was very gracious. I said, well, what would she do? What do you expect Lauren to do? Act like a Karen and fight with them about it?
Yes, Your
Oh my
Highness,
God.
right? It sounded like Lori Hillis.
Yes.
I'm just saying. She did fight with him. Oh my God. And it's right. Sometimes you have stuff on your lap and you just don't. I know I'd be screwed because.
Yeah, me
that's me.
too. And Jason, poor Jason moves kind of slow these days.
Right? Damn. I thought it was kind of like, okay, but if you're kind of crippled or you know what I mean. I'm just saying it feels like church.
Yes.
Feels like church. But I mean, when I say church, I mean like Catholic, you know, you gotta sit down, kneel, rise, sit down, peace be with you, all that stuff. And you're just like, oh, okay, up, down, up, down.
But they said she can come back tomorrow. So I'm guessing she'll get up fast.
No shit. Oh my God, she's probably traumatized a little bit from that.
I would be.
Yeah, just a little. Oh my God. I'm traumatized from freaking court when I was little, when I was younger. I didn't know you had to say, you had to be audible. I was put on the stand and I was 12 and I cried because they were like, because I nodded my head, I guess. I don't even remember it. But I mean, the judge was like, you have to say it. And I was just like, it was stressful.
Yeah, because the court reporter don't write down head shakes.
No, maybe they should. Maybe this is the time.
I think they should.
I mean, yeah, visually. I'm looking for it again. Now I'm in here and my computer wasn't very fast. There it is. Okay, good. All right. So, all right. Finally, it's probably nothing now. Not as big as I've made it. So just know that. All right. Let me do this. Share screen. Untitled design share. Okay. Make sure y'all can see it. Okay. Yeah. Now I'm gonna double click and I have to go to another window. But that's okay. Oop. Come on. Okay. Oh, so it's vallow Daybell. This is all a cult of Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow Daybell. Not. Okay. That's Crusha and that's me and my anyway, snark, I guess. I might have to skip the music. Let's see. Whose side is voice on? His side. I hope I don't get copyrighted for this. It's my music, but I had an app that stopped using this licensing or whatever, and so it flagged all the videos that I've used it before. So yeah, buddy, just me. Combo, just me. Don't be hiding stuff. Yeah.
They call me a
Oops, my bad.
They call me a
let's go.
I'm about to go off like a weapon. Fuel to the top, got a filled up engine. In my thoughts, obsession. I will not stop, no, I'm never second guessing. I got a God complex. Haters love to hate, but I never feel pressed. Got a lot on my plate, but I never get stressed. I'll take all the pressure like I'm acing this test. Tear it up like I'm Jason. I see the world like it's ready for the taking. I see this place like a game I'm playing. Straight to the bank to collect my payments. No negotiations, it's my way, I was born impatient. And like a damn Freemason, I'll run this nation. They call me a god. 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 I don't know how to stop. I just go till I drop. Whether it's working or shots, give it all that I got. You can watch me work in my element. Anyone in the way is irrelevant. Wanna cross me, cool, not intelligent. Cause I don't forget shit like an elephant. Go ahead and tempt me. Put it on the line and you'll come up empty. If I got time, I'm deadly. Never caught off guard, no, I'm always ready. I got a hand real steady. Look me in the eye and you'll see no hezzy. About to get real messy. I'll put you in a grave 6 feet like Kenny. They call me a god. They call me a god. They call me a god.
I mean, I have never gone and read books. Not
Okay, so yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I haven't seen this in a long time. So obviously, it says this is. I said his name wrong the other day. It's Taniguchi. I think I said Yamaguchi, but it's just the fact that all the stuff he had to do representing Joe Ryan. But the court clip is on here. I know. Sorry.
law books. I'm talking about books about religion.
Because you needed to understand what was going on. That's why you had to do that. So this took a lot out of you.
Oh yes, I mean, you don't know. Lawyers are known to go and do the background, and yes, I was looking at the background, but one book wasn't enough, and then I got kind of really interested in how different the Mormon faith is than regular Christianity. I mean, they're all claim to be Christians, and then they appear to be, but their branch with the celestial part, that's not Christianity. This is the celestial part is definitely the Mormons, and I don't disrespect that, but hers. Now we look at what Daybell's doing, and it's one step beyond. I mean, I'm just not what I was reading. It sounds even well, more out there. I don't want to use the word.
And then the violence, and then these violent abuse allegations. I mean, this case definitely had just a lot going on, and a lot of drama for everyone.
It's when you put a kid up to lie about your father, that's not good. I mean, poor Tylee growing up with that kind of starting from second year of your life, and you've been now and being part of a conspiracy to deprive him of visitation with her, and it's just tragic. And she'd had no problems doing that. I've had other cases when they were using that same technique, and it's sad that every time they come up, Tylee was younger than most, 2 years old.
Okay, let me skip to Malou. It's all important.
Yeah,
though.
I'd say it was probably the worst case I've seen.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Real.
Right here.
August 12th, 2020, Adam Herbitz, Salt Lake City. Members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints are questioning a letter that was sent to leaders last week, reminding them of a policy that prevents them from getting involved in, quote, any type of court case, unquote, without speaking first to the church. Reading the obstruction of justice definition, the crime or act of willfully interfering with the process of justice and law, especially by influencing, threatening, harming, or impeding a witness, potential witness, juror, or judicial or legal officer, or by furnishing false information in or otherwise impeding an investigation or legal process.
Yeah, Bob Kelly, when we reached out to the church for clarification on this policy, a spokesperson told us the reason they're asking leaders to reach out is so they can tell them no. Quote, that's the whole point, is that local leaders shouldn't get involved in any type of court case. We've spoken to attorneys, we've spoken to members of the church, and we've spoken to former members of the church who say that statement causes them concern about obstruction of justice.
So does this mean that Rob Wood, because he was a bishop, did he have to reach out to the church first before, prosecuting this case? Did any other member of the prosecution team have to reach out to the church first and get permission to move, or not just permission, but instructions on how to go about handling this case? It doesn't make any sense. It never has, and it never will, because this line of thinking is so opposite of normal thinking.
To have the church put out a statement like this, I'm really concerned about it.
Joanna Smith is a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints who says she is not afraid to speak up, even if that means disagreeing with the prophet.
I have been called less of a Mormon multiple times over my life. Mormonism's in my blood. It's who I am.
In this case, she's concerned about a letter, a reminder outlining a policy that would prevent leaders from getting involved in any court case without permission from the church. Quote, however well-intentioned, church leaders sharing information in legal proceedings can sometimes be misinterpreted and even damaging.
I think it's very clear what their priorities are. Maybe not for a corporation, but for a religion, I definitely think that victims should come first.
The letter was sent out on August 4th, the same day an Idaho judge ruled that the case against Chad Daybell will continue to trial.
Same day.
Daybell is an LDS
All right,
author accused
everybody
of
get up.
having extreme religious beliefs. In June, police found the bodies of his wife's
Yeah,
two
it's
missing
over.
children buried in his backyard.
Too many members are going to read this and say, well, I can't testify.
You're encouraging people to be complicit in these terrible events, and that is irresponsible. It's a form of coercion. It's a danger to our society.
Employment attorneys say it is perfectly legal for a company, or in this case, a religious organization, to have a policy
Check this
asking
guy out.
members to consult legal counsel. But if there is in fact a blanket policy behind closed doors that prohibits leaders from testifying or responding to a subpoena, that would be illegal. Obstruction of justice.
This is no different than the culture of silence that led to the abuse of these kids in the Catholic Church.
Well, I don't think it's asking for permission. I think it's consulting.
Stephen Paul is a local attorney and member of the church who received the letter. He says getting legal advice is never a bad idea, and he has faith that the church will make fair decisions, not try to obstruct justice.
The organization has been under attack throughout the centuries.
Religions in the U.S. should not be interfering with legal proceedings.
The church told us this is not a new policy. This is not sent out in response to any particular case, and they have sent it out before as a reminder back in 2010.
No, do y'all believe that? Right? I wonder, what warranted such a letter back in 2010? What case was going on publicly that was probably not, making the church look so shiny, like they think they are? Oop.
I asked, would this policy prevent a leader from responding to a subpoena? The church said they cannot speak on that. We're live in Temple Square. Adam Herbets, Fox 13 News, Utah.
The church is holding their salvation on the line if they don't comply. See, that's a whole nother problem.
It is significant that the Savior chose to appear to the people at the temple. It is his house. It is filled with his power. Let us never lose sight of what the Lord is doing for us now. He is making his temples more accessible. He is accelerating the pace at which we are building temples. He is increasing our ability to help gather Israel. He is also making it easier for each of us to become spiritually refined. I promise that increased time in the temple will bless your life in ways nothing else can. We currently have 168 operating temples, and 53 new temples are under construction, and another 54 in the pre-construction design phase. I'm pleased to announce our plans to build a new temple in each of the following locations: Busan, Korea, Naga, Philippines, Santiago, Philippines, Ekit, Nigeria, Chiclayo, Peru. My dear brothers and sisters,
Don't wave that hanky.
may
Okay.
you focus on the temple in ways you never have before.
Yeah, Lori. Come to the
I
temple.
bless you
And I'm a fake cry
to
right
grow
here.
closer to God and Jesus
Oh,
Christ
Lord, Lord,
every
Lord.
day.
Oh.
I love you.
Cry on demand. Freaks
May
me out.
God be with you
Mm-mm.
till we meet again.
Nope.
I pray in the sacred name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Mm-hmm. JSL, owned by the church. Desert News, owned by the church.
Idaho tonight.
Yeah,
He
I didn't
served
like
the
this, dude.
nation and was also married in the temple. She was once a primary president for her local ward. So how in the world
Chad
did
was
Daybell
serving
and Lori
a
Vallow go
freaking
from
calling
seemingly
at the time
mainstream
of all the
members of the
murders.
Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints to now on trial for murdering 2 children? We caught up with some scholars who tell us religious radicalism can be
They
a
speak on the
slippery
same
slope,
circuit
and
as
it
Chad.
starts very small.
I had a great mission. I just felt like his was extraordinary.
Extraordinary, fitting for a man who claimed 2 near-death experiences left him living on the edge of heaven with a special connection to the spirit world.
She worked in the primary and she was so good with all the kids.
Friends telling police Lori Vallow's long-held Latter-day Saint beliefs changed dramatically
Mhm.
after meeting Chad Daybell.
It just seems like she
Aw.
lost it.
Daybell's Doomsday
Glad.
fiction novels took him to prepper conferences where, for some people, preparations for the end of times mixed with prophecies and visions for the future.
Lori kind of pulled me aside and started saying a few things that were not like according to the LDS faith.
She believed in the end of the world and that everyone was going to die and she was preparing for it.
From the earliest days of the church, there's always been tremendous internal diversity with
This
people
guy
having their
speaks
own
on the
beliefs
same
and practices.
conferences.
Patrick Mason,
So
chair
does
of Mormon History and Culture at Utah
Blythe.
State University, tells us sometimes these offshoots leave the church completely. Others
So why is he
stay
speaking at
quietly
offshoot?
inside.
They may be going to church every single Sunday.
And then
The
speak on
person who's
behalf of the
sitting in
church.
pew right next to me, I think they are thinking the exact same way I am, but they could be thinking in this completely different direction.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And there's a recognition that, okay, some of this stuff may not play very well in church on Sundays. And so that's why some of these other outlets,
I don't
whether
give a
it
shit
be
how it plays on
online,
Sundays.
in-person gatherings, conferences that people have.
He attends
oftentimes
them.
these
This guy,
ideas
Patrick
play out
Mason,
in those
attends
other
those
venues.
conferences.
And it did with Chad and Lori's beliefs through books, blogs, and podcasts.
That is called double speak. And that is one of the things that pisses me off. I didn't know any better, though, in the beginning. So when all these quote unquote experts were speaking out, and then you learn that they are also speaking at events that Chad spoke at. So they're doing both. They're speaking at these quote unquote offshoot events, and they're speaking in behalf of the church. It's problematic to me.
Like-minded followers believe that they were living a higher law.
Which she believes she had the patriarchal power.
These different groups,
That's
they feel
exaltation.
like they have additional knowledge, right? But we have
Because they do. And that's because they do. Because if they wouldn't be practicing, in my opinion, it looks just like polygamy. Okay. That's all I'm saying. We call it the second anointing. We call it exaltation. We call it the church of the firstborn. We can call it all these things that we've heard, but that is what all those things mean. All those titles, all those labels, all those words, that just means that Lori and Chad were sealed in the temple, not by their friends, but by the right officiants to do so, because it was an extra ceremony that was it's obscured. And that's how Latter-day Saints practice polygamy in the here and now. Okay. They're not just going to throw out their beliefs for, in order to become a part of the statehood and, to become part of the United States of America. And then, okay, so think about that and all the references you've heard about them wanting to bleed the beast. Okay. That's our government. So anyways, I hope people will start to see. I hope I can find an effective way to freaking say it.
have special knowledge, or we have access to new information that God has given us, or to the way that we interpret scripture.
So at what point does it turn
dangerous.
We know from court records and other things that, there was a baseline of mainstream LDS belief.
Because they have cards.
They were getting ideas from other places, reading other books. They're in online forums, and then they assimilate these things. And it looks like Chad and Lori were putting together some of these ideas in really unique and distinctive ways.
Court documents detail Vallow's belief that she had been reincarnated multiple times,
Mhm.
married to Book of Mormon prophet Moroni.
When you hear
and
people talking like
unable
this,
to
just
die.
know,
Satan was ramping up.
just know that they are being most likely being what do you call that? Recruited into this exaltation program. That's what I'll call it, a polygamy program. Okay. Yeah. That the church will never, ever confess and will always do everything within its power, especially gaslighting everybody into thinking that, everybody's crazy. They're just doing their own thing. It's just an offshoot. We don't do that. We are Christ-like people.
His
Gross.
powers and their evil was just so pervasive in this world, and that it was
Yeah.
her job. She was responsible for casting out these zombies.
Before his death, Lori's fourth husband, Charles, begged police for help, saying his wife Lori believed that he was somebody else. I will kill you.
Want to talk about conspiracy?
And nobody will care.
Right here.
She had said that he had turned into a zombie.
Tylee also had these dark spirits that were trying to control her.
She would say things about the end of the world and,
Thank you, Mohawk Mom.
and about driving off a cliff with the kids.
When those ideas turn into the idea that they need to take out other people,
Hey,
when they
DJ.
need to commit violence against other people, that's when those ideas become dangerous.
But as a story like this gets national, maybe
Just in
even
time.
world attention,
Mhm.
what does this do with the connection to what they are accused of doing and what their radical beliefs are and how that ties back to
Mhm.
the church?
We know, especially from recent reporting, that there's a really large percentage of Americans who have never even met a Latter-day Saint. They don't personally know one.
Amen.
And so their knowledge and their understanding of the religion is pretty shallow. What
So
they know
it's
about
all
religion is
because
what
we
they
don't
see on TV.
understand.
They don't know enough about the religion to make these fine distinctions. But
So stop doing some shady shit. How about, okay? Because we don't have to do all this kind of research and investigating into Christian churches. Just saying, not comparing the two. They're all have crappy, billion-dollar and multi-million-dollar organizations that are protected by the 501c3 and the government and the Constitution. I think that they exploit the Constitution. I think that they exploit the scripture, whatever scripture that is, whether it be Mormonism, Scientology, whether it be whatever religious leader or whatever, they use it and then they exploit everything. I know that much.
between what is mainstream versus what is more extreme. It's easy for them to conflate the extreme with
No,
the
it's not.
majority of people who live good, decent lives.
So it's our fault.
And Lori's
I do not do that though. Like what he just says, it's easy for us to, let me play that again.
Between what is mainstream versus what is more extreme. It's easy for them to conflate the extreme with the majority of people who live good, decent lives.
And Lori's religious beliefs expected to play a big role in this, especially early on as we begin jury
Why is the church
selection
acting like
tomorrow
it's on
morning.
trial?
We're going to be here 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's when the doors open and things begin. KSL will be here throughout the whole thing, but as you probably know by now, we're not going to have a live stream in there. We won't be able to have cameras. That's because of the judge. But KSL will have you covered with live reports from court every day. We'll have it on air. We'll have it online as well. And join us tomorrow for a special report from Boise at 6:30 at night, getting you all caught up on just how we got
I
here
think so.
before opening arguments get underway. With that, Dan, Debbie, we'll send it back to you.
Yep.
Yeah, big week ahead.
Oh,
there.
let's
Thanks a
talk
lot,
about
Mike.
that for a
Hit the flag
second.
us there in Boise.
Let's talk about what Mary Lou Purpura says. Chad will be charged for Charles's death. I take about 6 vitamins a day. Keep in mind they sell Melaleuca, which is a vitamin company. And you want to know what? You want to know something very interesting? Okay. And this also goes behind a lot of things I speak out about in opposition. And it is that Frank Vandersloot is he's a billionaire over there in that part. And okay. hold on, I have some things popping up, is that Frank Vandersloot owns the Melaleuca company. Ian Pulowski works for the Melaleuca plant. Okay, so just note that Frank Vandersloot owns it. Frank Vandersloot, if y'all have watched the Adam Steed interview on Mormon Stories podcast, he spoke about how Frank Vandersloot paid a lot of people, or had a lot of basically propaganda, and he was opposed people like Adam Steed. Okay, so there's that part. This just a little history, right, that I've learned along the way. And Frank Vandersloot also owns East Idaho News. East Idaho News. Who do you think Secret Santa is? Who do you think Secret Santa is? Okay. So it's interesting. And I remember looking at all this stuff a long time ago, like when East Idaho News formed up. I want to know when it came onto the scene, because I think it'll correlate with their way of kind of maybe perhaps Frank Vandersloot's way of combating and controlling information, right? Information control, right? Think about these things though. Okay. So, but the Melaleuca company is actually, it's an MLM. I watched a whole thing on Illuminati's channel. She goes and talks about pretty much different MLMs and all kinds of different things. And there's other people who have covered. I haven't looked for them in a while. So again, it's a lot of things to keep up with. It's a lot of different things, but the vitamin company, is right there. Secret Santa is East Idaho News. That's where Nate Eaton works for. Okay. Frank Vandersloot, according to Adam Steed, was anti-Adam Steed, speaking out about the Boy Scouts of America. Okay. And then you have Frank Vandersloot. Actually, I've been doing a lot of digging into that aspect of it. And it turns out that Frank Vandersloot he used to work for a farmer whose last name was Ball. Just think about that for a second. Who do we know whose last name starts with Ball? I'm not saying they're related, but it's just interesting because it's a small town, right? But there's all these weird things going on and that are behind all the things. The church never comes out and says anything. They get people to do it for them. Okay, Great Dane. I can tell you some shit straight from Boise, Vandersloot and Ball. Yeah. So Ball was a farmer who allegedly, whenever Frank Vandersloot was like 15, he worked for this farmer, and I don't remember what product it was, but anyways, that's basically how he got his start. And then again, he worked for Cox Communications, another weird name, right? Cox Communications. And then, he ended up having this company, Melaleuca, which started in Australia, I want to say, and then, moved over here to the United States and Canada. So no boundaries. So, secret combinations, ma'am. Right. That's what this is. It's what it is. And there you go. There you go. Allegedly. Would you say allegedly? I will. I'll say allegedly. I don't want to get murdered. I don't want anybody else to get hurt. So this also, I think, factors into why I'm not saying that I'm important or anything, but it just goes into, I've met Nate Eaton. I sat in his, where he interviews people right there in Idaho Falls, me and Mom, whenever this was January 2021. This is before I did all my digging. So he sat down with me then, gave me, I have 2 East Idaho News shirts for my sons that he and Eric Grossarth gave me. Okay. But since then, for sure, I've learned a lot of things along the way. And it just goes to show you. The Ball family, I know in this case, now I don't know if he's related, but it'd be interesting to learn. the background of some, especially when you have these really sketch people, especially billionaires, Mormon billionaires, who basically own the media there. They control, Frank Vandersloot controls the media there via East Idaho News, and it's interesting because Nate Eaton was a reporter in Virginia, and I would just wonder, I want to go back and find out like the origin story, Oh my God, Donna, thank you. Donna just said that East Idaho News launched in 2015. Wouldn't I, and I mean this, y'all, when did Dior Kuntz Jr., when did baby Dior go missing? I really think this would coincide with this. I think. I'm just saying. I know it would have to be in combat of letting any kind of truth come out. Okay. Yeah. All right. So I'm just saying it's very weird. And yeah, thank you, Ravina. Vanderdender it's worth about $3.1 billion. B with a B. Billion. Okay. But Ron Ball is a detective who just got promoted, I want to say, to sergeant or something like that. And he worked this case. I mean, and these guys, I love these guys because to me, they rescued, I know I say rescued, but they rescued like Tylee and JJ from Chad Daybell's yard, And so it's such a push-pull aspect for me because I'm just like, how much do they know? How corrupt is this? How corrupt is this? And at what cost? And to cover up what? Because we know it exists. We know. Oh my God. 8 years since Dior Kuntz Jr. disappeared at Timber Creek Campground, Dior's grandmother said that she still has faith and prays for answers in her grandson's disappearance from 2015. I'm just saying. Thank you, Donna. That definitely gives me a lot of, clarity. There you go. Oh, yeah, no, Natalie. I know there's that Vandersloot. And I wondered, I was like, is that his son? I mean, it kind of makes sense, but I don't think it is. Yeah. Okay, so let me finish this part. The church sells all the prepper stuff to the members they terrify. Exactly. Here we have the answer, right? We're going to create the problem. That's what these accelerationalists do. They create the problem and then they have the answer. It's y'all need to look up the shock doctrine is what it's called. The shock doctrine. And it's about using these tactics, these fear tactics, and then having the answers after creating the problem. And it's mind-blowing. Okay. Mind-blowing. She's an author, or I forget her background, but I forget her name, obviously, but she's in Canada. I've learned a lot about this shock doctrine that people like Tim Ballard and, company tend to use. And they're taking orders from somewhere above them.
They're members of the church. This didn't happen until after Chad Daybell was arrested. And if Lori is making phone calls allegedly to the LDS council,
who then calls the prosecutor, right? She calls the church, a lawyer with the church, talking presumably, at least allegedly, about her case. And then the attorney for the church turns around and calls the prosecutor in the case, who's also a member of the church.
Yes, and former bishop of the church, Vinny, Rob Wood, the special prosecutor there on this case. So, and a lot of the people in the court, the judge, those locals, part of this trial, members of the LDS faith, that is well known. I will point out it is possible in the LDS faith to be reinstated. If you've been excommunicated, you can return to the church if you repent and
yeah, that could happen. But this is significant for the case in many levels when the church is this much interwoven into religion, what this Doomsday couple was up to. and specifically woven into the LDS religion in some way. And there's this strange relationship that we have seemingly uncovered through our coverage of the story and peeling back the layers of this relationship between the Doomsday couple and the Church of Latter-day Saints.
Thank you so much, URP Thompson, Queen.
The LDS
That's her name.
Church has also started to play a role in what is happening inside the courtroom as well. So we have a lot to get to, but I want to begin here. Chad Daybell, the Doomsday prophet, the one who is making all these predictions, at one point was closely aligned, it seems, with the LDS Church. And Eric Smith is a friend of his who spoke with Court TV about Chad Daybell and his religious beliefs and what sort of happened. And I think it's important to hear this because we've got some blockbuster news coming up. So take a listen first.
Chad's message, I think, started innocently enough. His belief system started innocently. I think he meant to do good.
They weren't.
Somewhere along the way, something's changed. I think I see some greed, some pride, even some lust, entering this man. I don't want to be his judge, but it's hard not to recognize those in him. It's unfortunate to watch somebody slowly slip like that, and especially to go this far. Chad has taught some things that are now, they're new to the public and they're disturbing. He has a very dark twist on something that I believe to be more pure.
And it's that dark twist that really got us to where we are, right? Well, at least that's going to be the theory of prosecutors in the case against him.
Gotcha.
But now let's bring in Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter, who has some exclusive breaking news for us tonight. And it's right on this issue, that relationship between Chad Daybell, the Doomsday Prophet, and the LDS Church. What do you have for us tonight, Chandler?
Vinny, we can now confirm that Chad Daybell is no longer a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He has been excommunicated. This is something that has been speculated about for years. We have confirmation. In fact, here are the letters that were mailed to Chad Daybell after he was arrested in June 2020 when the remains of Tylee and JJ were discovered on his property. He was taken into custody. Well, here are the letters sent to him at the Fremont County Jail. The first one was dated July 14th, 2020. It says, "Dear Brother Daybell, this letter is to notify you that the stake presidency is holding a membership council in your behalf. The membership council will be held August 2nd, 2020, 10 a.m. This council will consider evidence of apostasy, including promulgating teachings and doctrines which are contrary to those of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints." It further says he was invited to provide a written statement to the council on his behalf, written statements from other persons, relevant information on his behalf to this membership council. This was a letter July 14th. The next letter to Mr. Daybell was dated August 9th, 2020. Now, this letter says, "Dear Brother Daybell, this letter is to notify you of the decision of the membership council held for you on August 2nd, 2020. The council decision was to withdraw your membership in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints for conduct contrary to the laws and order of the church, specifically for apostasy and for promulgating teachings and doctrines contrary to those of the church." So this decision means, according to this letter, that Chad Daybell no longer enjoys the privileges of church membership. He cannot enter the temple or wear temple garments. He may not exercise the priesthood or pay tithes and offerings. It says he would be invited to attend public church meetings, but he could not, only if conduct is orderly. So this is what this letter says. He had a right to an appeal within 30 days, and it's signed by the president, William Dowling, the Henry Fork Stake president there in Rexburg. Now, Vinny, the same source who provided me this correspondence advised that these letters were delivered to the Fremont County Jail, but Chad did not receive them until a month after the date of the second letter here. So way after September 2nd, 2020, too late to respond. The source close to Chad Daybell also says that any rumor of a previous excommunication or reinstatement for Chad Daybell, that would be false. And of course, we did reach out to the LDS Church and that stake president who signed the letters, and they said they could not comment on the letters, saying it was confidential matter, and they don't usually comment about membership status. So remember that Chad was arrested during this time, but it's important to keep in mind that this letter, Vinny, is only for his alleged, his teachings, but not any criminal activity. So that's clear by these letters.
And what's clear to me, I mean, you've been out there, right? To East Idaho, to Rexburg, Fremont County, that whole area. That is heavily dominated by the church, right?
It really is. There's a huge temple right there, downtown Rexburg, Idaho. Most of the residents in that Madison County, Fremont County are members of the LDS Church. Most of the people that we spoke to there's a BYU campus there in Madison County. So it's very much ingrained in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And so this is something that has been talked about. We finally have confirmation and know exactly what happened.
And it's not insignificant to the legal case because you're gonna have to pick a jury at some point. And if the church is excommunicating him, now all of a sudden that becomes a huge issue.
Yeah.
And it's even more of an issue because of the other news that you broke this week involving a motion made by Lori Vallow, Daybell's attorney, also connected to the LDS Church.
That's right. And allegedly, Lori Vallow Daybell called the LDS headquarters, spoke with the legal counsel for the church, according to that motion that we covered earlier this week, and told this counsel all the details of her case, allegedly. So it sort of goes to show, well, does that indicate whether or not Lori is welcome in the church? We tried to ask the LDS spokesperson about her status in the church, and of course, we were given that no comment, confidential matter response. But it does raise an interesting point about whether or not
they were both members of the church when they met and when they got married, right?
Mhm.
And
Right.
when their spouses died, they were Mormons.
Okay. Anyway, so okay, I gotta do this again, I guess. Oh wait, no, I have the layout wrong. Shocker. Okay. I know. Thank you, Donna. Thank you. I just saw that. I was like, yay. Yeah, Donna designed she anyways, Crush, I hate your books Chad stuff up. So that's available now for merch if anybody is interested.
And Cresha designed it. I just put it on a shirt. It's her exact design. I didn't design
Thank you.
it.
Thank you
Sure.
so much. I'm so happy about that. Oh my God. I'm like smiling so big right now. It's unreal. That's bad, right? I hate your books, Chad. I mean, gotta knock that damn ego down, right? I don't really care about all the other stuff. I mean, I do, but he don't care about all that other stuff. But he does care about Samantha Gwilliam not reading his books, about Heather Daybell not reading his books. He can suck it, right? I'm just saying. I know. Paul does the best. I love it. Love it. Because it is a hard read. Chad likes to use a lot of adverbs, okay? He's like, I am, oh my God, I don't talk like this. Nobody talks like this. So it's even creepier because, y'all know the words where he's texting Lori and he's like, I just, there's an S word I'm trying to think. Oh my God. Anyways, I can't think of it, but I'll have to find some examples, but yes, it's horrible. And so thank God for people like Paul, reporting live from his sofa and reporting all about, reading directly from Chad Daybell's books, which we hate, and we have that merch now. So you can get your own, We Hate Your Books, Chad t-shirts here exclusively. I'm just picking. It's so hard to talk about this stuff. Does he give blessings in jail? I hope not. That's one thing. So I'm sure now y'all have heard that there's going to be a celebration of life for Tylee and JJ in, I want to say it's Idaho Falls, on April 27th, 2024. I will not be going because it's just too much of a financial strain. But I asked Mom if I could exclusively stream it because I could just see, the thirst coming out of some other organizations who are pretty much authoritative of this entire case. Okay. They control all the media coming out. And this isn't media. This is my family. And so that's not a problem. I think maybe Justin Lum will be doing it too. I don't have any problems with that for some reason. Isn't that something? I just don't like the confidence of, well, I'm sure they'll let us stream it. So yeah, you can find that here at eastidahonews.com with everything else that we have covered. Anyways, it's always at a cost. And it's like, at whose cost? Okay. So anyways, that's where I did flex. I was like, no, and just can we make sure that it's not, and I'm not being ugly, but the Mormon religion, Mormon beliefs, although they were Mormon, they were kids though. They didn't have a say so. They were just kind of brought into this. Okay. And so my thing is, can we not have any Mormon priesthood blessings flying around in this celebration of life? And can we just kind of make it non-denomination, or just where people just go and pay homages and pay their respects to the memories of the children. Okay. And so, yeah, that's something that Mom had not thought about. And she was like, oh my God, yeah. So that's, I know I can't make that many decisions, but I stand firmly on this. I know, Facebook user, I'm so sorry. When it came up, I was like, oh crap. Anyways, I've kept y'all long enough already. And I'm going to schedule a live stream to do a live reaction to Chad and Emma Daybell, and the apparent body cam and audio that came out of Chad and Emma, talking back and forth to each other when Chad got arrested on June 9th, 2020. So we'll talk about that, and we're going to talk about the 4 filings that came out in the portal, the court portal, right? The courtal. And then we'll reconvene then. So thank you all for being here. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Trace. Thank you, Beach Bum. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, KJ, when she comes in. Thank you, Sue Ellen, also. I appreciate you guys. Y'all are awesome. So yeah, I'm excited. I'll see y'all probably in about an hour. Okay. So it's 5:30 Central here. It'll be 6:30 Central here. And so 5:30 Mountain, 4:30 Pacific, I think. And then 7:30 Eastern. All right. Love you guys. And justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Love always wins. You guys are proof of this. And I'll see y'all soon.